Chapter 1927. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, go, little. This is a wonderful novel for you to read. The heaven-destroying godly emperor had a grudge against the sword and godly emperor. Otherwise, given the heaven-destroying godly emperor's character, he would not have cooperated with Fang Chun to seek revenge on the sword and godly emperor. Haha, the sword and godly emperor can't hold on any longer. The heaven-destroying godly emperor laughed. With the help of Fang Chun, the sword and godly emperor could not enter the small hill no matter how hard they tried. However, the sword and godly emperor were besieged and in a sorry state. After all, he was a godly emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace. His strength was not to be underestimated. Pucci, another terrifying sword light, tore through the void and struck a vengeful spirit, instantly dispersing it. There were only 3 vengeful spirits left. The sword and godly emperor gritted their teeth and persevered. Hold on a little longer. Just now, the voice from the communication jade pendant said that they had arrived at this area. They just needed to hold on for another 15 minutes, and they would be safe. Sword of Nirvana. The sword and godly emperor suddenly roared in a desperate battle. Then, he threw the long sword in his hand into the sky. In the next moment, a strong death aura emerged from his body. Fang Chun was a little surprised when he saw this. The death aura on the sword and godly emperor was similar to the death god emperor. I wonder how he is related to the death god emperor. Fang Chun thought to himself. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at the cracks on it helplessly. A true god's weapon was at least a lower-grade true god weapon. His hidden star sword was only a supreme-grade heavenly divine weapon. Every time it shattered, it would be tempered by him again. I hope I can gain something this time, Fang Chun said softly. At this moment, something strange happened. The sword and godly emperor's body turned into a black vortex. In the vortex, a terrifying sword aura filled the air. Love, go, little, say. Chew the terrifying sword aura seemed to be able to tear the godly emperor's body apart. Kill. The Sword of Nirvana was one of the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine sword arts. Furthermore, it was a saint-grade sword Dao divine art created by God Emperor Swordless after he stepped into the God Emperor realm. Moreover, it was suitable for destruction sword cultivators to cultivate. The sword and godly emperor was most proficient in the law of destruction, so he chose to cultivate the Sword of Nirvana. In the void, the black vortex spun rapidly. Voila! The long sword that had been thrown into the sky by sword and Emperor Shan Huang suddenly swooped down and rushed into the vortex with the power of thunder from the ninth heaven. Boom! A terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the entire land. The 3 wraiths were instantly drowned by the sword chi. Stop him! Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign's face darkened as he roared. Then, he took a step forward and arrived before the black vortex. The true god, long sword in his hand, pierced into the black whirlpool. Suddenly, angry roars could be heard. Heaven-destroying divine sovereign, I'm going to tear you to pieces. At that moment, sword and godly emperor had no time to care about heaven-destroying godly emperor. He was trying his best to resist the collapse of the black vortex. Sword of Nirvana. The most powerful part of this divine skill was the black vortex. It used the sword cultivator's body to turn into a black vortex. It provided an endless amount of sword principle energy. Only in this way could the attack power of the black vortex become stronger. If it was destroyed midway, it would most likely collapse completely. The person who used it might even suffer a backlash. Of course, to destroy the black vortex, one had to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, one would be severely injured or even killed by the backlash. The 3 wraiths were drowned by the terrifying sword chi. In the blink of an eye, one of the wraiths was destroyed. The remaining 2 vengeful spirits were also resisting with all their might. It hurts. Heaven-destroying godly emperor felt his hand go numb. The true god, long sword in his hand, was trembling. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide and looked at the black vortex. The true god longsword that he was talking about was actually being pushed out piece by piece. Ha ha! Heaven-destroying godly emperor, with your strength, You want to destroy my black vortex? You're courting death. Sword and godly emperor's sinister laughter could be heard from the black vortex. 1,000 miles away, the two godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace were hurriedly walking. All of a sudden, they saw a terrifying black vortex appear in the distant sky. Oh no! Sword and godly emperor is using the sword of Nirvana. He's in danger. After saying that, the two godly emperors looked at each other and quickly darted toward the black vortex. At the same time, near the small hill, the true god longsword in heaven destroying godly emperor's hand was forced out by sword and godly emperor. His figure quickly retreated. The terrifying sword chi in the black vortex tore the void apart. If heaven destroying godly emperor had retreated a little slower, he would have been severely injured. Kill. After forcing heaven destroying godly emperor to retreat, sword and godly emperor began to focus on dealing with the wraiths. Heaven destroying godly emperor, who was retreating, staggered. However, Fang Chen appeared in time and supported him. Damn it! The black vortex formed by sword and godly emperor's sword of Nirvana is very powerful. Heaven destroying godly emperor's face turned pale. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, "It's just a paper tiger. It's not a threat. You have a way?" Heaven destroying godly emperor looked at Fang Chen curiously. The latter nodded and said, "When I break the black vortex, you can attack directly." "Okay, no problem." Heaven destroying godly emperor nodded heavily. At the same time, he was also curious about how Fang Chen would break the sword of Nirvana attack. Swoosh! Fang Chen used the space-time fantasy demon book and disappeared into the void instantly. Although heaven-destroying godly emperor was prepared, he was still shocked. The black vortex seems powerful, but it's not stable. As long as I shake its foundation, the black vortex will break by itself, Fang Chen said to himself in the void. He walked in the void and soon came before the black vortex. He opened his palm and touched the black vortex. "It's up to you," Fang Chen said to himself. Then the golden heart in his body beat rapidly. The wild golden liquid immediately gushed out and entered the black vortex through his palm. "It's indeed useful." Fang Chen grinned. He could feel that the aura around the black vortex was somewhat fearful. Sword Dao Suppression. After coming to the sword mound, Fang Chen understood the legendary Sword Dao Suppression. The golden heart left behind by the cosmos god Gu Yuan was at the peak of the Sword Dao level. It was not something that ordinary divine techniques in the deity world could compare with. Although the Sword of Nirvana was strong, it could not be stronger than the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, the golden aura penetrated into the black vortex. Voila! Fang Chen's figure entered the void and jumped back and forth. Then he used the immemorial soul refining technique. Destruction sword technique. Destruction against destruction. The entire sky was extremely oppressive. Pu Chi. When the destruction sword technique landed on the black vortex, the golden liquid that penetrated into it instantly exploded. Being attacked from both inside and outside, the black vortex was unable to resist at all and collapsed directly. A miserable cry came from the collapsing black vortex. Pung! Then there was a loud sound. In a wasteland, dust flew. The bodies of the sword and the godly emperor fell heavily on the ground. They were heavily injured. Kill! Heaven extermination. Godly emperor had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, he attacked without hesitation. "No, you can't kill me." The eyes of the sword and the godly emperor turned scarlet as they roared. But it was to no avail. Heaven extermination. Godly emperor's sword stabbed into the head of the sword and the godly emperor, destroying their primordial spirits. At the same time, the two godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace finally arrived. But they were too late. When they saw heaven extermination, godly emperor's sword piercing into the head of the sword, and the godly emperor, they gritted their teeth. "Stop!" One of the godly emperors roared in anger. His figure turned into an afterimage as he rushed toward heaven extermination, godly emperor. Another deity emperor took out a true god longsword and slashed from a long distance away. A sword light that was 100 feet long suddenly cut through the sky and slashed toward heaven extermination, godly emperor. So. Heaven extermination, godly emperor retreated to a small hill, barely avoiding the attacks of the two godly emperors. Boom! A huge pit was created in the wasteland in front of the small hill. The attack of the two godly emperors was extremely powerful. Huff huff! The two godly emperors arrived in front of the sword and the godly emperor. Unfortunately, the sword and the godly emperor were already dead. Sword and the godly emperor. The two godly emperors looked at each other before looking at heaven extermination, godly emperor. Heaven extermination, godly emperor. How dare you kill the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace? No one can save you from heaven or hell. Please pay attention. Chapter 1928. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Fong Chun sized up the two divine emperors. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. This was the style of the South Tomb Sword Palace. It was very familiar. Divine Emperor Jian and Divine Emperor will not die in vain. Heaven-destroying Divine Emperor will pay with your life. And you must be... Before the purple-robed Divine Emperor could finish his words, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, his face revealed a look of surprise. You are Bone Progenitor's disciple Fong Chun? The purple-robed Divine Emperor recognized Fong Chun and was extremely excited. Fong Chun. When the blue-clothed Divine Emperor heard this, he stared straight at Fong Chun. A moment later, he burst into laughter. The evergreen Divine Emperor sent a deity Emperor Realm Elder of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb with a message, which was to do everything possible to capture Fong Chun. If they could not capture him, they would kill him. At the same time, Fong Chun's virtual portrait was distributed to everyone. It was a pity that Divine Emperor Jian and Divine Emperor Jian did not receive the message. Otherwise, they would not have died so quickly. The heavens are on our side. If we complete the mission, the Evergreen Divine Emperor and Death Divine Emperor will definitely reward us handsomely. Right? The blue-robed Divine Emperor said excitedly. The purple-robed Divine Emperor nodded and said, Perhaps we can become the Death Divine Emperor's personal servants. The Death Divine Emperor's personal servants had a very high status in the South Tomb Sword Palace. In the South Tomb Sword Palace, there were two Vice Palace Masters besides the Palace Master, Emperor Swordless. One of the Vice Palace Masters was the Death Divine Emperor, who was the only Divine Emperor disciple of Emperor Swordless. The other Vice Palace Master was the Black Emperor. Although the Black Emperor was not as famous as the Death Divine Emperor, he was much stronger than the Death Divine Emperor. The Black Emperor had great potential in the sword principle. The Swordless Divine Emperor once said that if the Black Emperor had not taken an extreme path when he was young, he would have been able to reach that level. This sentence was full of praise for the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor had never asked about the matters of the South Tomb Sword Palace. His sword was his life. Other than the two great palace masters, there were only the God Emperor's personal attendants. The South Tomb Sword Palace had a total of 3 great God Emperors. The Swordless God Emperor had 5 close attendants, and they were all outstanding God Emperors. The Black Monarch was an exception. He did not have a personal attendant, nor did he need one. Next was the Death God Emperor. He had 2 attendants before, but they had died in the battle with the Sky Bone Palace. For all these years, the Death God Emperor had never recruited any attendants. The 2 Divine Emperors were secretly excited. If they could become the Divine Emperor's personal attendants, their status in the South Tomb Sword Palace would completely surpass all the other Divine Emperors. The 2 of them looked greedily at Fong Chun. Brat, I didn't expect you to be with the heaven-exterminating Divine Sovereign. That's good. It saves us the trouble of looking for you. The blue-robed Divine Sovereign sneered. Are you looking for me? Fong Chun frowned. You're truly naive. You've offended the Death God Emperor. Do you think that by sneaking into the Sword Tomb, you won't be discovered by our South Tomb Sword Palace? The purple-robed Divine Emperor sneered. The Death God Emperor has given a death order. You won't be able to escape. There were many divine emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace in the Sword Tomb. It was almost impossible for a guy in the Divine King realm to escape. Death God Emperor. Fangchen clenched his fists tightly. His face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Before he came, his master had told him to be careful. Brat, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. The blue-robed divine emperor threatened Fangchen. On the small hill, the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign heard the conversation between the three of them and cursed inwardly. He didn't expect this brat to have a grudge with the death god emperor. Now, he'd drag him down. Love, go little, say, W. Chu, however, thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to take revenge. Looking at the sword and the corpse of the divine emperor, the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign made a crazy move. Fangchen, I can hold off the blue-robed divine emperor. The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign transmitted his voice to Fangchen. Fangchen nodded. As he spoke, he was also carefully sizing up the two divine emperors. The blue-robed divine emperor's strength was relatively weaker. The purple-robed divine emperor's strength was slightly stronger. You just need to hold off the blue-robed divine emperor. Leave the rest to me. Fangchen said. The heaven-exterminating divine emperor gritted his teeth. Let's go all out. At this moment, the two divine emperors seemed to have noticed Fangchen's aura fluctuation. It seems that you're not going to surrender, the blue-robed divine emperor said. Fangchen shook his head gently. Surrendering was not his style. Moreover, they were just two divine emperors. With the help of the heaven-exterminating divine emperor, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, Little Mouse and the other three could also make a move at the critical moment. Fangchen had already planned everything in his mind. Little Mouse and the others wouldn't expose themselves for the time being. He wanted to catch the two divine emperors off guard. Cut the crap. Kill the heaven-exterminating divine emperor and then capture him. We'll report back. The purple-robed divine emperor said. Kill. The blue-robed divine emperor let out a low roar. A crazy sword Dao aura emanated from his body. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. I'm your opponent. The heaven-exterminating divine emperor unleashed his full strength and tangled with the blue-robed divine emperor. The sound of their battle resounded through the sky. The purple-robed divine emperor licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. Do you think that you can change your fate with a helper? What do you think? Fangchen said indifferently. The purple-robed divine emperor shook his head with disdain. Kid, you're a divine king after all. No matter how strong you are, there's still a gap between you and a divine emperor expert. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Buzz. The purple-robed divine emperor's figure flashed, and a wild gust of wind blew. Dust rose from the ground. Fangchen and the purple-robed divine emperor were swept into the dust. Sword of Nirvana. The purple-robed divine emperor used the sword of Nirvana, wanting to end the battle quickly. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the black vortex appeared again. However, its power was much stronger than when the purple-robed divine emperor used it. Kill. The true god, longsword, gradually emerged from the black vortex like a long spear. It pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Fangchen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The latter stomped his foot and the ground cracked. A vast aura spread out. Immemorial soul, refining skill. Fangchen executed the destruction sword move. Beams of destruction, sword light, appeared out of nowhere. Under Fangchen's control, they swooped down. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk wherever the destruction sword light passed. The void was torn apart, and a deafening aura spread out. The strength that Fangchen displayed was not something that a divine king could possess. Interesting. The purple-robed divine emperor grinned and continued to control the black vortex to release sword principle energy. The true god longsword carried a terrifying power and clashed with the destruction sword light. Asterisk boom. Asterisk rays of destruction sword light were shattered by the true god longsword. Fangchen suddenly appeared in front of the true god longsword and the divine emperor's corpse. He hooked the true god longsword with the tip of his foot. The perfect sword body was activated, and the golden heart was beating rapidly. Golden liquid flowed into the true god longsword. Then, Fang Chun swung his arm and slashed at the true god longsword of the purple-robed divine emperor. Asterisk, dong. Asterisk, the ground shook and the two collided. The void collapsed and a huge black hole appeared. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The wild aura of sword principle between heaven and earth surged into the collapsing void. Gusts of wind blew and dust flew as if the end of the world was coming. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk cracks appeared on the blades of the true god longsword and the divine emperor's true god longsword. Retreat. Almost at the same time, Fang Chen's figure retreated rapidly. Then, a terrifying explosion swept out and even affected the battle between the heaven-exterminating divine emperor and the blue-robed divine emperor. The two true god longswords clashed. However, one of them was already cracked, while the other was still in perfect condition. "It's not my weapon. It's still not good enough," Fang Chun said to himself. "No wonder the South Tomb Sword Palace lost more than 10 divine kings and couldn't hurt you." The purple-robed divine emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Fang Chun. His words were full of disdain. "Your strength is close to that of an ordinary divine emperor realm expert. The deaths of the sword and the divine emperor must have something to do with you, right?" Fang Chun nodded. "That's right. The sword and the divine emperor's sword of nirvana were destroyed by me. How powerful is my sword of nirvana, then?" The purple-robed divine emperor looked at Fang Chun mockingly. "Just now, the sword and the divine emperor's long sword blocked it. What will you use to block it next time? Your body? Primordial spirit? Please pay attention." Chapter 1929. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The purple-robed divine emperor looked at Fang Chun mockingly, his face full of mockery. The sword of nirvana was also his strongest sword Dao divine technique. However, when he used it, its attack power was far superior to that of the sword Dao and the divine emperor. Fang Chun stood quietly on the ground, thinking to himself. After the battle, just now, he had a preliminary understanding of the purple-robed divine emperor's strength. He is indeed stronger than the sword Dao and the divine emperor. It will be difficult to deal with him alone. I need to end this quickly. Thinking of this, Fang Chun secretly transmitted his voice to Little Mouse and the others, telling them to get ready. Then, Fang Chun emitted a powerful array Dao aura. In the next moment, the absolute God array enveloped the purple-robed divine emperor. An absolute God array. The purple-robed divine emperor was a little surprised. He did not expect this kid to be an absolute God array master. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he did not hide it at all. "Do you really think you can trap me with the formation of the absolute God level? Then I will show you the strength of the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace." As soon as the purple-robed divine emperor's voice fell, he suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. The power around his body vibrated as he punched the absolute God array. Crack! The absolute God array could not withstand the purple-robed divine emperor's attack at all. It gradually collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Fang Chun sneered and used 1,000-leaf needles. Thousands of embroidery needles formed in the array and drowned it. Then, under Fang Chun's control, they quickly shot toward the purple-robed divine emperor. Whoosh! The embroidery needles exploded in front of the purple-robed divine emperor, and the terrifying energy waves affected the purple-robed divine emperor's primordial spirit. The purple-robed divine emperor's primordial spirit was temporarily restrained. The primordial spirit of a divine emperor was very powerful. The divine consciousness could survey the surroundings, which was very important in battle. Damn it! The purple-robed divine emperor roared in anger, and the true God weapon in his hand. Love, go, little, say, W2 streaks of sword light that split the void were rapidly destroying thousands of embroidery needles. At the same time, Fang Chun used the space-time illusion demon tome and appeared behind the purple-robed divine emperor. Then, without hesitation, he slashed out with his sword. The immemorial, soul-refining art unleashed all 5 sword moves at once. 5 unimaginable sword lights merged together in the void, forming a sword shadow that was hundreds of feet long. "Come out," Fang Chen muttered softly. Voila! The void rippled, and 4 fellows appeared instantly. "I can finally make my move. The enemy is a divine emperor. Don't underestimate him." "Hurry up and arrange the battle formation," said Pangolin. He was the calmest of the 4. At the same time, he was also the most vigilant one. Knowing that the enemy was a deity emperor from the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he did not dare to be careless. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai nodded in agreement. The 4 of them stood at the 4 positions of the purple-robed divine emperor with ease. An invisible battle formation enveloped the purple-robed divine emperor. Under the powerful attack of the purple-robed divine emperor, the dense embroidery needles were finally destroyed. At this moment, the sword shadow that was hundreds of feet long slashed his body. Crack! Caught off guard, the purple-robed divine emperor's body was directly smashed into the ground. His clothes were torn, and his body was in a mess. Whoosh! The purple-robed divine emperor rushed out from the ground. His face was ferocious and filled with rage. "I want you to die." The purple-robed divine emperor had lost his mind. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. No divine king realm true god had ever made him so miserable. Love, go little say, could the Death Emperor's words had long been forgotten. The purple-robed divine emperor once again used the sword of Nirvana and turned himself into a terrifying black vortex. The black vortex rapidly expanded and rotated. "Stop him!" Fang Chen shouted as he executed the immemorial soul refinement technique once again. The battle formation of the 4 of them also had an unexpected effect. First was Little Mouse. Purple light surged around his body and quickly condensed into the shadow of a purple mouse that was several feet tall behind him. Extreme piercing. Little Mouse chose the most penetrating innate ability, extreme piercing. When the purple mouse shadow opened its bloody mouth, a thick purple spear suddenly shot out from its mouth. The spear carried an extremely sharp penetrating force and shot towards the black vortex. Crack! The black vortex was almost unable to resist and was penetrated by the purple spear. At the same time, Little Mouse controlled the purple spear to explode in the black vortex. Rumble! Suddenly, the black vortex swayed and became somewhat unstable. The purple-robed divine emperor's angry roar came from within. However, the following attack caused the purple-robed divine emperor to fall into a state of despair. Following closely behind Little Mouse was Xiao Huang. He was a member of the Imperial Ant Clan, and his attack power was extremely strong. The 2 antennae on Xiao Huang's head quickly extended until they came into contact with the black vortex. A powerful corrosive force began to attack the black vortex. The black vortex was already swaying and had no time to deal with Little Mouse's antennae. The outermost layer of power was instantly corroded. At the same time, Pangolin and Xiao Hai's attacks also followed. Pangolin hit his head and turned his body into a round ball and slammed into the black vortex. Crack! A large crack appeared in the black vortex, and Pangolin took the opportunity to enter the black vortex. Wu Xiaohai opened his mouth, and a waterfall-like torrent flowed out from his mouth and drowned the black vortex. The 4 little fellows' continuous attacks prevented the purple-robed divine emperor from fully using the sword of Nirvana. Damn it! Finally, after holding on for a while, the black vortex collapsed. The purple-robed divine emperor's body flew out from the explosion. At this moment, he did not look like the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace at all. He was in a sorry state, and those who did not know him would think that he was a beggar. "How are things on your side?" The voice of the blue-robed divine emperor came. The purple-robed divine emperor gnashed his teeth and said coldly, "Soon." His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen. "Kid, you've successfully angered me. You talk too much." Before the purple-robed divine emperor could finish his words, he was interrupted by Little Mouse. The latter used his innate ability, Devour, and a terrifying devouring force enveloped the purple-robed divine emperor. In an instant, the purple-robed divine emperor's body was pulled to his side. The other three fellows attacked together again. Bang! 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 Although the purple-robed divine emperor resisted with all his might, he was still unable to hold on. It's time. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated the golden heart. A large amount of golden liquid emerged from it. Finally, it passed through the meridians and came to Fang Chen's palm. Lowering his head to look at the thick golden liquid in his palm, Fang Chen grinned. Then, he held the hidden star sword tightly, and the golden liquid completely poured into the hidden star sword. Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of his skin as the perfect sword body was activated to the extreme. The perfect sword body and the immemorial soul-refining art together could erupt the strongest power. With the addition of the golden liquid, the hidden star sword's body skyrocketed. Fang Chun performed the 5 major sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art in one breath. The 5 major sword moves that were enhanced by the golden liquid released a peerless power. Kill. Fang Chun performed the time and space phantasm demon book. His figure jumped in the void, and the hidden star sword was quickly brandished. Pucci, the destructive sword light, pierced the purple-robed divine emperor first. The purple-robed divine emperor's body retreated as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he fell into a state of madness. Continue to increase the power of your attacks, Little Mouse said in a deep voice. The 4 of them surrounded the purple-robed divine emperor, making him unable to fend for himself. Fang Chen's immemorial soul-refining art followed suit. The remaining 4 sword lights pierced the purple-robed divine emperor's body one after another. His body was immediately pierced through and riddled with holes. Ah! The purple-robed divine emperor screamed miserably. He was unwilling to accept this. He was a divine emperor, but he was forced to such a state by a divine king. Old Blue, save me. The purple-robed divine emperor could not resist the fear of death and shouted loudly. The blue-robed divine emperor, who was fighting with the heaven-destroying divine emperor, was shocked when he heard this voice. Bang! The blue-robed divine emperor forced the heaven-destroying divine emperor back with a punch and jumped, ready to rescue the purple-robed divine emperor. Old Purple, hold on. Your opponent is me. Although he was shocked, the heaven-destroying divine emperor knew that his task was to stop the blue-robed divine emperor. Chapter 1930. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Divided by Little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was definitely not as strong as the godly emperor in blue. Love, go little, say, however, although there was a gap, it was not to the extent that he was crushed. Therefore, the heaven-destroying godly emperor used all his strength to stop the godly emperor in blue. Heaven-destroying godly emperor, you're courting death. The godly emperor in blue could not care less. He forcefully activated his trump card and attacked the heaven-destroying godly emperor. He wanted to send the heaven-destroying godly emperor flying in the shortest time possible so that he could rescue the godly emperor in purple. Kill. The godly emperor in blue's attacks came one after another. They were like waves, crashing onto the heaven-destroying godly emperor. Pucci, the latter, spat out blood. His face was extremely pale as he was forced to retreat. I try my best, the heaven-destroying godly emperor said with difficulty as he fell to the ground weakly, panting heavily. The godly emperor in blue pushed the heaven-destroying godly emperor back with his absolute strength. He then quickly came to the absolute god array. Break! The godly emperor in blue waved his hand and shattered the absolute god array. The array was already on the verge of collapsing. It could not withstand the godly emperor in blue's powerful attack. Crash! As the illusory array gradually dissipated, the blue-clothed divine emperor was able to see what was going on inside. All of a sudden, his pupils shrank, and his body trembled uncontrollably. No, the godly emperor in blue roared into the sky. He could not believe that what was happening was real. At this moment, the godly emperor in purple was standing in the middle of the shattered array. He was in a sorry state. There was a long sword stabbed into his chest, and blood was gradually flowing out. The godly emperor in purple's pupils were dilated. He stood on the ground in a daze. Around him, guys were destroying his primordial spirit. The godly emperor in blue was emitting a cold, killing intent. He stared at Fang Chun with his scarlet eyes. Puchi. Fang Chun pulled out the star, concealing sword. The godly emperor in purple's primordial spirit shattered, and his body fell to the ground slowly. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. "You're in big trouble," the blue-robed god emperor said coldly. "If a divine king died, then so be it." However, divine emperors were different. There weren't many divine emperors in the entire South Tomb Sword Palace. Even when Jian Wushuang and the godly emperor died, he was not as angry as he was now. Because the purple-robed divine emperor was one of the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. "All of you will die." The blue-robed god emperor fell into a state of madness. "I only know that before that, you will die," Fang Chun said indifferently. Little Mouse and the other three also walked toward the blue-clothed divine emperor. "Kill!" The battle formation was arranged, and the four of them surrounded the blue-robed divine emperor. Immediately, Fang Chun did not stay idle and joined the battle. The blue-clothed divine emperor was much weaker than the purple-clothed divine emperor. However, even so, it was not easy to kill a divine emperor. Using the same plan, they fought fiercely for a long time and finally killed the blue-clothed divine emperor. "It's been a long time since I had such a good battle," Little Mouse said with a grin. Goldie was also cheering loudly. The Imperial Ant Tribe was a warmonger. Of course, he was happy to be able to fight against a godly emperor. On the other hand, Xiaohai and Pangolin were calmer. Although they were excited, they knew the current situation. "We killed the divine emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace. They will definitely know. It's not safe here. Let's leave quickly," Pangolin reminded. Fang Chun nodded and took their Sumeru rings. "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Heaven-destroying divine emperor was shocked. He followed Fang Chun mechanically and left the place. South Tomb Sword Palace, Death Park. Evergreen divine emperor hurried over with a solemn face. "Senior brother," Evergreen divine emperor said anxiously. Whoosh! The death divine emperor appeared out of nowhere. "What's wrong?" Blue robe and violet robe are dead. The evergreen god emperor drew in a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. "What?" The death divine emperor's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists in anger. "That kid has grown to such a level." The death divine emperor said gloomily. "Senior brother, to be accepted as a disciple by the bone progenitor, this kid's potential is extraordinary." Evergreen divine emperor also realized Fang Chen's potential. When he killed Xiao Yun, he was only a heavenly god. How long has it been? Not only has he been accepted as a disciple by the bone progenitor, but he also has the strength to fight against Miehe after entering the Divine King realm. He even snatched the title of Divine King of Destruction from Miehe and killed him. Now, he can already kill Purple Shirt and Blue Shirt. When he enters the Divine Emperor realm, with the help of the space-time cultivation system, even Senior Brother won't be able to capture him. Evergreen Divine Emperor continued. Martial artists who cultivated the space-time cultivation system might not have strong offensive power, but their ability to escape was definitely top-notch. Take the Bone Progenitor, for example. Although he was one of the 10 strongest divine emperors, his strength wasn't too outstanding among the 10 strongest divine emperors. However, none of the 10 strongest divine emperors dared to underestimate the Bone Progenitor. His space-time cultivation system had already reached the pinnacle. Unless the 9 divine emperors worked together, they wouldn't be able to trap the Bone Progenitor. Otherwise, no one would be able to capture the Bone Progenitor. This was the terrifying part of the space-time cultivation system. Evergreen Divine Emperor also considered this point. That was why he specially came to discuss this matter with the Death Divine Emperor. The Death Divine Emperor pondered for a moment and said, "Before Master's matter is settled, I can't act rashly. However, as long as he is in the Sword Tomb, the Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace can attack him. Purple and blue are ranked at the bottom of the 27 Sword Sovereigns. They aren't strong. However, I won't give them another chance," the Death Divine Emperor said. "When the time is right, we can let the top 10 Sword Sovereigns take action. Then Master's matter." Evergreen Divine Emperor was a little anxious. Master's matter was much more important than Fong Chen's matter. "Don't worry, Master has already found some clues. Moreover, he is in the Sword Tomb. Which Divine Emperor expert would dare to enter the Sword Tomb to seek death?" The Death Divine Emperor said confidently. Evergreen Divine Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "Senior brother, Master's matter is the most important," Evergreen Divine Emperor said and turned to leave. Looking at Evergreen Divine Emperor's back, the Death Divine Emperor's face turned gloomy. She said to herself, "When Master is done with that matter, he will definitely become the strongest Divine Emperor in the Divine world. At that time, he won't even need to fear the destruction Divine Emperor." Fong Chen still didn't know that his actions had already caused a huge commotion in the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already received the news and were all looking for him. At this moment, Fong Chen had changed to a safe place to rest. "Brat, I still underestimated how terrifying you are." Heaven Exterminating Divine Sovereign was full of admiration for Fong Chen. He even thought that if Fong Chen stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, he would definitely become an invincible existence among the Divine Emperors. Right now, the enemy Sword and Divine Emperor had already fallen. Since the South Tomb Sword Palace had already tied him to the same boat, he might as well follow this kid. Who knows, he might be able to obtain unexpected benefits. "Do you know what the 27 Sword Emperors are?" Fong Chen asked. Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor nodded and said, "The 27 Sword Emperors are the Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Their status is second only to the Divine Emperor's personal attendants. There are a total of 27 of them, and each of them is extremely powerful. The blue cloak and purple cloak that you killed earlier were the 27 and 25 respectively." "Interesting." Fong Chen grinned. This was the same as the 36 inner palace elders of the Sky Bone Palace. "Only 27? That's not enough for us to kill." Little Mouse curled his lips. "The South Tomb Sword Palace has gone too far. If they dare to attack Boss again, we'll kill all 27 Sword Emperors," Xiao Huang said. Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor smiled bitterly. "How could it be so easy? The strength of the 27 Sword Emperors is extraordinary. We can't be careless." Fong Chen nodded slightly. He naturally knew this. However, if the South Tomb Sword Palace thought that he was easy to bully, they were gravely mistaken. "Kid, are we considered comrades?" Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor suddenly asked. Fong Chen looked at him and smiled. "What do you think?" Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor laughed loudly. "All right, since you treat me as a comrade, I won't beat around the bush with you. From today onwards, you, Fong Chen, are my brother. We'll share happiness and misfortune together." Chapter 1931. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The heaven-destroying godly emperor chuckled and took out a palm-sized black sword from his bosom. "This is..." Fong Chen was a little confused. What did the heaven-destroying godly emperor mean? The black sword gave him a very oppressive feeling. "Brother, I originally wouldn't tell anyone this secret, but it's all thanks to you that I was able to kill Jian He-Shenhuang. Since I, the heaven-destroying godly emperor, acknowledge you as my brother, then I'll tell you everything I know." The heaven-destroying godly emperor was frank with Fong Chen. He raised the black sword in his hand and said, "What do you think is so special about this black sword?" Fong Chen took the black sword and carefully sensed it. Suddenly, a strange aura came from the black sword. In a flash, it drilled into Fong Chen's palm. Ah! Fong Chen felt a burst of pain, a heart-wrenching pain. What's going on? While holding the black sword, the golden heart actually started to beat. One must know that ordinary things wouldn't attract the golden heart's attention, especially things related to the way of the sword. Fong Chen hurriedly looked inside his body and found that the strange aura that drilled into his palm had been absorbed by the golden heart. Seeing the change in Fong Chen's expression, the heaven-destroying godly emperor chuckled and said, "How is it? Do you feel the extraordinary nature of this black sword? I won't keep you in suspense. I have one of these black swords, and so does Jian He Shen Wang." Fong Chen vaguely understood something. To tell you the truth, Jian He Shen Wang and I were good friends a long time ago. In the sword catacomb, the two of us always acted together. Until one time, we met these two black swords. Speaking of this, the heaven-destroying godly emperor's expression changed. It was as if he had suffered a great blow from this matter. Actually, seeing him like this, Fong Chen could already guess what had happened next. Jian He Shen Huang wanted to snatch the black swords from him and monopolize them. In the end, the two of them turned against each other. When we found these two black swords, we were very shocked, because these two black swords are related to the demon emperor. The heaven-destroying godly emperor tried his best to control his emotions and said softly, "Demon emperor?" Fong Chen exclaimed. This expert's name was like thunder in his ears. Although the demon emperor had fallen, his legend had been passed down in the god realm. Demon emperor was an emperor god realm expert from the previous universe era. Even though he entered the Tao as a demon, his sword Tao cultivation wasn't weaker than any sword Tao emperor god. His strength was so strong that it shook the entire divine realm. Fong Chen also did not expect that this short black sword was actually related to the fiend emperor. When we obtained the black sword, we already sensed it. There are a total of 9 black swords. If all of them are put together, you will be able to find the devil emperor's tomb and obtain his inheritance. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said, "Because of this, Jian He Shen Huang tried to sneak an attack on me. Unfortunately, I managed to escape." While the heaven-destroying godly emperor was speaking, Fong Chen was already checking the godly emperor's Sumeru ring. Sure enough, there was a black sword lying in the Sumeru ring. Fong Chen took out the black sword and immediately felt the attraction between the two black swords. In the blink of an eye, they were close to each other. Just as I expected, after Fong Chen dripped his blood on the black sword, a large amount of information entered his mind. Most of this information recorded the demon emperor's deeds when he was alive. Fong Chen glanced through it roughly. Only the last few sentences attracted his attention. That's right. Although we only have 2 black swords now, each black sword represents a peak god emperor. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said with a smile. There were 9 great guards under the demon emperor. Each of the guards was a peak divine emperor realm expert. The 9 great guards followed the demon emperor and fought in the divine world, leaving their names behind. Before the demon emperor died, he gave the 9 black swords to his most trusted 9 great guards. Now, the 9 black swords were scattered in every corner of the sword tomb. Obtaining the black swords meant that they could find the tombs of the 9 great guards. "You mean?" Fong Chen asked. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded and said, "We can use these 2 black swords to find the tombs of the 2 guards and obtain their inheritances to increase our strength." To be able to become the guards of the demon emperor, their strength was invincible in the god emperor realm. Fong Chen was naturally tempted. His cultivation was stuck in the god king realm, unable to make a breakthrough. Although he could fight above his level and deal with ordinary god emperors easily. But it would be troublesome if he was slightly stronger. After fighting with the purple-robed godly emperor, Fong Chen felt that he was too weak. "I thought that we were not strong enough. But now, it seems that my worries were unnecessary." The heaven-destroying godly emperor said. Deep down, he was also very shocked. He did not expect Fong Chen to have 4 abnormal spiritual pets. The black swords did not indicate the location of the guards. "How are we going to find them?" Fong Chen asked. "You don't know, right? Watch me." The heaven-destroying godly emperor had obtained the black swords for a long time and had been studying them. Finally, he found some clues. As soon as he finished speaking, his consciousness slowly penetrated into the black swords. In an instant, the black swords emitted dazzling light, enveloping the black light of the swords. This situation lasted for about an hour before it finally stopped. How is it? Seeing the heaven-destroying godly emperor open his eyes, Fong Chun hurriedly asked. The information of the guards is hidden in the black swords. I have already checked. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said, the owner of my black swords is the sixth guard of the demon emperor, the Black Heaven Guard. Fong Chun used the heaven-destroying godly emperor's method and successfully checked the guard's information. How is it? The heaven-destroying godly emperor hurriedly asked. Fong Chun's heart was in turmoil. He stared at the black sword in his hands, dumbfounded. He did not dare to imagine. What's wrong? Could it be the fifth or third guard? The heaven-destroying godly emperor asked. Fong Chun shook his head and stared at the black swords with burning eyes. The second guard? In the heaven-destroying godly emperor's mind, Fong Chun's black swords were at most the third guard. He did not expect them to be the first guard. This was because the first guard of the demon emperor was the strongest deity emperor of the previous era. The first guard. Fong Chun tried his best to calm the shock in his heart as he spoke slowly. What? The first guard? Am I right? The heaven-destroying godly emperor could not believe it and asked again. Fong Chun nodded heavily to confirm that he did not see wrongly. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was overjoyed and laughed. We're rich. Ha ha! I did not expect that we would be able to get the information of the first guard's tomb. The first guard was the strongest divine emperor in the previous era. If I can get his Sword Dao inheritance, I might be able to break through to the divine emperor realm. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said happily. After the shock, Fong Chun became more rational. Although we have the information of the first guard's tomb, let's go to the sixth guard's tomb first. Fong Chun said, with our current strength, we will be in danger if we force our way to the tomb of the first guard. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded. He agreed with Fong Chun's words. All right, let's head off quickly. After a simple discussion, the two of them drew up a simple route and left quickly. Sword Tomb, Sovereign Tomb. In a mountain stream, a bearded man carried a huge sword on his back. He was resting on a green rock. There was a waterfall nearby, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Little junior brother has come to the sword tomb. Suddenly, the bearded man opened his eyes and said with a smile. He was the sixth disciple of the bone progenitor, Lin Jian. He was also Fong Chun's sixth senior brother. Among the six disciples of the bone progenitor, only Lin Jian was good at Sword Dao. He had been stuck in the divine emperor realm for a long time, so he came to the sword tomb to seek a breakthrough. I wonder how strong my little junior brother is. Lin Jian said, if there's a chance, I must meet him. However, right at that moment, a furious voice suddenly sounded. Lin Jian, you coward. A burly man appeared in front of the waterfall and glared at Lin Jian. Do you people from the Bone Palace only know how to run? Chapter 1932. Genius 1. Second, remember, love, divided by little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. When Divine Emperor Mo Long and the other two arrived, they saw the dust on the ground. Love, go little, say, true Divine Emperor Mo Shui looked around angrily, as if he was looking for something. Divine Emperor Mo Long asked, where is he? Big brother. That kid ran away. Divine Emperor Mo Shui said awkwardly. Divine Emperor Mo Long's face darkened as he clenched his fists. If the person in front of him wasn't his brother, he would definitely attack him. Trash! You can't even stop a divine king. Divine Emperor Mo Long was a bit angry. Seeing this, Divine Emperor Mo Shui hurriedly explained, Big brother, you know that kid is a disciple of the bone progenitor. He has a trump card, and he has the space-time cultivation system. It's too easy for him to escape. Divine Emperor Mo Long waved his hand to interrupt his brother. Which direction did he run to? That way, Divine Emperor Mo Shui said, pointing. After him. A few days later, Feng Chun and heaven-destroying godly emperor arrived at a mountain stream. Around the mountain stream, there were towering cliffs and cliffs that reached into the clouds, surrounded by lush flowers and plants. At first glance, they looked around. There were towering trees in the mountain stream, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. "Is this the place?" Feng Chun asked. There wasn't a single tomb within 100 miles. This was very suspicious. However, they found this place according to the information in the Black Sword. There shouldn't be any mistakes. The two quickly entered the mountain stream. Only then did they realize that the mountain stream was in a mess. It seemed that someone had fought here. Who was fighting here? Looking at the marks on the ground, the person who fought shouldn't be weak. Heaven-destroying godly emperor said in a low voice. Near the waterfall in the mountain stream, there were countless pieces of rocks. The towering trees were broken, and the lush flowers and plants were all burnt yellow. In fact, there were even cases where the stone walls on the cliff were falling off. According to the situation, Feng Chun guessed that the person who fought was at least a peak divine emperor. There's still a very sharp swordway aura in the air. Suddenly, Feng Chun's expression changed slightly. Soon after, he widened his eyes in shock. "Brother Feng, did you discover something?" Heaven-exterminating divine, sovereign hurriedly asked. "I think I know who's fighting here," Feng Chun said. "In the remnant aura in the air, I can vaguely sense the Sword Tao aura of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. There must be a divine emperor from the Sword Palace of the South Tomb among them." "What about the other one?" Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign was curious. "The other person is my sixth senior brother, Lin Jian," Feng Chun said. This was because he could sense the aura of the void cultivation system in the air. That aura could not be imitated by outsiders. In other words, before they arrived, sixth senior brother Lin Jian had already fought with the divine emperor of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Judging from the traces of the battle was very intense. The two god emperors should be equally matched. Feng Chun thought to himself. He was not worried about his sixth brother. What kind of joke was this? To kill a disciple of the bone progenitor in the same realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Your sixth senior brother?" Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign was stunned for a moment and then curled his lips. Then he stopped thinking about it and came to the bottom of the waterfall. He stood on a blue stone in the stream. "Let's see if the black sword has any clues." Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign placed the black sword in his hand. Suddenly, the black sword vibrated slightly. Then, he pointed the tip of the black sword at the bottom of the waterfall. "The tomb is inside the waterfall," Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said in surprise. Feng Chun spread his divine consciousness, trying to get closer to the waterfall. Love go little say W2, however, he was shocked to find that the waterfall could actually block his divine consciousness. There is indeed a problem. Thinking of this, Feng Chun took a step forward and came to the front of the waterfall. When he came into contact with the waterfall, he was immediately repelled by the restriction on the waterfall. Dang, dang, dang. He quickly retreated and tried his best to stabilize himself. He looked at the waterfall in surprise. The waterfall seemed to have existed since ancient times. The fact that there was such a powerful restriction on it surprised Feng Chun. "How is it?" Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign asked hurriedly. Feng Chun shook his head and said, "There is a powerful restriction on the waterfall. Let me think of a way." Feng Chun took a step forward. He came to the front of the waterfall again. He wanted to use the illusion book of time and space to travel through the waterfall, but he failed. "I'd like to see how a mere restriction can stop me." Feng Chun was a little angry. He closed his eyes, and the aura of a ray Tao spread around him. He was observing the movement of the restriction and trying to break it down from the inside. Outside the mountain stream, two divine sovereigns were strolling in the wilderness. Dust was flying around, but there was no tomb. "There is no tomb here. It's a great place to cultivate," an old man in brown said with a grin. "Maybe we can even find some treasures," the other divine sovereign said. While the two divine sovereigns were talking, they suddenly noticed the mountain stream in the distance. There's an aura fluctuation in the mountain stream. Let's go and take a look." The two divine sovereigns quickly came to the mountain stream and found Feng Chun and heaven exterminating divine sovereign. Isn't that the heaven exterminating divine sovereign? Why is he here? The old man in brown frowned. With the timid personality of the heaven exterminating divine sovereign, he wouldn't enter the sovereign tomb easily. Now that he is here, it means that there should be treasures here, the other divine sovereigns said with a hint of joy. Only when they shifted their gazes away from the heaven-destroying divine emperor did they notice Feng Chun. The kid under the waterfall is a divine king. Don't underestimate this kid. He is an absolute God array master, the old man in brown said. There is a restriction on the waterfall. He seems to be breaking it. After the old man in brown said that, he took a step forward and came to the front of the waterfall. He floated in the air and looked at Feng Chun with interest. You can become an absolute God array master at such a young age. I'm very curious, which faction's younger generation do you belong to? The brown-clothed old man asked. The divine sovereign of the celestial array family? The sword tomb, ranked second among the 5 forbidden lands, was very attractive. The two in front of him were array masters from the celestial array family. I didn't think that array masters from the celestial array family would come to the sword tomb. Feng Chun smiled. Kid, you are very talented in arrays. Why don't you join the celestial array family? The old man in brown asked. Since you are array masters from the celestial array family, you should know the sword formation divine sovereign, right? Feng Chun didn't answer. Instead, he asked, I wonder who has a higher status? The two didn't understand why Feng Chun asked that. You know the sword formation divine sovereign? Feng Chun nodded. That's right. The sword formation divine sovereign is my elder brother. He once invited me to join the celestial array family, but I rejected him. Humph! The sword formation divine sovereign personally invited you, and you rejected him? You are lying. The younger divine sovereign sneered. You two don't know yet, right? Feng Chun is a disciple of the bone progenitor. It's normal for him to reject the sword formation divine sovereign's invitation. The heaven-destroying divine sovereign said. The two divine sovereigns were shocked. They studied Feng Chun carefully. After a while, the two divine sovereigns were shocked. I didn't recognize a disciple of the bone progenitor. The old man in brown smiled. The Celestial Bone Palace and the Celestial Array family have always had a good relationship. Plus, you call the sword formation divine sovereign your brother. Then we are on the same side. Do you know what is behind the waterfall? Feng Chun sneered. The two had taken such a long detour just to know what was behind the waterfall. I don't know either. Feng Chun naturally couldn't say that it was the tomb of the demon emperor's 6th guard. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Feng Chun, although you have great potential in arrays, it will be difficult for you to break through this restriction alone. How about the 3 of us work together? The old man in brown suggested. After all, the other party was a disciple of the bone progenitor. They didn't want to kill him. After entering the waterfall, they would definitely crush him with their strength. By then, wouldn't they have the final say in all the inheritances? Because of this, the 2 of them straightforwardly chose to cooperate with Feng Chun. Sure, Feng Chun said. In fact, wasn't he just using the 2 of them? The Celestial Array family's attainments in arrays weren't something ordinary people could compare to. Perhaps the 2 of them had a way to break through this powerful restriction? He turned and gave the heaven-destroying divine sovereign a look, telling him not to be nervous. Then he looked at the 2 divine sovereigns of the Celestial Array family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1933. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Let me see what's so special about the seal on the waterfall. The brown-robed old man stepped forward and touched the waterfall gently with both hands. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out. After the 2 introduced themselves, Feng Chun learned that the brown-robed old man was called Crane Emperor and the other was called Divine Emperor Golden Array. Their positions in the Celestial Array family were on par with Divine Emperor Sword Array. They were also very strong. After a while, Crane Emperor opened his eyes. This seal is a top-notch absolute God array. It will require the 3 of us to work together to break it, Crane Emperor said. A top-notch absolute god array. Divine Emperor Golden Array was surprised. To them, a top-notch absolute god great array formation was enough to threaten a celestial emperor. Of course, it had to be an offensive type array. All right, I'm fine with it, Fong Chen agreed. It was impossible for him to break the array by himself. Why not borrow the power of the celestial array family? All right, listen to my command, Crane Emperor said. The three of them stood in front of the waterfall. Let's do it. Following Crane Emperor's command, suddenly, a wild array aura surged out from the three array masters. Then, the three completely different auras of the formation Dao gathered together and fused together for a short while. Under the control of the three, the fused array aura gradually seeped into the waterfall. Splash! A strange scene appeared. The waterfall that was flowing down was actually forcibly cut in half by the three of them. For a moment, the waterfall seemed to be frozen in midair. Buzz! A crisp sound was heard as the three array masters worked together to break the seal on the waterfall. Finally, after 15 minutes, they saw results. Crack! When the waterfall resumed its normal flow, the three of them quickly retreated. This spirit formation is truly exquisite. Crane Emperor couldn't help but exclaim. The three of them had used all their strength, but only managed to break a small corner of the array. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that the array had lost most of its spirituality due to its age, we wouldn't have been able to break it, Divine Emperor Golden Array said. Fong Chun was also shaken, but not like the two god kings of the Celestial Array clan. He knew in advance that behind this waterfall was the tomb of the Devil Emperor's sixth guard. Therefore, the powerful restriction on the waterfall was within his expectations. I've finally cracked open a small corner. Let's go in, said the Crane Emperor. He couldn't wait to enter the waterfall and explore. Let's go. The Divine Emperor Gold Array and the Crane Emperor entered the waterfall one after another. Voila! Heaven exterminating godly sovereign rushed over swiftly. Damn it, I'll let those two fellas take advantage of me. Fong Chun said, there must be a mystery hidden within the waterfall. There might be danger, so it was not a bad idea to let the two of them take the lead. Besides, we have the Black Sword in our hands. Are we afraid that we won't be able to obtain the sixth protector's inheritance? Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, the heaven-destroying godly sovereign calmed down. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour outside the waterfall, Fong Chun said softly, it's time. Then, Fong Chun and the heaven-destroying godly emperor entered the waterfall. During the period when Fong Chun entered the sword tomb, some shocking things happened in the divine world. The six supreme god kings had always been the strongest among the supreme god kings. However, not long ago, Fong Chun killed Miehi and obtained the title of Supreme God King of Destruction. After Fong Chun entered the sword tomb, a mysterious expert appeared out of nowhere and killed the Supreme God King of Destiny with absolute strength. The title of Supreme God King of Destiny had changed hands. When this news spread, it caused an uproar in the entire divine world. After various forces inquired about it, they came to a terrifying conclusion. The new Supreme God King of Destiny did not belong to any forces in the divine world. He was an itinerant cultivator. This was even more shocking. An itinerant cultivator could actually kill the Supreme God King of Destiny. How powerful was his combat strength? What was even more terrifying was that some people had seen the battle between the old and new Supreme God Kings of Destiny. That battle formation was simply too terrifying. Everyone was guessing who the Supreme God King of Destiny was. However, after obtaining the title of Supreme God King of Destiny, this person seemed to have disappeared from the divine world. The Supreme God King of Destiny also changed owners. At the same time, all over the divine world, the other four Supreme God Kings also came out of seclusion one after another. In their hearts, there were complicated changes. Two Supreme God Kings' titles changed owners in succession. This made the remaining four Supreme God Kings somewhat worried. Looks like I need to speed up my cultivation. Not long after the four Supreme God Kings came out of seclusion, they met once and then went into seclusion again. The storm in the divine world would never end. Skybone Palace, Destruction Mansion, Supreme God King of Destiny. Fong Chen's clone muttered to himself, could it be? Sword Tomb, Emperor's Tomb. No one knew how many years it had been since anyone dared to step into the Emperor's Tomb. Because the Emperor's Tomb represented death. Once one entered the Emperor's Tomb, they would die without a doubt. However, on this day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the Emperor's Tomb. In the center of the Emperor's Tomb, on an altar, a black-robed man sat cross-legged. In the sky, dark clouds were dense, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Terrifying lightning bombarded the black-robed man's body. Crash! Suddenly, the black-robed man opened his eyes. Two substantial light beams shot out from his eyes, penetrating through the void and landing on a tomb not too far away. Immediately, the tomb was smashed into pieces. Even the God Emperor wraiths within the tomb were blasted apart. I can sense that I am about to succeed. A slight ripple appeared on the black-robed man's face that was as calm as an ancient well. He was extremely excited. For the sake of this plan, he had hidden it for many years. The moment the plan was completed, he would become the strongest God Emperor in the divine world. I, God Emperor Swordless, and the strongest God Emperor in the divine world. I want to become a cosmos god and unify the entire divine world. The black-robed man was the master of Southern Tomb's Sword Palace, God Emperor Swordless. It was rumored in the divine world that God Emperor Swordless was able to break through to the God Emperor realm because he walked out of the Emperor's tomb alive. After that, he became one of the 10 strongest God Emperors. He created the Southern Tomb Sword Palace and placed it beside the Sword Tomb. As a result, the Sword Tomb became the training ground for the God Emperor of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. However, for so many years, no one knew. The reason why the Southern Tomb Sword Palace was built beside the Sword Tomb was not to train God Emperors. Only God Emperor Swordless knew the true reason. Disperse. God Emperor Swordless raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky. He spat out a single word. At that moment, the sky regained its clarity. The commotion within the Emperor's tomb gradually calmed down. Voila! Behind God Emperor Swordless, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Teacher, how is it? God Emperor of Death asked with cupped fists. That's right, teacher. I feel that your plan is about to succeed. Why did you suddenly stop? Black Emperor was slightly puzzled. I felt that there were some flaws in the plan, so I stopped it. God Emperor Swordless indifferently said, wait until I perfect the plan. That will be the day I succeed. Teacher will definitely succeed. The 2 disciples cupped their fists. Even though they were God Emperors, they were afraid of their teacher, God Emperor Swordless. During this period of time, protect me and don't let me be disturbed by the outside world. God Emperor Swordless said solemnly. Rest assured, with us senior disciples around, no one can disturb teacher. Black Emperor said confidently. God Emperor Swordless nodded. He then suddenly asked, Death, I know that you are still thinking about the revenge of your disciple, but I have to remind you that your avatar must not enter the Sword Tomb recklessly. Teacher, I understand. God Emperor of Death respectfully replied. Under normal circumstances, those who broke through to the God Emperor realm with avatars would usually choose to fuse with their true body, because there was a saying amongst the higher-ups in the divine realm. God Emperors who had avatars could never become cosmos gods. Nevertheless, God Emperor of Death was determined to leave behind an avatar for the sake of pursuing the pinnacle of strength. This resulted in God Emperor of Death being much stronger than other God Emperors of the same realm. But others did not dare to take such a risk. Actually, the majority of heavenly gods in the divine realm found it troublesome. They would fuse with their avatars when they became true gods. Avatars were only useful in the early stages of cultivation. Wait until my plan succeeds. You can act as you wish. Even if you want to deal with him publicly, it's fine too. God Emperor Swordless said. If Bone Progenitor acts, I'll stop him. Chapter 1934. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. There was another world inside the waterfall. When Feng Chun and the heaven-destroying godly emperor entered, they realized that it was actually a fortress. Gosh, as expected of the demon emperor's bodyguard, a tomb was actually built into a battle fortress. The heaven-destroying godly emperor looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. His words were full of praise for the demon emperor's sixth bodyguard. They were now inside the battle fortress. Feng Chun saw the crane emperor and the golden array godly emperor attacking a stone door with all their might. Feng Chun looked around and instantly saw a stone tablet in front of them. There were some small words carved on the tablet. Look, there are words here. Feng Chun suddenly noticed the stone tablet and hurried over. He looked at the stone tablet and instantly saw the information about the battle fortress. According to the stone tablet, this is indeed the tomb of the demon emperor's sixth bodyguard. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded excitedly. Feng Chun frowned. According to the information on the stone tablet, the sixth bodyguard deliberately left this behind. The battle fortress was bestowed to him by the demon emperor when he followed him and made great contributions. Before the sixth protector died, he built his tomb in the sword catacomb and then placed the battle fortress there. There were a total of 9 stone doors in the battle fortress. Every sword cultivator who entered the waterfall had one chance to choose a stone door. If they made the wrong choice, they would be teleported out. In other words, only one of the 9 stone doors led to the tomb of the sixth bodyguard. Feng Chun looked at the crane emperor in front of him. The crane emperor was attacking the first stone door. He seemed to be sure that the tomb of the sixth bodyguard was behind the stone door. Crane emperor, are you sure that the tomb of the sixth bodyguard is behind the first stone door? The golden array godly emperor was trembling with excitement. Before entering the waterfall, they didn't know that the tomb of the sixth bodyguard of the demon emperor was here. According to my deduction, the tomb is most likely behind the first stone door. The crane emperor's eyes were filled with greed as he said, if we can really enter the tomb of the sixth protector, we might be able to find some traces of the demon emperor's tomb. At that time, the divine emperor Goldaray also knew what the crane empress meant without saying anything. His eyes were burning as he stared at the first stone door. Ha ha! If we can really get news of the demon emperor's tomb, we might be able to step into the legendary celestial emperor realm. The golden array deity emperor laughed. However, the crane emperor glanced thoughtfully at Feng Chun and the heaven-exterminating divine emperor before the boulder. The devil emperor's information is of great importance, so the information here cannot be leaked, the crane emperor said in a low voice. The golden array divine emperor nodded. He understood what the crane emperor meant. Then he took a step forward and arrived before the stone tablet. The two of you, this is the territory of the celestial array family. Please leave quickly, the golden array divine emperor said with a half smile. What a joke. We were the ones who found it. How did it become the celestial array family's territory? The heaven-exterminating divine emperor said disdainfully. Whoosh! The golden array divine emperor immediately set up an absolute god formation, trapping Feng Chun and the heaven-exterminating divine emperor inside. Since you won't cooperate, then die. The golden array divine emperor entered the formation and looked at the two coldly. Only the dead can keep information a secret forever. Feng Chun had expected this. After all, the tomb of the sixth protector was related to the battle fortress, and there was information about the devil emperor's tomb. No divine emperor would let it go easily. Therefore, Feng Chun was prepared. Just as the golden array divine emperor was about to attack, Feng Chun's figure disappeared into the void, taking the heaven-exterminating divine emperor with him. Golden array divine emperor, don't you think too highly of yourself? Feng Chun's voice came from the battle fortress, echoing so loudly that the golden array divine emperor couldn't tell the direction. Damn it, the golden array divine emperor finally realized that the other party was a disciple of the Sky Bone Palace. Crane Emperor, help me, the golden array divine emperor said. The golden array divine emperor nodded and waved his hand, sealing the entrance with an absolute god formation. The crane emperor sneered. So what if he's a disciple of the Sky Bone Palace? He's hiding in the void. We can't find him, but the formation can. I've already sealed the exit. As soon as he touches the formation, we'll be the first to discover him. Next, I'll set up the blazing origin incineration formation and search inch by inch. I don't believe he can hide in the void forever, the Crane Emperor said eerily. The golden array divine Emperor grinned. Crane Emperor, once you set up the blazing origin incineration formation, that kid will die no matter how capable he is. This was the sword catacomb. Even if they killed Fang Chun, the bone progenitor wouldn't know. Besides, even if they knew, what could they do? It was a fair competition. The bone progenitor wouldn't lower itself to attack the divine emperors. Moreover, the Sky Array family also had a powerful divine emperor. Step to the side for now. As soon as the Crane Emperor finished speaking, he raised his palm. Instantly, a raging fire appeared. In an instant, the fire covered the entire battle fortress. Then, the Crane Emperor was surrounded by a formation aura that completely covered the fire. Finally, the blazing origin incineration formation was set up under the Crane Emperor's command. The vast formation stood in the void and scanned the interior of the battle fortress bit by bit. As long as there were energy fluctuations, the blazing origin incineration formation would scan it. In the void, the heaven-destroying divine emperor was a little nervous. Fang Chun, the blazing origin incineration formation, is too strong. Can you resist it? The heaven-destroying divine emperor asked. The blazing origin incineration formation seals the void and freezes time. Once enveloped by it, one's primordial spirit will be refined in minutes. It's considered very powerful among absolute god-level formations, Fang Chun said to himself. I didn't expect the Crane Emperor to be able to set up such a formation. It wasn't without reason that the Sky Array family had been able to stand among the top 7 forces for countless years. Although my time and space phantasm demonic book can change its position infinitely, it will definitely cause some subtle energy fluctuations. Besides, the interior of the battle fortress isn't big. It'll be discovered by the blazing origin incineration formation sooner or later, Fang Chun said. Then what should we do? Should we fight it out with them? The heaven-destroying divine emperor asked. Fang Chun shook his head. If he was alone, he would have given it a try. With the heaven-destroying divine emperor around, the chances of winning were slim. Although the gold array divine emperor's strength was similar to the heaven-destroying divine emperor, the former was an absolute god-level formation master and could trap the heaven-destroying divine emperor in minutes. Once he killed the heaven-destroying divine emperor, it would be troublesome if the two formation masters attacked him together. Moreover, his target was the tomb of the Six Guard. He didn't want to give up. Right now, we need to lock onto the tomb of the Six Guard before the blazing origin incineration formation scans over, Fang Chun said to himself. Take out your black sword. Hearing this, the heaven-destroying divine emperor hurriedly took out his black sword. Activate the black sword and see if it can sense anything, Fang Chun said. The heaven-destroying divine emperor activated the black sword according to Fang Chun's instructions. However, to his disappointment, the black sword didn't give him any guidance. Fang Chun's gaze swept across the 9 stone doors. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. It doesn't seem to be working, the heaven-destroying divine emperor said bitterly. Fang Chun shook his head. There must be a mistake somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. He took the black sword from the heaven-destroying divine emperor's hand. Suddenly, the golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chun closed his eyes and carefully sensed the interaction between the black sword and the golden heart. Buzz. A faintly discernible aura flowed out of the black sword and finally entered the golden heart. At this moment, Fang Chun noticed a very inconspicuous detail. Just a moment ago, some dust suddenly fell off the 6 stone door of the incomparably silent 9 great stone doors. Fang Chun abruptly opened his eyes and stared at the 6 stone door. Fang Chun, are you saying that the tomb of the Six Guard is inside the 6 stone door? The heaven-destroying divine emperor shook his head and said, I don't think that's possible. He's a Six Guard. he wouldn't be stupid enough to put his tomb inside the 6th stone door. If that's the case, what's the point of making these 9 stone doors? Feng Chun ignored the heaven-destroying divine emperor's words and focused on the 6th stone door. The golden heart and the black sword were still communicating and absorbing each other's aura. After a long while, Feng Chun handed the black sword to the heaven-destroying divine emperor. Prepare to break out. Chapter 1935. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. Shoah Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The more impossible something was, the more likely it was to happen. Just like how he did not choose to leave Riverheart Island when he was discovered by the Supreme Being. His idea was that the most dangerous place was the safest place. It was precisely because everyone thought that this tomb belonged to the 6th guard of the Demon Emperor that he would not build his own tomb behind the 6th stone door. However, this was also the brilliance of the 6th protector. Of course, a large part of the reason was the black sword and the golden heart. After hearing Feng Chun's words, heaven-destroying godly emperor was stunned, then overjoyed. "I'm ready," said heaven-destroying godly emperor. "In a while, I'll use the time-space phantasm demon book to send you to the 6th stone door. Stab the black sword through the door and open it," said Feng Chun. Heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded and held the black sword tightly, ready to do anything. At this moment, the blazing origin incineration formation was approaching Feng Chun. The latter could feel the extremely dense flame energy in the blazing origin incineration formation. "Crane Emperor, did you find anything?" asked Golden Array, godly emperor anxiously. After all, this was related to the Demon Emperor. How could he not be anxious? "Soon," said Crane Emperor as he continued to control the blazing origin incineration formation to search. All of a sudden, Feng Chun's figure appeared in the corner. "Where are you?" Golden Array, godly emperor, was the first to discover him and quickly launched a thunderous attack on Feng Chun. Crane Emperor was also controlling the blazing origin incineration formation to surround Feng Chun. "Kid, not hiding anymore?" Crane Emperor sneered. "Humph, the two of you are not worthy of my hiding." Feng Chun sneered, his face full of arrogance. "You're courting death." While Feng Chun was luring the two of them, heaven-destroying godly emperor had quietly arrived at the 6th stone door. Following Feng Chun's method, he quickly stabbed the black sword into the stone door. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. The stone door opened quickly. Seeing this, heaven-destroying godly emperor sent a message to Feng Chun and quickly jumped into the stone door. "Oh no, he's creating a diversion." The Crane Emperor and the Divine Emperor of Golden Array were shocked when they realized that the stone door had opened. Immediately, they rushed towards the stone door without a second thought. However, how could their speed be faster than space-time cultivators? In the blink of an eye, Feng Chun arrived in front of the 6th stone door. Raising his head, he smiled at the two god emperors who were rushing towards him. "Damn bastard!" The Divine Emperor of Gold Array roared furiously. The black sword in his hand should be the key to opening the stone door. Damn it! The 6th stone door should be where the 6th guard's tomb is. Then what should we do? Are we going to let him get it? Golden Array, godly emperor, said unwillingly. Crane Emperor sneered. "We'll wait here. I don't believe he won't come out. Once he comes out, the two of us will trap him in the formation. At that time, everything he obtains will be ours. For the inheritance of the Demon Emperor, even if he's a disciple of the Bone Progenitor, we'll kill him." Golden Array, godly emperor, bared his teeth. Behind a stone door was a stone room. Feng Chun and heaven-destroying godly emperor stood in the stone room. Their eyes narrowed. In front of them was a very ordinary tomb. They could tell that the soil of the tomb had been baptized by the passage of time. There was a tombstone in front of the tomb. On it was written, "Tomb of the 6th Guard of the Demon Emperor." It really is the tomb of the 6th Guard. Heaven-destroying godly emperor was very excited. Buzz! The black sword in Feng Chun's hand vibrated. Then, the black sword uncontrollably flew into the air and landed on top of the tomb. At the same time, a faint shadow gradually formed in the tomb. The faint shadow reached out and gently held the black sword. There was a peaceful smile on his face, as if he was happy to see an old friend. I didn't expect to see you again after so many years. The shadow spoke. His voice was full of vicissitudes. The black sword hummed, as if it was responding to the shadow. Is this the vengeful spirit of the sixth guard? Fang Chen was shocked. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The sixth guard was at the peak of the divine emperor realm. His vengeful spirit couldn't be underestimated. However, to his surprise, the vengeful spirit of the sixth guard slowly raised his head and looked at Fang Chen and heaven destroying godly emperor. A little guy in the divine king realm? The sixth guard was surprised. However, he soon calmed down. The black sword is my keepsake. Since the two of you have it and have come here, you can receive my inheritance. Heaven destroying godly emperor and Fang Chen were secretly delighted. Senior, Fang Chen wanted to say something, but was stopped by the sixth guard. After the 9 of us died, the 9 black swords were scattered in the outside world. The sixth guard said slowly, whoever can gather all 9 black swords will be able to open the passage to my master's tomb. He may even receive the inheritance that my master left behind. Since you have my black swords, you can be considered as the true gods that I have recommended. I hope you can receive the inheritance well. The moment you receive the inheritance, I will tell you the information about the demon emperor and the black swords. The sixth guard said, whoosh. After the sixth guard finished speaking, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a large amount of sword chi appeared in his tomb. These sword chis contained a tyrannical corrosive power. Creation sword chi? Fang Chen recognized the sword chi at a glance. He immediately understood that the sixth guard was a creation sword cultivator. The dense sword chi formed 3 big words in the air. Tianke sword. Tianke sword? Heaven-destroying godly emperor opened his eyes wide in confusion. Senior, what is this? Heaven-destroying godly emperor asked. Back then, the demon emperor imparted a sword move to each of the 9 guards. This is the move that I have learned. The sixth guard explained, this move is called Tianke sword. Only by mastering it will one be qualified to become my master's successor candidate. Of course, not everyone is qualified to become a successor candidate. This move seems simple, but is actually very difficult. Back then, it took me 1,000,000 years to cultivate this move. The sixth guard said, however, the move that you are seeing now is a weakened version that I have improved. As long as you can master it within a year, you will pass. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. This should be the sixth guard's test for the latecomers, right? Mastering the Tianke sword in a year? Senior, will people from the outside world come in during this time? Fang Chen asked. This was the question that he was most concerned about. Once the godly emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace and the godly emperor of the Celestial Array family joined forces, would the stone door be able to withstand them? The sixth guard shook his head. Although I have already fallen, these old bones still have some power. It's impossible for those brats outside to enter without my permission. You can cultivate without worry. I will come and test you after a year. With that, the sixth guard disappeared. The tomb returned to silence again. However, the ball of light formed by the Tianke sword entered their minds. Begin cultivating. Heaven-destroying godly emperor sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. This was an excellent opportunity that he could not miss. Interesting. Fang Chen checked the Tianke sword and smiled brightly. This Tianke sword gave him a very profound feeling. I hope I can master it within a year. With the golden heart, Fang Chen was quite confident. Outside the stone door, the Crane Emperor and the Golden Array Godly Emperor had set up no less than 10 absolute god formations. They had even set up a chain of formations to prevent Fang Chen from using the Phantasm Demon Book of Time and Space to escape. After doing all this, the Crane Emperor sneered. Humph! Under such circumstances, even a godly emperor would not be able to leave quietly. A mere godly emperor would not be able to escape. That's right. If he can escape like this, then I have nothing to say. The 2 godly emperors were very confident in their absolute god formations. Chapter 1936. Genius 1, second, remember love, divided by, go divided by a little. we provide you with interesting novels to read. Inside the stone room, in front of the grave of the sixth protector, Love Go Little Say Webku Fong Chun and the heaven-destroying godly emperor sat cross-legged with sword aura surrounding them. Both of them were comprehending the Tian-Ke sword. A year's time was a little tight, especially for the heaven-destroying godly emperor. His sword principle attainments weren't that strong, and his potential wasn't that outstanding. Naturally, he wouldn't give up on such a rare opportunity. He had to give it his all. Compared to Fong Chun, it was much easier. The golden heart was imperceptibly changing the potential of his sword Dao. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the person with the strongest sword principle potential below the Emperor God level in the entire divine world. At that moment, Fong Chen's mind was filled with information about the Tian-Ke sword. Tian-Ke sword. Interesting. Fong Chen grinned. He didn't expect this move to be combined with some creation-type sword principle divine skills. While attacking the enemy, it could also heal one's injuries. Fong Chen was very happy about that. For the next long period of time, he naturally cultivated the Tian-Ke sword. He didn't cultivate like the heaven-destroying godly emperor right from the start. Instead, he studied the details of the Tian-Ke sword. He used a whole month to study the Tian-Ke sword thoroughly before he started to cultivate it. This way, he was very familiar with the cultivation process. The golden heart was also helping him to comprehend the Tian-Ke sword. In short, Fong Chen was in the right place at the right time. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The heaven-destroying godly emperor still had no clue about the Tian-Ke sword, but Fong Chen already had a breakthrough. One day, Fong Chen opened his eyes and stood up. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and quickly swung it. This move was different from the immemorial soul refining art. It formed a milky white sword light in the sky and kept revolving. Fong Chen could clearly feel that when the milky white sword light was revolving, it was actually absorbing the real God power in the universe on its own accord. After that, it went into Fong Chen's body. Impressive indeed. Although Fong Chen only had a preliminary idea, he could already sense the terrifying power of the heavenly scarce sword. However, there are still some flaws. I need to master it thoroughly before I can unleash its full power, Fong Chen said to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Time and time again, he tried again and again. After 9 months, Fong Chen finally mastered the Tian-Ke sword technique. When he used the heavenly deficient sword, the entire stone chamber shook, as if it was about to collapse. The heavenly deficient sword is indeed very powerful. With my current strength, if I use the Tian-Ke sword with all my strength, it won't be a problem for me to deal with godly emperor demon blood, Fong Chen thought to himself. If he were to make a move now, it would be very easy for him to deal with the celestial or Ray clan's god kings. I wonder if I can use this opportunity to break through to the divine emperor realm, Fong Chen said to himself. There is a fundamental difference between the divine king realm and the divine emperor realm. Divine runes of order flickered around Fong Chen as he attempted to break through. However, ended in failure after a short while. It seems that it will be difficult to break through to the divine emperor realm. Fong Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Whoosh! The sixth guard appeared once again. When he looked at Fong Chen, there was clearly a hint of excitement in his eyes. You have mastered the Tian-Ke sword technique in 7 months. Your potential in sword principle is very good. As he spoke, the sixth guard shook his wrist and returned the black sword to Fong Chen's hand. However, after being refined by the sixth guard, the black sword was completely different from before. This black sword contains some information about the Demon Emperor's tomb. When you gather all 9 black swords and enter the tomb, the information will automatically enter your mind, the sixth guard said with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. The sixth guard waved his hand and said, You don't have to do this. It is my honor to recommend such a monstrous genius like you. I sincerely hope that you can become the successor of the Demon Emperor. I will do my best, Fong Chen said. The sixth guard glanced at the heaven-destroying divine emperor and continued, since you have comprehended the Tian-K sword technique, there are some things that I should let you know. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he listened attentively. You should know that my tomb is built in a battle fortress, the 6 guard said. Back then, the Demon Emperor gave each of the 9 guards a battle fortress. Of course, this battle fortress is the lowest level battle fortress. In that case, my battle fortress will definitely be fought over if it is placed in the outside world, the 6 guard said. Fang Chen nodded. He believed the 6th guard's words. Battle fortress. From its name, one could tell that it was something that could only be used in war. If a battle fortress was placed in a city, the city would instantly become impregnable. Even a divine Emperor realm expert would not be able to destroy it. Senior, are there different levels of battle fortresses? Fang Chun asked curiously. Battle fortresses are extremely terrifying weapons. Even in the deity world, almost no one can refine them. The 6 guard's eyes became blurry as he said this. He sighed in his heart. To refine a battle fortress, one must be a heaven-piercing blacksmith. Fang Chen's mind exploded. He was also shocked by the 6 guard's words. To refine a battle fortress, one must be a heaven-piercing blacksmith. Others might not know, but he was very clear about how powerful a heaven-piercing blacksmith was. Blacksmiths were divided into extraordinary, saint, absolute God, and heaven-piercing blacksmith. Extraordinary could refine deity weapons, saint could refine heavenly deity weapons, and absolute God could refine true God weapons. Currently, in the entire deity world, the strongest blacksmith was only at the absolute God realm. There was not a single heaven-piercing blacksmith. Heaven-piercing blacksmith was an existence that could refine cosmos spiritual treasures. Furthermore, from another perspective, a heaven-piercing blacksmith was comparable to a cosmos god. This, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Was the Devil Emperor a heaven-piercing blacksmith? Were these battle fortresses created by the Devil Emperor? A series of questions appeared in Fang Chen's mind. There are 3 grades of battle fortresses: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Simple and clear, but very crude. The 6 guard said, under normal circumstances, an elementary battle fortress can be barely refined by a peak absolute god blacksmith, but they can't refine more than a few in their lifetime. As for intermediate and advanced, only heaven-piercing blacksmith can refine them. The 6th guard said, that year, Sir Devil Emperor coincidentally obtained the inheritance of a cosmos god, and thus obtained 9 elementary battle fortresses and 1 intermediate battle fortress. But they were all broken. But Sir Devil Emperor himself was a peak absolute god blacksmith, and after billions of years of repair, he finally repaired them. Hearing this, Fang Chun finally understood. The Devil Emperor was really too powerful. With 9 elementary battle fortresses and 1 intermediate battle fortress, he could already sweep across the entire deity world. But after the shock, another question appeared in Fang Chen's mind. How did such a powerful Devil Emperor fall? Refine the tombstone in front of my tomb, and you can control the entire battle fortress, the 6 guard said. Fang Chun was ecstatic. He didn't expect the 6 guard to give him the battle fortress. Thank you, senior. The 6 guard waved his hand and lightly tapped on Fang Chen's forehead. Immediately, a large amount of information flowed into his mind. Fang Chun quickly received the information and walked in front of the tomb. He placed his hands on the tombstone and began to refine it. After obtaining the 6th guard's approval, he completely refined the tombstone in 15 minutes. Fang Chun could feel that he could control the battle fortress with his mind. Brat, if you have the chance, take the other 8 battle forts as well. It will be very beneficial for you. The 6th guard sighed and said, the sky is about to change. In the near future, the celestial realm will definitely be in chaos. You have to improve your cultivation as soon as possible. Senior, do you know something? Fang Chun asked, but the 6th guard didn't answer him and just shook his head. Fang Chun was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, heaven-destroying godly emperor woke up. Heaven-destroying godly emperor seemed to have encountered some problems in his cultivation. A deafening sound came from his body, and his clothes were torn apart. He was in a sorry state. Damn it, I was so close. Fong Chun heard heaven-destroying godly emperor's complaining voice. Chapter 1937. Genius 1, second, remember, love, divided by little. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. You have failed. Love go little say, true, the voice of the sixth guard was heard. He was very calm. He did not feel helpless because of heaven-destroying godly emperor's failure, because he had found the best candidate for the successor. Sigh. Heaven-destroying godly emperor looked a little helpless. He shrugged and looked at Fong Chun. How is it, brother? I can tell from your expression that you have succeeded. Fong Chun nodded slightly. The sixth guard smiled and gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. All right, you two can leave now, the sixth guard said. His body seemed to be fading away. Senior, Fong Chun wanted to ask more questions, but was stopped by the sixth guard. What do you want to know? Go and explore the tomb of the demon emperor. After saying that, the sixth guard's body became fainter. My mission has been completed. This last trace of obsession will also vanish like smoke in thin air. Fong Chun and heaven-destroying godly emperor cupped their fists and thanked the sixth guard. However, the sixth guard's next words made Fong Chun stagger. All right, I forgot to tell you. Although you have control of the battle fortress, you can't use it to attack others before you reach the Divine Emperor realm. It can only be used for defense. Fong Chun felt helpless when he heard that. But you don't have to be discouraged. When you reach the Divine Emperor realm and have enough divine spiritual crystal souls, you will be able to use the battle fortress. The sixth guard's body disappeared completely. Fong Chun and heaven-destroying godly emperor looked at each other. The latter's eyes were filled with excitement. Brother, you are amazing. You even got the battle fortress? Fong Chun did not hide anything from heaven-destroying godly emperor and told him about the situation briefly. Heaven-destroying godly emperor's admiration for Fong Chun was endless like the Yellow River. Let's go out first, Fong Chun said. Those two guys must have set up an inescapable net to wait for us. Heaven-destroying godly emperor was a little worried. Have you forgotten where we are? Fong Chun asked. Hearing this, heaven-destroying divine emperor came to his senses and laughed wildly. These two fellows want to kill us. Watch how I deal with them. Outside the stone door were layers upon layers of Supreme God-level spell formations, all set up in anticipation of Fong Chun's arrival. Crane Emperor, it's already been more than 7 months. Why is there no movement at all? Asked the Divine Emperor of the Gold Array. The Divine Emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace seems to have noticed this place recently. Wait a little longer, don't rush. Our array formation should be able to confuse the other deity emperors for a period of time. Crane's sovereign sat on the ground with his eyes closed and said indifferently, for the inheritance of the Devil Emperor, he would capture Fong Chun at all costs. Rumble. Just as the two of them were talking, the stone door suddenly opened. The Crane Emperor abruptly opened his eyes, and his gaze landed on the open stone door. Fong Chun and heaven-destroying Divine Emperor walked out calmly. They're out. The Divine Emperor of the Gold Array rushed to the stone door and stopped Fong Chun and heaven-destroying Divine Emperor. Brat, how dare you come out? The Divine Emperor of the Gold Array said coldly. The Crane Emperor stood up and grinned. His eyes were sinister as he said, Brat, how do you feel? The moment Fong Chun appeared, layers upon layers of Supreme God-level spell formations had already been activated. I don't feel anything. Fong Chun shrugged. You're just putting on a show. In order to capture you, I've put in a lot of effort. I've set up a large number of Supreme God-level spell formations here. I've even set up a chain of spell formations. This is to restrict your escape, the Crane Emperor said confidently. Even if you're a space-time cultivator, you'll have no choice but to surrender when you're trapped in my spell formations. Heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's expression changed slightly when he heard the Crane Emperor's words. Fong Chun, on the other hand, looked indifferent. You think you can trap me with such little tricks? Fong Chun sneered and said disdainfully, Let's not talk about the fact that I'm a space-time cultivator. Even if I wasn't, what can you do to me? Don't forget, you're both Supreme God-level spell formations masters. So am I. A mere chain of spell formations is useless against me, Feng Chun. At this moment, Feng Chun displayed his strong confidence. The two divine emperors were thoroughly enraged by Feng Chen's words. The divine emperor of the gold array sneered. Brat, are you still trying to win a battle of words at this point? Do you know the celestial array family? Do you know the spell formations masters of the celestial array family? Oh, I almost forgot. You've only lived for a few years. You probably haven't even figured out the top forces of the realm of the gods. You were lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by the bone progenitor. You think you can be so arrogant? How pathetic. If I were you, I would have surrendered. Are the spell formations masters of the celestial array family that powerful? Then why didn't the celestial array emperor dare to be too presumptuous when he saw my master, the bone progenitor? Feng Chun slapped the divine emperor in the face. You're courting death. Is the celestial array emperor someone you can speak to? Hurry up and hand over the inheritance of the sixth guard. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces. The crane emperor scolded. Your so-called powerful spell formations are nothing but trash in my eyes. They can't trap me. If I want to leave, which one of you can stop me? Feng Chun spread his hands and said. The heaven-exterminating divine emperor behind him spoke at the right time. Both of you, seeing that your spell formations masters of the celestial array family, my brother doesn't want to kill you. Don't push him too far. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you order the celestial array family around? The divine emperor of the gold array scolded. Who in the realm of the gods doesn't know that you, heaven-exterminating divine emperor, are as cowardly as a mouse? If you hadn't been hiding in the sword catacomb, you would have been destroyed by your enemies. It's fine if others say it, but you, heaven-exterminating divine emperor, dare to say it too? Birds of a feather flocked together. Two pieces of trash gathered together and emboldened each other. What a miracle! The golden array divine emperor ignored the two and continued to mock them. In his eyes, Feng Chun was already a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could escape. Now, the reason he hadn't made a move yet was to force him to hand over the inheritance. That way, it would save him a lot of trouble. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Feng Chun said, just as he was about to control the battle fortress. An unimaginable attack came from outside the waterfall. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a corner of the seal was already broken. In addition to the powerful attack, it was instantly invaded by outsiders. Asterisk huff, huff, huff. Asterisk 4 silhouettes emerged from the waterfall and arrived at this place. Divine Emperor Mo Long. The Crane Emperor recognized the 4. The leader was the Divine Emperor Mo Long of the 27 Sword Emperors. Kid, you're really here. The Divine Emperor Mo Long's eyes turned scarlet when he saw Feng Chun. Killing intent surged from his body. Kid, I'd like to see how you're going to escape from us today. The one who spoke was the Divine Emperor Mo Shui. He hated Feng Chun very much. Divine Emperor Mo Shui, what's the meaning of this? The Crane Emperor asked. So it's the Crane Emperor and the Golden Array Divine Emperor of the Tianjin family. Only then did the Demon Dragon Divine Emperor pay attention to the two of them. We're here to capture Feng Chun. Divine Emperor Mo Long. This kid has some grudges with our Tianjin family. We want to bring him back to the Tianjin family. The Crane Emperor said, Crane Emperor, I'll make it clear to you. It's the Death Emperor's order to capture this kid. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. I don't want to be your enemy. The Divine Emperor Mo Long said. The Crane Emperor's expression changed. This Divine Emperor Mo Long wasn't giving him any face. Feng Chun had the inheritance of the Sixth Guard. He definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Feng Chun is someone the Tianjin Emperor wants. If you want to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. In an instant, the two sides were at daggers drawn. The atmosphere was very heavy. Interesting, interesting. Feng Chun clapped his hands and said, both of you want to take me away, but I can only go with one of you. Who should I choose? This was a question worth pondering. Why don't you two have a duel first? Feng Chun smiled. The Divine Emperor Mo Long glanced at Feng Chun, then looked at the Crane Emperor. Although this kid is trying to incite discord, he does have a point. If neither of us is willing to back down, then we can only have a duel. The Crane Emperor's face was pale. This was the sword mount. It was like the back garden of the South Tomb Sword Palace. How could he and the Golden Array Divine Emperor fight against the Divine Emperor Mo Long and the others? However, since things had already come to this, there was no other way. Fang Chun and the heaven-destroying Divine Sovereign stood there quietly, watching the show with a mocking expression. Fight! When both of you are injured, I'll take your lives. Chapter 1938. Genius 1. Second, remember, love, divided by little. I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Before this, the Crane Emperor had already used a formation to completely hide the stone tablet and the interior of the battle fortress. Love go little, say W. Chu, therefore, the demonic dragon Divine Emperor and the others had no idea what was going on. They only wanted to capture Fang Chun and bring him back to the Death God Emperor. The two sides had a dispute because of Fang Chun, and neither side was willing to back down. Therefore, they could only fight. Crane Emperor, are you really not going to back down? The demonic dragon Divine Emperor said coldly. If they really had to fight, although they had absolute confidence, they would still be injured because of it. After all, the other side was also two absolute God formation masters. They could not be underestimated. Moreover, they were formation masters of the celestial array family. They had to be extra careful. There is a saying in the God realm that one should never underestimate the absolute God formation masters of the celestial array family. Otherwise, one would regret it. The demonic dragon Divine Emperor had fought with the Crane Emperor before. He naturally knew the Crane Emperor's methods. Therefore, he did not want to fight the Crane Emperor unless it was absolutely necessary. But the Celestial Array Emperor also personally asked us to bring her back. The Crane Emperor spread his hands, his attitude firm. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say, the demonic blood Divine Emperor said. However, before the Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace could do anything, the Crane Emperor and the Divine Emperor of the Gold Array formation instantly covered the entire battle fortress. Oh no, let's work together to break this formation, the demonic dragon Divine Emperor said. After that, the battle was about to begin. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle were deafening. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chun had been watching coldly from the side. Brother Fang, when do you plan to attack? The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor asked. Fang Chun raised his eyebrows and said, If I capture all of them, won't I have a few Divine Emperor realm servants? The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor was shocked. This was not a joke. He hurriedly advised, Brother Fang, you have to think carefully. Let's not talk about whether you have a way to control them. Even if you do, you may not be able to control them. They are Divine Emperors. If you really control them, you will offend the Celestial Array clan and the South Tomb Sword Palace. Fang Chun nodded and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He wanted to control it, but he had no way to do so. The only way was to keep them in the fortress and make them submit in the future. Thinking of this, Fang Chun made his move. He secretly activated the battle fort, and a rumbling sound was heard. The indestructible absolute God-level array formation was instantly shattered. The formation has shattered. Ha ha! Crane Emperor, I'd like to see how you're going to defend against our attacks. The eyes of Godly Emperor Demon Blood and the other three who were attacking the formation flashed with cold, killing intent when they saw the formation shatter. The Crane Emperor and the Divine Gold Array Emperor appeared before the four of them in an instant. A trace of panic flashed across their eyes. What's going on? Who's helping them? The Divine Gold Array Emperor asked in confusion. The first person he thought of was Fang Chun. Damn it, is it really that brat? The Divine Gold Array Emperor gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He wanted to tear Fang Chun into pieces. Crash! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura emerged from the battle fort. Under the control of Fang Chun, the aura bound the Divine Gold Array Emperor. No, the Divine Gold Array Emperor struggled with all his might, but to no avail. He roared madly, unwilling to give up. The Crane Emperor also tried to help, but the golden array deity emperor's body couldn't help but be dragged to the first stone door. Creak! The first stone door opened instantly. The divine gold array emperor's body was thrown into the stone door, and the stone door closed. Then, a terrifying binding aura bound the crane emperor. How is this possible? The crane emperor's face changed, as if he had understood something. He roared madly in disbelief. The battle fort! It must be the battle fort. Brat, you'll die miserably. Before the crane emperor could finish his words, he was thrown into the second stone door by Feng Chun. The demon dragon divine emperor and the other three looked at each other. A smear of surprise appeared in their eyes. Then, the four of them noticed the situation in the waterfall and even saw the words on the stone tablet. Heavens! The tomb of the demon emperor's sixth guard? The divine emperor cried out. The battle fort! There's a battle fort here. The divine emperor also cried out in excitement. If he could obtain the battle fort, his strength would increase greatly. He might even be able to challenge the #1 sword emperor. However, it was all just his imagination. You guys going too? Feng Chun appeared and looked down at the demon dragon divine emperor's group of four. Suddenly, the four divine emperors of the sword palace were bound by a terrifying aura. The battle fort? You've taken control of the battle fort? The divine emperor cried madly. He couldn't believe that the battle fort would be controlled by a divine king. No, then, the divine emperor cried out miserably. After a while, the battle fort returned to normal. Only the heaven-destroying divine emperor and Feng Chun were left. Brother Feng, you're amazing. The heaven-destroying divine emperor gave Feng Chun a thumbs up. In fact, he was also shocked for a long time when he saw this scene. Old brother heaven-destroying, keep this a secret for me. Feng Chun smiled. Don't worry, I know what the appearance of the battle fort means. However, you have to be careful. Although you have the battle fort, your cultivation is still too low. The heaven-destroying divine emperor reminded. Feng Chun nodded and said, let's go. We'll go find the other black swords. With that, the two walked out of the battle fort. Rumble, the battle fort hiding in the waterfall rumbled and shrank. Finally, it entered the Sumeru ring. Are we going to find the tomb of the first guard? The heaven-destroying divine emperor asked. Yes. Feng Chun nodded. With the battle fort, an ordinary divine emperor wouldn't be able to do anything to Feng Chun. Therefore, the heaven-destroying divine emperor became much bolder. The two followed the map on the black swords and quickly went to the tomb of the first guard. At the same time, a piece of news came from the sword tomb. This news came from the sword emperor, who was ranked second in the sword palace of the south tomb. He issued an order for everyone in the sword palace of the south tomb to search for Feng Chun. Divine Emperor Yi, on a certain hill, the second-ranked sword emperor, Divine Emperor Yi, sat cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. All of a sudden, a god emperor hurried over. What's the matter? Divine Emperor Yi asked with his eyes closed. Divine Emperor Mo Long and the other three disappeared in the process of chasing Feng Chun. The Divine Emperor said. Disappeared? Divine Emperor Yi opened his eyes and frowned. Their life slips haven't shattered, which means they're still alive. However, we've tried various methods, but we can't contact them. We can't even sense their existence. I'm guessing they're trapped in an independent space, said the Divine Emperor. A bunch of trash. You can't even catch Feng Chun after so long. Divine Emperor Yi said coldly. If I hadn't been injured in the battle with Lin Jian, I would have done it myself. Don't worry, Divine Emperor Yi. Once your news spread, all the Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace are looking for Feng Chun. It won't be long before they find him. However, as soon as the Divine Emperor finished speaking, his communication jade pendant sounded. After hearing the voice from the communication jade pendant, he was overjoyed and said, Deity Emperor Yi, Feng Chun has appeared and is heading northeast with heaven-exterminating Deity Emperor. They're in the skyscraping wasteland right now. Stop him. Send a message to them and tell them to stop him at all costs. I'll be there immediately. With that, Yi stood up abruptly. The skyscraping wasteland was the center of the sovereign tomb. The closer one was to the center, the stronger the wraiths were. Before this, Fang Chun had already encountered several waves of wraiths. Fortunately, his strength had increased a lot. The Tian-Ke sword was very powerful and could easily disperse the wraiths. However, Fang Chun and the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor stopped in their tracks. There were 5 Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace in front of them. Fang Chun, it's time for you to die. Chapter 1939. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The 5 Divine Emperors were the 27 Sword Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. They were extremely powerful. With my current strength, I can deal with 2 Divine Emperors at most. Heaven-destroying Divine Emperor will deal with 1, so there are 2 left. Fang Chun thought to himself. He did not intend to fight with the Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Let's go. At almost the same time, Fang Chun grabbed the heaven-destroying Immortal Emperor and used the space-time illusion demon tome to escape swiftly. Humph! We know that you are a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. Do you think we are not prepared? The 5 Divine Emperors sneered. Suddenly, there were countless energy ripples in the sky. Under the control of the 5 Divine Emperors, the energy ripples intertwined and formed an inescapable net. Inescapable net. With a roar, the inescapable net covered Fang Chun. Fang Chun's face changed. The inescapable net had the powerful effect of restraining the power of a true god. Damn it, I am still too weak. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. Then he took out the battle fortress. Crash! He and heaven-destroying Divine Emperor entered the battle fortress. Then the battle fortress turned into a thumb-sized dirt particle and rushed toward the inescapable net. Dong! The battle fortress had strong defense. Although Fang Chun could not control it to attack with his current strength. Even though he could not control it with brute force, it was not something an ordinary Divine Emperor could withstand. Crack! Under the impact of the battle fortress, cracks appeared on the inescapable net. What is that? One of the Divine Emperors opened his eyes wide and asked. That is the legendary battle fortress. Gosh, why does he have a battle fortress? Send the news back and ask for backup. The 5 Divine Emperors were shocked by the battle fortress, and they quickly sent messages back. In an instant, the battle fortress broke free from the inescapable net and escaped. However, the 5 Divine Emperors chased after it. Phew! Divine Emperor Ihei arrived. When he saw the battle fortress, his eyes lit up. The battle fortress is mine. Then, Ihei's speed doubled as he chased after the battle fortress. As time passed, more and more Divine Emperors from the Southern Tomb Sword Palace joined the chase. Fang Chun's face gradually darkened as he hid in the battle fort. South Tomb Sword Palace, since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being merciless. Fang Chun purposely controlled the battle fort to slow down and stop for a moment. In an instant, countless deity emperors caught up and surrounded the battle fortress. The leader, Ihei, looked at the battle fortress greedily. Fang Chun, hand over the battle fortress, and I will spare your life. Emperor Ihei said coldly. You want to catch me? You don't have the ability. Fang Chun sneered. He was waiting for all the god kings of the South Tomb Sword Palace to arrive. Attack together. Godly Emperor Ihei led many godly emperors to attack the battle fortress. Fang Chun watched everything quietly from inside. About an hour later, a few more god kings arrived one after another. Fang Chun counted and found that all the godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace had arrived. Trash, a bunch of trash. A disdainful voice came from the battle fortress. Then, Fang Chun controlled the battle fortress and left. However, he wasn't flying towards the emperor's tomb, but the king's tomb. In other words, he was flying towards the outside. Stop him. Don't let him leave the sword tomb. Godly Emperor Ihei roared furiously. More than 20 godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace chased after Fang Chun furiously. The news quickly spread in the sword tomb. What? My junior brother actually obtained a battle fortress? And he's being chased by godly Emperor He, and the others? Lin Jin's expression changed when he heard the news. He quickly went to help his junior brother. At the same time, the godly emperors of the other forces were also curious. Let's go and take a look. Gosh, the battle fortress has appeared. I wonder if Fangchun can keep it. How can he? It said that more than 20 godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace attacked together. He's lucky that he didn't die. One by one, the divine emperors were hiding in the void, watching the show. Time passed quickly. A few days later, Fangchun controlled the battle fortress and arrived at the edge of the king's tomb. If he continued forward, he would reach the endless swamp. The battle fortress suddenly stopped, and Fangchun appeared in the sky above the battle fortress. Whoosh, 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 godly Emperor He and the others hurried over. Kid, have you thought it through? Godly Emperor He said coldly. Fangchun looked at the 20 godly emperors in front of him and released Godly Emperor Demon Blood and the other 3 trapped in the battle fortress. Everyone says that the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace are very powerful. They're basically the top godly emperors in the divine world. Fangchun suddenly said, besides the purple-clothed godly emperors and the blue-clothed godly emperors that I killed, there are 24 godly emperors left. You really think highly of me, Fangchun. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Hand over the battle fortress and let us capture you. Godly Emperor He said. Fangchun laughed, his face full of mockery. Are you an idiot? Fangchun said disdainfully. The people of the South Tomb Sword Palace were all the same. They thought that they were very powerful, but in reality, they were very weak. At this moment, more and more godly emperors appeared in the dark. They were also curious about what Fangchun wanted to do. Kid, we have more than 20 godly emperors in the South Tomb Sword Palace. If we can't capture you, how can we survive in the divine world? Godly Emperor He seemed very confident about this operation. Although you have the battle fortress, you're still a godly king. You can't fully control the battle fortress. Godly Emperor He sneered. The battle fortress needs a large amount of energy to operate. If I'm not wrong, there's almost no energy left in the battle fortress. So, you'd better let us capture you. Fangchun shrugged and said, do you know why I brought you here? Because this is a tomb that I've chosen for you. Fangchun said, it's really shameful to have scum like you among the godly emperors. You want to kill us? Godly Emperor He sneered, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Fangchun had already secretly contacted the Vine King. The latter was ready to attack at any time. That's right. The South Tomb Sword Palace has tried to kill me time and time again. Today, I, Fangchun, will say that I will kill all 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Fangchun's voice was full of arrogance. How dare you? Godly Emperor He roared furiously. Who do you think you are? You won't be able to escape today. So what if you're a disciple of the bone progenitor? This is the sword tomb. Fangchun ignored Godly Emperor He's roar and said calmly, everyone, if you have any last words, say them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have any chance later. Kill. Godly Emperor He couldn't stand Fangchun's provocation. With a roar, 24 godly emperors joined forces and launched a terrifying attack at Fangchun. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Fangchun hid in the battle fortress and controlled it to rush into the endless swamp. You can't escape. With Godly Emperor He leading the way, the other godly emperors launched a powerful attack. In the blink of an eye, 24 godly emperors appeared above the endless swamp. At this moment, the Vine King made his move. Buzz! A murderous intent filled the air. Then, Godly Emperor He and the others froze in midair. A terrifying aura spread out and completely engulfed the 24 godly emperors. The many godly emperors who were watching from afar were shocked. Godly Emperor? While everyone exclaimed, Godly Emperor He's heart was filled with great fear. No, the Vine King was a godly emperor. If he wanted to kill, no one could stop him. Half of the 24 godly emperors died in an instant. The remaining half had lost their freedom of movement. Their faces were pale. We are the South Tomb Sword Palace. Before they could finish their words, The Vine King's vines wrapped around them and swallowed them into his stomach. Chapter 1940. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. I'm here to provide you with interesting novels to read. Vine King exuded an aura that caused one to tremble. Many divine emperors who were watching the show in the dark retreated quickly. Crash! When Vine King opened his mouth again, corpses fell out and floated above the endless swamp. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone who was watching in the dark was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? How did more than 20 divine emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace die? Just like that. That's Vine King. The shocked crowd realized that it was Vine King who had just attacked. Vine King, who was in the God Emperor realm, was extremely powerful. Weak divine emperors like them couldn't compare to him. What's going on? Why did Vine King attack? It's over. It's completely over. The South Tomb Sword Palace will definitely be furious. Yeah, so many of the 27 Sword Emperors have died. Who can bear the anger of the swordless God Emperor? Many people were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. As for the Vine King, it was as if he had just done something insignificant. After sending a voice transmission to Fong Chun, he sank into the endless swamp. After a while, the terrifying aura above the endless swamp disappeared. Only the 24 corpses could prove what had just happened. Crash! Fong Chun and Heaven Destroyer, Godly Emperor, walked out of the battle fortress. Heaven Destroyer, Godly Emperor, took a deep breath as his heart trembled. Oh my God! All 24 divine emperors are dead. Heaven Destroyer, Godly Emperor, was as shocked as the divine emperors who were watching in the dark. How'd he do it? Heaven Destroyer, Godly Emperor, was puzzled. However, Fong Chun didn't answer his question. Fong Chun stood calmly above the endless swamp and looked around. Wherever he passed, the divine emperors retreated. In their eyes, Fong Chun was a monster. They didn't want to provoke him. Let's go. Otherwise, the swordless God Emperor will vent his anger on us. Yeah, let's go. The disciple of the bone progenitor is too powerful. He actually made Vine King attack for him. In the blink of an eye, all the divine emperors hiding in the dark had left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, Lin Jian rushed over while panting. What was wrong with them? Why did you leave in such a hurry? When Lin Jian arrived, he sensed the aura of many divine Emperor realm experts. He was very flustered. What exactly happened? Lin Jian was very worried about Fong Chun. However, when Lin Jian saw that Fong Chun was safe and sound in the endless swamp, he breathed a sigh of relief. Are you my junior brother, Fong Chun? Across the void, Lin Jian smiled at Fong Chun and said, I am your sixth senior brother, Lin Jian. So it's sixth senior brother. Fong Chun cupped his fists. I heard that the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine emperor is hunting you down. Where are they? At the mention of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, Lin Jian's face darkened. With me around, they can forget about touching you. Lin Jian, this junior brother of yours isn't as simple as you. Heaven Exterminating Godly Emperor shrugged. Lin Jian's gaze landed on Heaven Exterminating Godly Emperor. Just as he was about to speak, he discovered the corpses near Heaven Exterminating Godly Emperor. This is the Sword Emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Lin Jian's heart was in turmoil. He looked at his junior brother, Fong Chun, with a dumbfounded expression. He asked, who killed them? Sixth senior brother, they chased me all the way here and were killed by the Vine King in the endless swamp. Fong Chun laughed. As for me and old brother Heaven Exterminating Godly Emperor, we were hiding in the battle fortress and weren't affected. Fong Chun did not wish to talk about his relationship with the Vine King. After all, it involved the cosmos god Gu Yuan, and he did not wish for others to know. The Vine King acted. Sixth senior brother Lin Jian's eyelids twitched. He was full of admiration for his junior brother. Truly formidable to be able to lure and kill 24 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Lin Jian grinned and gave Fong Chun a thumbs up. This will definitely cause a huge uproar in the South Tomb Sword Palace. Junior brother, you should leave the sword mound as soon as possible. Sixth senior brother, I have the battle fortress. As long as it isn't a god emperor, I don't fear anyone. Fang Chun said, Furthermore, I came to the Sword Mound this time for the sake of tempering myself through life and death so that I can break through to the god emperor realm. Now that I have some clues, if I leave now, it will affect me. Lin Jian did not try to persuade him after hearing that. He was not an indecisive person. Naturally, he was not someone who was afraid of getting into trouble. Since that's the case, I'll stay with Junior Brother. Lin Jian pondered for a moment before saying, When this matter reaches the South Tomb Sword Palace, they will definitely go crazy. God Emperor Swordless should not act, but Black Emperor and Death Emperor might. I, Lin Jian, have not taken on such a difficult task in a long time. Junior Brother, let me go crazy with you this time. Lin Jian laughed. Fang Chun was touched when he heard that. Although Senior Brother Lin Jian said it casually, everyone knew that this was an extremely dangerous path. He had stayed because he wanted to find Black Sword and enter the Demon Emperor's tomb. As for Senior Brother Lin Jian, it was all for him. They had never met before, but Lin Jian was able to do this just because they were under the same master. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin Jian. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Junior Brother, you're welcome. Lin Jian walked to Fang Chun's side and laughed as he put his arm around the latter's shoulder. After the three of them chatted for a while, they decided to leave first. After all, they had killed almost all the Sword Emperors in the South Tomb Sword Palace. They would definitely go crazy. Before leaving, Fang Chun took all the Sumeru rings. South Tomb Sword Palace, Death Park. The Death God Emperor's avatar was in seclusion, studying the structure of the primordial spirit. All of a sudden, the evergreen godly emperor rushed in. Senior Brother, something bad has happened. The evergreen divine emperor was usually very calm, but today, he was a bit anxious. What's wrong? The Death God Emperor calmly asked. Senior Brother, the Sword Tomb just sent back news. The 20 Sword Emperors of our South Tomb Sword Palace were all killed by Fang Chun. The evergreen divine emperor said. What? Impossible. The Death God Emperor didn't believe it. How strong is Fang Chun? It's fine if he can kill 1 or 2 divine emperors, but how can he kill 21 Sword Emperors? I don't believe it. Senior Brother, listen to me. Actually, it can't be considered as Fang Chun killing them. The evergreen divine emperor suppressed the anger in his heart and continued. Fang Chun used the space-time cultivation system to lure the remaining 24 sword sovereigns of our Sword Palace of South Tomb into the endless swamp. At that time, the Vine King suddenly appeared and killed them all. Tung, the Death God Emperor, stood up abruptly, emitting a murderous aura that caused people to tremble. The Vine King attacked? That Fang Chun is also dead? The Death God Emperor asked eerily. The Evergreen God Emperor shook his head. That Fang Chun got lucky and managed to obtain a battle fort. When the Vine King attacked, he hid inside the battle fort and managed to survive. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the Death God Emperor punched out, creating a huge hole in the Death Park. He had nearly destroyed the entire Death Park. His heart was burning with rage. Battle fort. The Death God Emperor's eyes were scarlet, filled with killing intent. Junior Brother Evergreen, you take charge of the South Tomb Sword Palace's matters. I want to enter the Sword Tomb. Senior Brother, you can't. The Evergreen Divine Emperor stopped him. Your original body is already in the Sword Tomb. If your clone rashly enters, it will affect Master's plan. Then, the words Master's plan stabilized the Death God Emperor's body. Damn it. I'll ask Master now. Sword Tomb, Emperor Tomb. On the central altar, the Swordless God Emperor was enveloped by a biting cold sword chi. Behind him were the Black Emperor and the Death God Emperor. Master! The Death God Emperor cupped his fists towards the Swordless God Emperor and said softly, Speak, can my clone enter the Sword Tomb? The Death God Emperor asked. Why? Fang Chun obtained a battle fort and lured over 20 sword sovereigns of our South Tomb Sword Palace into the boundless swamp. Then the Vine King attacked and killed them all. I want revenge. The Death God Emperor said straightforwardly. Boom! On the central altar, a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. This sword chi seemed to be able to pierce through the entire universe. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, the Black Emperor was shocked. He knew that this was a sign of his master's anger. Chapter 1941. Genius remembers love in 1 second go. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. All this time, God Emperor Swordless was most concerned about his plan. For this plan, he had almost given up on the South Tomb Sword Palace. However, this didn't mean that he didn't have any feelings for the South Tomb Sword Palace. On the contrary, his feelings were very deep. The South Tomb Sword Palace was personally created by him. It was unknown back then, but now, it had become one of the top 7 forces in the divine world. He had poured countless efforts into it. The 27 Sword Emperors were the strongest group in the South Tomb Sword Palace. But now 26 of them had died in an instant. This was something that God Emperor Swordless couldn't tolerate. Feng Chun, a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. The murderous aura around Emperor God Swordless suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by a cold laugh. Come in. After a long time, God Emperor Swordless closed his eyes. God Emperor Death was overjoyed. Since God Emperor Swordless made such a decision, one could see how angry he was. Master, don't worry. After I kill him, I will immediately leave the Sword Tomb. God Emperor Death said. South Tomb Sword Palace, Death Park. How is it? Evergreen God Emperor anxiously asked. Master agreed. God Emperor Death laughed eerily. He clenched his fists, and cracking sounds could be heard in the air. Feng Chun, it's time for you to die. After God Emperor Death finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the Death Park. Feng Chun, who was in the Sword Tomb, didn't know that what he had done would trigger the anger of God Emperor Swordless. He, Lin Jian, and the heaven-exterminating God Emperor were searching for the other black swords. As long as they were in a certain range, the black swords would have a certain attraction to each other. Using this method, Feng Chun finally found the 3rd black sword 7 days later. But this was only the beginning. In the following days, Feng Chun frantically searched for the black swords. There were many god crystal souls in the spatial rings of the 20 sword emperors. Feng Chun didn't have to worry about the battle fortress running out of energy. With the battle fortress, he didn't have to worry about any danger. Sitting in the battle fortress, as long as he could control it, he could go anywhere he wanted. On this day, God Emperor Death entered the Sword Tomb. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The biting cold sword chi around the Death God Emperor swept across the entire land. Vine King, the Death God Emperor, stomped her feet and floated in the air above the boundless swamp, moving forward rapidly. At the same time, he was also looking for the Vine King. An hour later, the Death God Emperor discovered where the Vine King was hiding. Come out. The Death God Emperor waved his hand and slashed at the endless swamp, causing the entire endless swamp to tremble. Voila! The Vine King appeared. Countless branches and leaves spread out, confronting the Death God Emperor. Death God Emperor. Vine King recognized the Death God Emperor and said with a gloomy voice, Were you the one who killed more than 20 divine emperors from our South Tomb Sword Palace? The Death God Emperor looked at the Vine King with ridicule and coldly asked, So what if I am? They enter my territory, so I have the right to kill them, said Vine King. Then go to hell. The Death God Emperor made his move. His hands were constantly changing as terrifying sword aura gathered in his palms and shot towards Vine King. Pucci, the Death God Emperor's moves were extremely powerful. The sword aura pierced the Vine King's body and cut off its branches. Loved go little say, Netku, human God Emperor, you've gone too far. Just as the 2 God Emperors were fighting, a furious voice suddenly came from the endless swamp. Another Vine King appeared. He was staring at the Death God Emperor with his eyes of the void. He was slightly displeased. This is the territory of the Death Swamp Vines. You're looking down on us by attacking the Vine King here, said the Vine King coldly. Although the 3 of us often have internal conflicts, it's not up to you, human God Emperor, to tell us what to do. Hoo. In the blink of an eye, the other 2 Vine Kings appeared beside the Death God Emperor. In an instant, the three Vine Kings surrounded the Death God Emperor. It seems like you've forgotten about my existence after not making a move for so long. The Death God Emperor was not afraid of the three Vine Kings and sneered. Leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The three Vine Kings threatened. You want me to leave? Dream on. The Death God Emperor's attitude was unyielding. The Sword Tomb is the backyard of the South Tomb Sword Palace. You've killed the Sword Emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace here. That's going against the South Tomb Sword Palace. Today, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. There was a difference in strength between God Emperors. For example, the four God Emperors of the South Pole continent could only be considered as the lowest level God Emperors. As for the Black Emperor and the Death God Emperor, they were slightly higher level God Emperors. Above them were the 10 strongest God Emperors. At the moment, the three Vine Kings were equivalent to God Emperor Shura's level. The Death God Emperor was not afraid of them. Kill. The Death God Emperor and the three Vine Kings were fighting in a chaotic battle. On this day, the atmosphere in the Sword Tomb was extremely heavy and oppressive. No one knew that a great battle had broken out in the Boundless Swamp. The four God Emperors were fighting in a chaotic battle. No one knew the process of the battle. The result was even more shocking. Pucci, the Death God Emperor, unleashed his trump card. A terrifying attack enveloped one of the Vine Kings and locked onto him instantly. Then, the Death God Emperor's big hand grabbed the Vine King's body. The Vine King's life essence was quickly draining away. If there was anyone present, they would definitely be shocked, because the Death God Emperor was absorbing the Vine King's life essence. What did that mean? It meant that the Death God Emperor's newest method could absorb the life essence of other God Emperors to strengthen himself. In an instant, the Vine King's body shriveled up. Then, it was smashed into pieces by the Death God Emperor. Trying to escape? Seeing that the other two Vine Kings were trying to escape, the Death God Emperor waved his hand and grabbed one of the Vine Kings. However, the Vine King who had fought on Fong Chen's behalf managed to escape. Huff, huff, huff. After killing the two Vine Kings, the aura of the Death God Emperor became even sharper. Stop me? What a joke. The Death God Emperor had always been engrossed in studying the structure of the primordial spirit. The methods that he had created were unimaginable. Then, it was time to show the results. Fong Chun, you won't be able to escape. The Death God Emperor stopped chasing after the escaping Vine King. In the blink of an eye, he entered the king's tomb. Then, he passed through and entered the emperor's tomb. In the emperor's tomb, the Death God Emperor met a sword cultivator from another force. Tell me, where did Fong Chun go? The Death God Emperor asked in a gloomy voice. He went to the northwest. The God Emperor's body trembled as he spoke. The emperor's tomb was very vast. Even a God Emperor's consciousness couldn't cover it completely. Moreover, the Sword Tomb was very special. It could restrict one's consciousness. Therefore, the Death God Emperor still needed some time to find Fong Chun. In front of a tomb, Lin Jian and the other two stood quietly. Fong Chun's face was full of smiles. This is already the 5th black sword. Fong Chun looked at the black sword in his hand and chuckled. There are still 4 black swords left. The more black swords there were, the greater the attraction. Following the black sword's guidance, one could find the other black swords. As of now, Fong Chun had already found 5 black swords. There were only 4 left. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ever since they found the 5 black swords, they didn't gain anything. On a certain day, the Death God Emperor finally found Fong Chun. Fong Chun. Across the endless void, the eyes of death stared at Fong Chun. A terrifying aura locked onto Fong Chun. Death God Emperor. Seeing this, Fong Chun was shocked. Let's go. Lin Jian also roared loudly. The 3 of them used their fastest speed to escape. It's too late. Huff, huff, huff. After a while, the Death God Emperor arrived at the place where Fong Chun and the other 2 were. Then, he took a step forward and caught up with Fong Chun. It was as if he had shrunk the ground. Swoosh, with a chop of his hand, a crack appeared in the void. Fortunately, Fong Chun and the other 2 managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured or even killed. Death God Emperor, you are a God Emperor. How dare you attack a God Emperor? Lin Jian stepped forward and said, "You have broken the agreement between the God Emperors." Agreement? What a joke. Hearing this, the Death God Emperor sneered. "In my eyes, you are just ants. You want to talk about an agreement with me? Are you qualified?" Chapter 1942. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with interesting novels to read. God Emperor Swordless allowed God Emperor of Death to enter the sword tomb. Therefore, he had God Emperor Swordless behind him. So what if Bone Progenitor came? Bone Progenitor, you can't protect your disciple. God Emperor of Death said, "He killed 26 sword emperors of my South Tomb Sword Palace. I'm not the only one who will take revenge. Even my master, God Emperor Swordless, will not let him go. If you insist on protecting him, my master will also take action." In fact, God Emperor Swordless had already sensed Bone Progenitor when he entered the sword tomb. "Bone Progenitor, leave that brat here. You can leave now." God Emperor Swordless' voice came from the void. "Bullsh asterisk T. You want me to give my disciple to you? Dream on." Bone Progenitor cursed angrily. "Today I'll stay here. I'd like to see how you're going to kill my disciple." Bone Progenitor, don't go overboard. God Emperor of Death said gloomily. Overboard? The Sword Tomb is a fair competition. What about your South Tomb Sword Palace? You treat the Sword Tomb as your backyard and ostracize the other divine emperors of the sect. Bone Progenitor said, "You can kill others. Now that you've been killed, you're not going to let it go?" What a joke. God Emperor of Death wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Bone Progenitor. "Get lost." With a wave of the Bone Ancestor's robe, a wild gale swept up and swept towards the Death God Emperor. "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to tell me what to do?" The 10 strongest God Emperors all had their own temper. Although God Emperor of Death was also a God Emperor, there was still a gap between him and the 10 strongest God Emperors. Bone Progenitor came personally to save his disciple. God Emperor of Death wanted to use God Emperor Swordless to scare him. What a joke. "You!" God Emperor of Death was furious and contacted his master secretly. However, the latter's reply stunned the Death God Emperor. "Love, go little say, Kumph, I want to see if you can protect him for the rest of his life." After saying that, the Death God Emperor left the sword tomb. Bone Progenitor, this matter isn't over yet. Wait until I'm done with my seclusion. I'll definitely pay a visit to your heavenly bone palace. This was a threat, a blatant threat. However, the Bone Progenitor did not mind at all. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Bone Progenitor sneered. God Emperor Swordless didn't say anything else. His plan had reached its most crucial point. He did not want to be discovered by the Bone Progenitor, so he swallowed his anger for the time being. "Master, are we letting him go just like that?" Emperor's Tomb, Central Altar. The Death God Emperor's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with ferocious intent. "If that old fart Bone Progenitor enters the Emperor's tomb, he'll definitely discover my plan." God Emperor Swordless said, "Let's wait for a while. After my plan is completed, I'll pay him a visit personally. For the time being, help me with everything you have. You don't have to worry about the sword tomb anymore." God Emperor Swordless said, "Yes, Master." Black Emperor and Death God Emperor cupped their fists and said, a life and death crisis was resolved just like that. However, the Bone Progenitor knew that God Emperor Swordless was really angry. This matter wouldn't end so easily. The next time God Emperor Swordless came to the Heavenly Bone Palace, it might be the time when the war between the two sects would break out. Whoosh! The Bone Progenitor released the 3 of them. "Master." Fang Chun and Lin Jian cupped their fists and greeted. "Greetings, Senior Bone Progenitor." "Love, go little, say W." Chu Heaven Exterminating Godly Emperor cupped his fists and said hurriedly. The Bone Progenitor nodded slightly and looked at Fang Chun with a smile. "Kid, you always cause trouble wherever you go." "Master, Fang Chun wanted to explain, but was stopped by the Bone Progenitor. "You did well. As a disciple of the Bone Progenitor, you have great courage. It's not easy for you to lure 26 sword emperors to death. In the entire divine world, No one can compare to you among the divine kings. Master, junior brother's methods are hard to come by even among the divine emperors. Lin Jian smiled. You still say that? Look at yourself. How long has it been, and you still haven't broken through? Be careful that your junior brother doesn't surpass you. The bone progenitor smiled. Hearing this, Lin Jian chuckled. Then, the bone progenitor's face turned serious and said, The sword tomb is very dangerous now. It's not suitable for you to train. Come back with me. Master, Fong Chen said. What? Master, I want to continue staying in the sword tomb. Fong Chen said. Why? The bone progenitor did not understand. Although the Death God Emperor was forced to retreat, the sword tomb was very dangerous. It would be even more dangerous if he was targeted by the sword palace of the South Tomb. Master, I found a clue about the Demon Emperor. If I can enter the Demon Emperor's tomb, I might have a great opportunity. Fong Chun briefly explained the Demon Emperor. Hearing this, the bone progenitor's eyes lit up. He gave Fong Chun a thumbs up and laughed. Not bad, not bad. The Demon Emperor was a top expert in the last universe era. His achievements in the sword principle were even stronger than the swordless God Emperor. If you can really find his tomb, you might be able to break through to the divine Emperor realm. Take this token. If you are in danger, crush it and I will appear immediately. The bone progenitor said, Look for clues about the Demon Emperor. Don't enter the tomb rashly. Master, don't worry. I will be careful. Fong Chun clasped his fists. The bone progenitor nodded and left with Lin Jian and the heaven-destroying godly emperor. In fact, the bone progenitor did not want Fong Chun to stay here. However, the demon emperor's inheritance was very important to Fong Chun. After the bone progenitor left, the disturbance in the imperial tomb gradually dissipated. Fong Chun disguised himself as an ordinary person and carefully walked in the imperial tomb, looking for the black sword. After more than a month, he did not find anything. In the end, Fong Chun decided to go to the tomb of the first guard. A few days later, Fong Chun came to a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. The mountain peak was surrounded by dark clouds and was completely hidden. If not for the black sword's guidance, Fong Chun would not have been able to find such a hidden mountain peak. The first guard's tomb is on this mountain peak. Fong Chun thought to himself. Then, he took a step forward and climbed to the peak. Buzz. The moment Fong Chun reached the peak, he felt the black sword vibrate. Fong Chun took out the black sword. Suddenly, a strange aura shot out from the black sword. It formed a wall in the air above the mountain peak. Fong Chun's heart skipped a beat. The black sword seemed to be guiding him forward. Fong Chun held the black sword and walked forward carefully. When he came into contact with the void wall, his figure instantly disappeared. Following that, the void wall disappeared as well. The mountain peak regained its calm once again, as if nothing had happened. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fong Chun arrived in a cave. Is this the first guard's tomb? Fong Chun looked around and realized that he was in a battle fortress. It's exactly the same as the sixth guard's battle fortress. This should be the first guard's tomb, Fong Chun said. Then, with the help of the black sword and the golden heart, he found the first guard's tomb. Buzz! An illusionary figure appeared above the tomb of the first guard. Hello, successor. The shadow smiled at Fong Chun and said, When you see me, it means that you have found my tomb. I am the leader of the 9 great guards under the Demon Emperor, the first guard. The fact that you can enter here means that the black sword recognizes you. I don't need to set up a test to test you, the shadow continued. I have a few black swords here. They belong to my brothers. Take them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shadow waved its hand, and the last few black swords fell into Fong Chun's hand. Fong Chun's heart trembled. He didn't expect that the black sword he had been looking for so long would be in the first guard's tomb. I've finally gathered them all, Fong Chun said to himself. The 9 black swords were given to the 9 of us by the Demon Emperor. After the Demon Emperor fell, the tomb was built in the Emperor's tomb. However, without the black sword's guidance, even a God Emperor can forget about finding the Demon Emperor's tomb. The shadow said, when the 9 black swords are combined, it can summon the passage to the Demon Emperor's tomb. However, before that, I have to remind you, try to go to every tomb of the 9 great guards and take away the battle fortress. The shadow said, the 9 great guards didn't leave any inheritance. Only the battle fortress is considered precious. As for the other powerful inheritances, you will see them when you enter the Demon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 1943. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The first guard briefly explained how to control the battle fortress. After all, Fang Chun had also controlled the 6th guard's battle fortress. Therefore, it was quite easy to control. It was a pity that there were so few god crystal souls that it couldn't support too many actions. Lucky guy. I hope you can obtain the inheritance of the Demon Emperor and bring the Demon Emperor's sword Dao to greater heights. The first guard said softly. Fang Chun put away the battle fortress and left the first guard's tomb. Immediately, he used the other black swords to search for the other guards' tombs. Although one of the 9 primary battle fortresses was damaged, there were still 8 left. These were all huge treasures. He could not take them. As for the passage to summon the Demon Emperor's tomb, the first guard had already told Fang Chun about it. It wouldn't be too late to summon the other 7 battle fortresses after he obtained them. After going around in circles for 3 months, Fang Chun finally collected all the battle fortresses in the other 7 tombs. Looking at the 8 battle fortresses lying in his spatial ring, Fang Chun was quite excited. One battle fortress was able to withstand the Death Emperor's attacks for such a long time. If he had 8 battle fortresses, he could at least escape from the Death Emperor's hands safely. It's time. Fang Chun raised his head. His dark eyes looked at the void, and a dignified expression appeared on his face. With a thought, he summoned all 9 black swords. The golden heart beat rapidly, as if it was anxious. Fuse. Fang Chun softly chanted the chant that the first guard had told him. Buzz. As Fang Chun chanted, sword-shaped runes appeared around his body. These sword-shaped runes contained destruction sword chi. Crash. The destruction sword chi completely enveloped the 9 black swords. The entire sky instantly darkened. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. Fang Chun stood in the heavy rain, staring at the 9 black swords in the air. They were fusing at an extremely slow speed. Boom! Lightning snakes surged in the dark clouds, striking the 9 black swords from time to time. The worldly anomaly in the sovereign tomb attracted the attention of many god kings. Did something happen? Heavens, what the hell is going on? Could it be that a supreme grade, true god weapon has appeared? It must be the inheritance of some unparalleled expert. Whispers could be heard from every corner of the sovereign tomb. Many deity emperors shuddered as they could feel the pressure in the sky. The kind of oppressive aura made them very uncomfortable. The heavy rain drenched Fang Chun's clothes. The latter stood in the heavy rain and waited anxiously. Dong! Suddenly, the earth trembled and heaven and earth quaked. When the 9 black swords fused together, they instantly turned into a black ray of light. So strong, Fang Chun felt dizzy. Just by looking at the black light, he felt an extremely dangerous aura. The black light flashed in the sky. Following that, a deafening sound rang out as a terrifying vortex appeared where the 9 black swords had merged. A large amount of destructive sword chi gushed out from the vortex. It's here? Fang Chun's heart trembled as he was overjoyed. Whoosh! The entire sky darkened. The oppressive aura swept through the entire sovereign tomb. The vortex continued to expand and eventually formed a bottomless black hole. The golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chun was almost certain that this bottomless black hole was the passage to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Go in, Fang Chun muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the black hole. Whoosh! The moment he entered the black hole, the darkness faded and the sky became clear again. As for the terrifying vortex, it disappeared without a trace. This sudden change shocked many god emperors in the sovereign tomb. They were all guessing what had happened and why it had caused such a huge commotion. At the central altar of the sovereign tomb, God Emperor Swordless, who was making his final push, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with madness as he looked into the distance. A black passage had appeared in the sky above the sovereign tomb. Even he couldn't figure out what was going on with this black tunnel. "Master, what happened?" God Emperor of Death and Black Emperor asked anxiously. God Emperor Swordless shook his head and said, "Speed up." God Emperor Swordless did not know why, but he felt a little uneasy. He wanted to complete the final push as soon as possible. He would only be at ease after the dust had settled. By then, no one in the entire divine world would be his match. "Yes, Master." Black Emperor and God Emperor of Death went all out. Rumble. In the passage, Feng Chun felt dizzy. "It's dark." Feng Chun looked around. It was dark, and he could not see anything. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Chun finally saw a glimmer of light. Then, he saw a huge tomb appear in front of him. Whoosh! Feng Chun's body fell from the passage. Then, the passage disappeared. "Is this the Demon Emperor's tomb?" Feng Chun's heart trembled. He hurriedly got up and looked around. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura came out from the tomb. Rumble in the sky above the tomb. The Demon Emperor's phantom stood quietly, looking at God Emperor Swordless on the altar. Try to devour all the vengeful spirits in the tomb. The Demon Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. Feng Chun summoned the passage and woke him up. Then, he instantly sensed that someone was devouring the vengeful spirits in the tomb. This was destroying the Sword Tomb and the entire universe. The Demon Emperor was naturally angry. As the God Emperor of the divine world, he should not do such a thing that damaged the universe. "I want to see what you're capable of." The Demon Emperor's mind moved, and a pitch-black sword appeared in his palm. Then, from afar, he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! 100 feet long sword light pierced through the void and instantly slashed God Emperor Swordless' body. Not good. On the altar, God Emperor Swordless was making his final push. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying aura attack him. He cursed and wanted to block it, but it was too late. The terrifying sword light slashed his body fiercely. Suddenly, God Emperor Swordless felt the power in his body flowing away. "No!" God Emperor Swordless roared. He grabbed the void, trying to grab the energy, but he did not succeed. "Oomph! You dare to do something like destroying the universe. Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of the divine world?" The Demon Emperor's mighty voice entered God Emperor Swordless' ears. Damn it! At the crucial moment, the Demon Emperor's sword had ruined his plan. God Emperor Swordless was heavily injured. "Let's go," he said to God Emperor of Death and Black Emperor, and quickly disappeared from the Sword Tomb. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor did not pursue and returned to the tomb. Senior Demon Emperor. In the tomb, Feng Chun saw the Demon Emperor's figure and hurriedly greeted him. The Demon Emperor was a little weak. It was obvious that he had used a lot of energy to attack God Emperor Swordless. "This is a strand of technique I left behind in the past before I fell. In reality, it is not much different from a remnant thought. It won't be long before it dissipates from the world." The Demon Emperor slowly said, "You have obtained the 9 black swords, opened the tomb passage, and entered my tomb. This means that you are fated with me. But if you want to get my inheritance, you have to pass my test first." "I wonder what Senior Demon Emperor's test is?" Feng Chun asked. "I believe you know that I, the Demon Emperor, have been obsessed with the Tao of Sword for my entire life. For the sake of reaching the peak of the Tao of Sword, I did not care about anything. Even though I died in the end, it was not like I did not gain anything. Before I died, I suddenly comprehended the bottleneck of the Tao of Sword that had troubled me for a long time. What a pity." Saying this, the Demon Emperor sighed. His words were filled with helplessness. "If I did not die in the past, I would definitely have become a cosmos god using the Tao of Sword." The Demon Emperor continued, "If you want to become my inheritor, you naturally have to have a high attainment in the Tao of Sword. Furthermore, you have to have great potential. My Tao of Sword, if you do not have enough potential, you can't inherit it." Senior Demon Emperor Feng Chun was just about to speak when he was interrupted by the Demon Emperor. "Let me see how your potential is." Chapter 1944. Genius 1 Second Remember Love, Go, / Little. I will provide you with fascinating novels to read. Devil Emperor waved his hand, causing sword chi to rush up into the sky, wrapping around Fang Chun. Just as he was prepared to observe carefully, his expression changed slightly. Devil Emperor exclaimed softly. There was clearly some astonishment on his face. For an unparalleled expert like Devil Emperor to be astonished, it must be something extraordinary. Interesting. Devil Emperor looked at Fang Chun with a burning gaze. He muttered softly. Following that, he revealed a thoughtful smile on his face. There is actually the aura of a cosmos god in your body. Devil Emperor said softly. Furthermore, I have observed your potential in the Tao of Sword. It is simply unprecedented. Even when I was at the God King realm, I could not compare to you. Devil Emperor smiled mysteriously. He then said, if I am not wrong, you should be related to Gu Yuan. Fang Chun was startled. Devil Emperor could actually discover that he was related to Gu Yuan, unless he discovered the golden heart in his body. Fang Chun was slightly flustered, but he soon regained his composure. After calming down, Fang Chun analyzed carefully. He felt that the possibility of Devil Emperor discovering the golden heart was not high. He should have sensed the aura in my body. Fang Chun thought. Devil Emperor had previously mentioned that there was the aura of a cosmos god in his body, but he did not know that it was the aura emitted by the golden heart. There is no need to be astonished. In the recent epoch, only Gu Yuan is a cosmos god. The cosmos god aura in your body is definitely related to Gu Yuan. Devil Emperor said. Fang Chun's expression changed. Eventually, he nodded lightly. This junior has unintentionally obtained the inheritance of teacher Gu Yuan. Fang Chun explained simply. Devil Emperor did not have any ill intentions towards him. Furthermore, he had already fallen. He was merely searching for a suitable successor. Indeed, hearing that, Devil Emperor became even more excited. Your potential in the Tao of Sword is sufficient for you to receive my inheritance. Devil Emperor grinned. When Devil Emperor was speaking to Fang Chun, a huge matter happened in the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. God Emperor Swordless was furious. The moment he became angry, the entire Southern Tomb Sword Palace felt incomparably suppressed. Bang! In the garden, Swordless God Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that the air around him crackled. Master, what exactly happened? Why would there be other God Emperors in the Emperor's tomb? The Death God Emperor asked in confusion. The Black Emperor was also confused. They had painstakingly planned for so long, but it was completely ruined by the sudden appearance of a God Emperor. Moreover, he had even injured Master. Demon Emperor. It's actually the Demon Emperor. Swordless God Emperor roared furiously. Someone summoned the passage to the Devil Emperor's tomb and entered the tomb to awaken the Devil Emperor. My plan was ruined because of this. Who is it? The Black Emperor asked coldly. The eyes of the Death God Emperor flickered as she suddenly thought of something. Master, is it possible that it was Fang Chun who ruined our plan? Impossible. Fang Chun has already been taken away by the bone progenitor. Black King shook his head. Not necessarily. According to the information I received previously, Fang Chun found the tomb of the Sixth Guard under the Devil Emperor and obtained the battle fortress from there. If we're to talk about who could enter the Devil Emperor's tomb, Fang Chun would be the most likely one. The Death God Emperor analyzed. Although the bone progenitor has left, who knows if Fang Chun secretly stayed behind? Boom! A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire South Tomb Sword Palace. Seal the exit of the Sword Tomb and capture everyone who comes out. I want to see who has the guts to ruin my God Emperor Swordless plans, said God Emperor Swordless. Master, the Devil Emperor's tomb. The Devil Emperor was also a peak God Emperor when he was alive. He was much stronger than the Swordless God Emperor. However, the Devil Emperor's inheritance did not attract the attention of the Swordless God Emperor. His Sword Dao inheritance was not weaker than the Devil Emperor's. However, the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor were different. Both of them were weaker than the Swordless God Emperor. At their level, if they wanted to improve in Sword Dao, they would need a great opportunity. And the Devil Emperor's inheritance was a great opportunity. The Devil Emperor is also responsible for ruining my plan. Enter the sword tomb, find the tomb, and destroy it completely, the swordless God Emperor said coldly. Yes, master. What Fang Chun did not know was that because of his unintentional action, he had ruined the plan that the swordless God Emperor had planned for tens of thousands of years. This made the swordless God Emperor very angry. At this moment, he was discussing sword Dao with the Devil Emperor. Kid, your sword Dao potential is much stronger than I thought. The Devil Emperor was full of praise for Fang Chun. He thought that Fang Chun was born for the sword. Since the last era, he had never seen a sword cultivator as perfect as Fang Chun. Such a sword cultivator should dedicate his life to the sword Dao. Senior Devil Emperor, after hearing your words, Junior is enlightened, Fang Chun said with a smile. After chatting with Fang Chun for a while, the Devil Emperor liked this brat more and more. From now on, you are the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. Even though my inheritance cannot be compared with the cosmos god Gu Yuan, but at the current stage, it will be of great help to you. And if you completely accept my inheritance, you will step into the deity emperor realm without any hindrance. The Devil Emperor said. Fang Chun was overjoyed. He entered the sword tomb to sharpen himself so that he could step into the deity emperor realm. Now, there was finally some progress. After receiving my inheritance, be careful of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Devil Emperor said that swordless God Emperor actually tried to devour all the resentful spirits in the tomb to strengthen himself and take the final step. Such a vicious method is not allowed in the deity world. Furthermore, it will destroy the origin of the universe. Amen? Fang Chun felt his heart trembling. But fortunately, you woke me up in time, and I acted to destroy his plan. The Devil Emperor continued. When it comes to the origin of the universe, you won't understand even if I tell you too much. When you step into the God Emperor realm one day, you will naturally understand. In short, destroying the origin of the universe is not allowed in the deity world. If the matter of swordless God Emperor were to be known by the deity world, it would definitely cause public outrage. The Devil Emperor said, why would devouring the resentful spirits in the tomb destroy the origin of the universe? Fang Chun was puzzled. Do you know how the sword tomb came into being? The Devil Emperor asked. Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Perhaps even his teacher, the bone progenitor, did not know. It was said that the sword tomb had existed since ancient times. Even if the universe went through the great apocalypse, the sword tomb would not be destroyed. The existence of the sword tomb involves the origin of the universe. The experts who died in the tomb were all god emperors when they were alive. After they died, they would naturally be nourished by the origin of the universe. In the long run, some of the origin of the universe would remain in their bodies. When swordless God Emperor tried to devour them, it would cause the origin of the universe to decrease. This is simply a disguised form of shortening the life of the universe. The Devil Emperor said. Fang Chun nodded, although he still had many doubts in his heart. However, the Devil Emperor did not seem to be willing to say more. When it came to the origin of the universe, he was also confused. You will know this in the future. For now, you should hurry up and accept my inheritance. The Devil Emperor stretched out his finger and gently tapped Fang Chun's forehead. Suddenly, Fang Chun closed his eyes and fainted. I hope you can bring my inheritance back to the deity world. The Devil Emperor was a little melancholic as he sighed. The Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor stormed into the sword tomb. The two of them went straight into the tomb. Inside the tomb, the central altar. The central altar was now showing signs of cracking. The two of them stood on the altar and looked around. Finally, their eyes locked onto a certain direction. That terrifying sword light came from this direction. The Death God Emperor said, the Devil Emperor's tomb is most likely in this direction. Black Emperor nodded and said, let's lock onto the approximate location first and then search everywhere. I don't believe that there's a tomb that we can't find in this tomb. Black Emperor's words were full of confidence. He had to get the Devil Emperor's inheritance. Senior brother, the Devil Emperor's inheritance might be able to let the two of us take that step. By then, our South Tomb Sword Palace will have 3 supreme God Emperors. It won't be difficult to destroy the Skybone Palace. The debt that we owe must be paid. The Skybone Palace and Fong Chun must all die. Chapter 1945. Genius 1, Second, Remember Love, divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. There were many disciples under God Emperor Swordless. Love, go little, say, W. Chu, however, God Emperor of Death and Black Emperor were the only 2 God Emperors among these disciples. In the entire deity world, only God Emperor Swordless could teach a God Emperor disciple. Because of this, God Emperor Swordless was very proud. A sect with 3 God Emperors was very rare in the deity world. Within the Sword Tomb Emperor Tomb, the 2 God Emperors were burning with anger. They were searching for the Devil Emperor Tomb and the person who destroyed their plan. However, the Devil Emperor's methods were extremely powerful. At his peak, he was even stronger than God Emperor Swordless. Even God Emperor Swordless had to look up to him. He was practically one step into the cosmos God realm. If the Devil Emperor Tomb was so easy to find, it wouldn't be called the Devil Emperor Tomb. At this moment, Fong Chun was studying the inheritance of the Devil Emperor within the Devil Emperor Tomb. His potential in the Tao of Sword stunned the Devil Emperor. With such potential, he was much stronger than his peers. The Devil Emperor couldn't think of any reason to reject Fong Chun. After listening to the Devil Emperor, Fong Chun roughly understood the inheritance of the Devil Emperor. Actually, strictly speaking, the Devil Emperor was a demonic cultivator. What was a demonic cultivator? In reality, there were many demonic cultivators in the deity world. It was just that there were too many martial cultivators, which led everyone to think that there were very few demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators were brutal and loved to kill. All of this was related to the divine techniques they cultivated. Demonic Tao secret techniques were overbearing and sharp. They would often give others a bloodthirsty feeling. However, demonic cultivators didn't mind because what they pursued was that shocking, offensive power. This was something that martial Tao divine techniques couldn't compare with. Many martial cultivators disdained demonic Tao divine techniques and hated demonic cultivators. In reality, the true higher-ups wouldn't think this way. The Great Tao was simple. Different paths led to the same destination. Demonic cultivators and martial cultivators might have different cultivation paths, but the end result was the same, the peak of the martial Tao. Even though the Devil Emperor was a demonic cultivator, he had reached the peak of the demonic Tao and could completely control his emotions. He cultivates both the destruction Sword Tao and the demonic Tao. Fong Chun was slightly taken aback. He should have guessed that the Sword Tao that the Demon Emperor cultivated was the destruction Sword Tao. This was because only the destruction sword principle could unleash such a powerful force. Fong Chun, have you memorized my inheritance? The Demon Emperor asked. Fong Chun nodded heavily. Simply put, the Demon Emperor's inheritance was divided into 3 parts. The first part was a saint-grade Sword Tao divine art that the Demon Emperor had painstakingly created. It was called the Demonic Dragon Heaven Destroyer Sword. The second part was the intermediate battle fort that the Demon King left in the tomb. The third part, which Fong Chun believed to be the most precious, was the Devil Emperor's comprehension of the Sword Tao. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely choose the first 2 options without hesitation. However, a swordsman like Fong Chun, who had great attainments in the way of the sword, would definitely choose the third option. The stronger one's Sword Tao cultivation was, the more one could feel how important an expert Sword Tao comprehension was to them. With your potential, you should be able to cultivate the saint-grade Sword Tao divine art in a short period of time. As for the intermediate battle fort, you will naturally be able to control it when you leave the tomb. The only thing I am worried about is the third part of the inheritance, my comprehension of the Sword Tao, the Demon Emperor said slowly. The destruction Sword Tao itself is a Sword Tao with great offensive power. This is the reason why I chose the destruction Sword Tao back then. After a pause, the Demon Emperor continued, I can feel that there are 5 completely different Sword Tao auras in your body. Love go little say, net, It seems that you want to cultivate all 6 major sword Daos. This is what I am worried about. My comprehension of a destruction sword Dao is very deep. If you force yourself to comprehend it, it is very likely that it will clash with the other sword Dao auras in your body. If you're lucky, you will be seriously injured, and if you are lucky, you will die. This is something that I do not want to see. Therefore, when you comprehend my sword Dao, you must be careful. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately stop comprehending, the Demon Emperor said solemnly. Senior Demon Emperor, rest assured. This junior knows what I'm doing. Fang Chen nodded. In reality, this third part was precisely the part that Fang Chen was least worried about, because the golden heart in his body was left behind by the cosmos god Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan grasped the 6 major sword Daos, and the golden heart he had was coincidentally the destruction sword Dao. The destruction sword Dao had the power to destroy the world. Fang Chen firmly remembered this sentence in his heart. All right, you can begin accepting the inheritance, the Demon Emperor said. He then waved his hand, causing a cubic spatial membrane to appear around Fang Chen. This is the limit that I can do. I hope you can succeed. The Demon Emperor sighed. He had a helpless look on his face. Fang Chen trembled. He could naturally feel that the flow of time within the spatial membrane was much faster than outside. I can only maintain the flow of time 10,000 times faster, and, at most, I can maintain it for a year. The Demon Emperor said, It's a pity that I have already fallen. Otherwise, not to mention 10,000 times, it would be fine even if it was more. Many thanks, Senior Demon Emperor. Fang Chen felt touched in his heart. At the same time, he did not waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged and began accepting the inheritance. Indeed, the Demon Emperor who had 1 foot in the cosmos god realm. Even after falling for so many years, he could still maintain the flow of time 10,000 times faster just by relying on an illusory remnant thought. Formidable. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. With his current techniques, it was impossible for him to reach this stage. 10,000 times faster. I hope I can succeed. A faint smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then closed his eyes. According to Fang Chen's train of thought, the first thing he had to do was to comprehend the Demon Emperor's lifetime comprehension of the Sword Dao. Only by improving his comprehension of the Sword Dao would his cultivation speed of the Saint Grade Sword Dao Divine Technique increase. Dong, dong, dong. The golden heart was rapidly beating. Strands of destruction, Sword Dao aura were emitted from it. After a moment, it wrapped around Fang Chen. The latter was immersed in the destruction Sword Dao aura and was incomparably intoxicated. Of the 6 strongest Sword Daos, the destruction Sword Dao was known to have the strongest offense. Formidable. After looking at it for a while, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The Demon Emperor's comprehension of the destruction Sword Dao had reached an unfathomable stage. If I could reach the level of the Demon Emperor's comprehension, let alone the Deity Emperor realm, I would have great confidence even if I stepped into the God Emperor realm. Fang Chen faintly said. The comprehension left behind by the Demon Emperor was all his views of the destruction Sword Dao. There were also some difficulties and bottlenecks that he had encountered, and these bottlenecks were all experienced by Fang Chen. 3 days later, Fang Chen was deep in thought. A smile appeared on his face. I see. Time accelerated 10,000 times. 3 days had passed in the outside world, but Fang Chen, who was inside the spatial membrane, had actually comprehended for more than 30,000 days. The Demon Emperor was right. Fang Chen's potential in the Sword Dao was too monstrous. He dared not say that there would be no one like him in the future, but it was definitely at the level of unprecedented. Since the Demon Emperor had praised Fang Chen, one could imagine how monstrous his potential in the Sword Dao was. In more than 30,000 days, Fang Chen had already comprehended 2/3 of the comprehension left behind by the Demon Emperor. I benefited a lot. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by Sword Dao aura. His body seemed to be imperceptibly changing, and all of this was because of the Demon Emperor's comprehension. Impressive. He compared the destruction Sword Dao to a war fortress. In a sword cultivator, is the controller of the war fortress. He understands and analyzes the internal components one by one until he completely controls it. Fang Chun was talking to himself from time to time. These were some of the feelings of the Demon Emperor's comprehension. In the outside world, the Death God Emperor and the Black Emperor were also frantically searching for the Demon Emperor's tomb. Get lost. At a certain moment, the two Emperor gods were searching for the Demon Emperor's tomb when a few vengeful spirits suddenly appeared. The two of them were already full of anger. Seeing this, they immediately attacked without saying anything. Kacha! How could the vengeful spirits resist against the attack of the Death God Emperor? At that moment, several black lights tunneled into the body of the vengeful spirits. CSISI. The body of the vengeful spirits was instantly corroded. Junior disciple brother, your research on the Tao of Death is getting more and more formidable. The Black Emperor could not help but praise. What's the use? Unless I completely comprehend the structure of the primordial spirit, it is impossible for me to become a cosmos god. The Death God Emperor curled her lips. Junior disciple brother, the two of us have been stuck at the bottleneck for so long. It is time for us to break through. The Black Emperor indifferently said, perhaps the Demon Emperor's tomb is an opportunity. Chapter 1946. Genius 1. Second, remember, love, divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In order to let Fang Chun better understand the inheritance he left behind, the Demon Emperor deliberately made some illusory figures to assist Fang Chun. Love go little say W. Chew in the Demon Emperor's tomb. Fang Chun stood there quietly, exuding a terrifying, destructive sword chi. Around him stood 4 illusory figures. Fang Chun, these 4 illusory figures are just ordinary divine emperors. I will observe your strength and gradually increase the pressure on you, the Demon Emperor said. Fang Chun nodded, and then the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Your weapon is also... The Demon Emperor was speechless. After all, he was a divine king realm expert and his successor. How could he be so shabby? Senior Demon Emperor, I'm sorry. Fang Chun smiled awkwardly. In fact, he had long wanted to improve the grade of the Hidden Star Sword, but he had never had the chance. With his level of sword forging, he was still unable to forge a true god weapon longsword, so he could not improve the grade of the Hidden Star Sword. Give me your weapon. The Demon Emperor curled his lips, then opened his palm and said. Fang Chun did not understand and handed the Hidden Star Sword to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor held the Hidden Star Sword and said, You are my successor, but you are still using a divine weapon to fight. How shabby. After saying that, the Demon Emperor shook his head. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a strong sword Tao aura surged around him. Then, he held the Hidden Star Sword tightly with both hands. In an instant, the Hidden Star Sword was surrounded by flames. This is... Fang Chun's eyes widened, and he was a little shocked. Was the Demon Emperor going to improve the grade of the Hidden Star Sword himself? Sure enough, Fang Chun's guess was right. The Demon Emperor made a move, and in just a moment, the Hidden Star Sword was upgraded to a true god weapon. The Demon Emperor restrained his aura, then said, I can only help you to this extent. Many thanks, Senior Devil Emperor. After Fang Chun received the Star Hidden Sword, his face was overjoyed. He could feel that the Hidden Star Sword had undergone an essential transformation and had already become a true god weapon in name and in reality. Although it was only a low-grade true god artifact, it was no longer shabby. Senior Demon Emperor, are you also a swordsmith? Fang Chun suppressed the joy in his heart and asked. The Demon Emperor clasped his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. Every sword cultivator that stands at the peak is an outstanding swordsmith. This is because forging a sword is like comprehending the sword. In the process of forging a sword, you can comprehend some things that you didn't comprehend during cultivation. This is very precious. Fang Chun nodded in realization. If I were at my peak, it wouldn't be a problem for me to help you upgrade to the level of a supreme grade true god weapon. But since I've already fallen, I can only help you this much. Devil Emperor said, When you get out, find a decent absolute God-level swordsmith to help you improve. Only true God powerhouses could use a true God weapon. Its power was beyond imagination. True God weapons were divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Under normal circumstances, Divine King powerhouses would have a low-grade true God weapon. Being able to have a middle-grade one was already considered very impressive. Divine Emperor powerhouses could have a middle-grade true God weapon. Some powerful Divine Emperors of the seven top forces even had a high-grade true God weapon. As for supreme-grade true God weapons, there were only 10 of them in the entire Divine world. And these 10 supreme-grade true God weapons were all in the hands of the 10 strongest Divine Emperors. In the entire Divine world, there wasn't a single blacksmith that could forge a supreme-grade true God weapon. Although supreme-grade true God weapons were still true God weapons, they had already surpassed the category of true God weapons. All right, you can continue. Devil Emperor nodded and disappeared. Boom! Suddenly, the 4 phantoms around Fong Chun launched a fierce and domineering attack. Whoosh rays of sword light seemed to be able to pierce through the void, past and present as they revolved around Fong Chun. Immemorial Soul Refining Art. Fong Chun once again used the Immemorial Soul Refining Art's destructive sword move. It was the same move, but when it was used, there was an earth-shattering change. Under Fong Chun's control, a destructive sword light that was so black that it was purple directly pierced through the body of one of the phantoms in the air. Devil Emperor's comprehension is really powerful, Fong Chun exclaimed. After comprehending Devil Emperor's sword comprehension, he felt that his usage of sword principle divine skill had reached a whole new level. This destructive sword move was enough to explain the problem. Continue. With 4 consecutive moves, the 4 phantoms were dispersed. At this time, the number of shadows increased to 8. Battle. Only battle to increase one's strength in battle. Time passed. As Fong Chun fought, he comprehended the sword Dao insights left behind by the Demon Emperor. In half a month's time, the number of phantoms fighting Fong Chun had already reached over 100. Such combat power was comparable to some Divine Emperor powerhouses at the peak level. Whoosh! After Fong Chun's sword pierced through a shadow, he was attacked by other shadows. Thud! 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 Fong Chun's body retreated awkwardly. The shadows chased after him. Fong Chun pursed his lips and jumped into the space membrane. Crash! The shadows dissipated. Fong Chun sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend. There's still a problem. I hope I can fully comprehend sword principle this time, Fong Chun said to himself. Comprehending sword principle was a long process. Fortunately, Fong Chun's potential in sword principle was very strong, and the Golden Heart was very effective. Another half a month passed. Boom! The true God power in Fong Chun's body surged wildly. The sword chi around him formed a terrifying vortex, crazily absorbing the sword chi in the air. Is he going to break through? In the void, Devil Emperor suddenly appeared. He looked at Fong Chun in the space membrane with a smile. He was very happy. Under normal circumstances, breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm would cause a huge commotion. However, this was Devil Emperor's tomb, and there were very strong restrictions. Moreover, Fong Chun was in the space membrane. Buzz! When the aura in the space membrane was gradually absorbed by Fong Chun, Devil Emperor waved his hand and removed the space membrane. Not bad. In just a month, you have fully comprehended the sword principle that I left behind. Devil Emperor liked Fong Chun more and more. I'm ashamed. Fong Chun cupped his fist and smiled. Although only a month had passed in the outside world, he had cultivated for hundreds of years. In the entire divine world, you are the youngest divine emperor, said Mod. This was true. Most divine emperors were tens of thousands of years old. Some had even lived for millions or hundreds of millions of years. How do you feel? Devil Emperor asked. Senior Devil Emperor's comprehension of sword principle is beyond my reach. Fong Chun said, however, I have learned a lot during this time. I feel that my destruction sword principle has been perfected. I am confident that I can perfect it to its best state in the following time. Devil Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I believe you can do it. For you now, cultivating the Saint Grade Sword Principle Divine skill that I left behind shouldn't be too much of a problem. Devil Emperor said, after you master it, take control of the battle fortress and leave the sword tomb. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have understood the meaning of Devil Emperor's words. Devil Emperor nodded and said, while you were cultivating, the two God Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace have been searching for my tomb. Last time, I ruined God Emperor's swordless plan, so they hate me to the core. Once they find out that it was all because of you, they will definitely hunt you down endlessly. South Tomb Sword Palace. Fang Chen's face was ashen. He and South Tomb Sword Palace would not rest until one of them was dead. Unfortunately, he was too weak and could only hide from South Tomb Sword Palace. After you enter the Divine Emperor realm, there are not many Divine Emperors in the Divine world who can threaten you. Unless you encounter God Emperors, you won't be in any danger. Devil Emperor said, even if you encounter ordinary God Emperors, you can still escape with the intermediate battle fortress. However, if you encounter someone like God Emperor Swordless, it will be troublesome. Senior, can they find this place? Fang Chen asked. Don't worry. Before you leave, they won't find this place. Devil Emperor said, you can focus on comprehending the sword principle, divine skill. Thank you, Senior Devil Emperor. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he began to comprehend the Saint Grade Sword Principle Divine Skill. Devil Emperor looked at Fang Chen. His body was fading away. Sigh, this is all I can help you with. Fang Chen had just entered the Divine Emperor realm and already had God Emperors as enemies. This had both advantages and disadvantages for his development. Chapter 1947. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword was created after the demon emperor became a peak emperor god. He created it after observing the sky at night. This Saint Grade Sword Principle Divine skill was very powerful. It displayed the overbearing power of the Destruction Sword Principle to the extreme. This sword principle had a total of 36 levels. Every 12 levels corresponded to a realm. Under normal circumstances, a Divine King Realm expert could cultivate up to the 12th level. Of course, there were a few monstrous geniuses who could cultivate to a higher level. It was said that after cultivating the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword to the 24th level, one could become an invincible existence in the Divine Emperor realm. The biggest obstacle in cultivating the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword was the comprehension of the Destruction Sword Principle. Fang Chen did very well in this aspect. He was much stronger than the demon emperor of the same realm back then. Therefore, there was almost no pressure to cultivate this saint grade divine art. When the conditions were right, success came naturally. In just 3 days, Fang Chen cultivated the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword to the 12th level in one go. This was a hurdle. Fang Chen was not in a hurry to cross it. Instead, he carefully comprehended and experienced it. At the same time, he fought with the Divine Emperor Realm Phantom. He learned from the battle and quickly grasped some details of the demonic dragon Heaven Destroyer sword. Boom! After crossing the 12th level, Fang Chen's cultivation speed became even more terrifying. 13, 14, 15, 16, it was almost visible to the naked eye that Fang Chen's cultivation speed was increasing. When he cultivated to the 23rd level, he finally stopped. The Destruction Sword Principle aura around him also gradually dissipated. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was in good spirits, and his face was full of smiles. The Demon Emperor also nodded at Fang Chen with satisfaction. Not bad. You can resist the temptation and stop at the most critical moment. I am more and more optimistic about you. This is also thanks to the sword principle comprehension that the Demon Emperor left behind. It allowed me to learn a lot. Fang Chen smiled and said, you were able to stop at the 23rd level. This proves that you have completely inherited my legacy. I am very gratified. After falling for so many years, I can still accept such a good disciple. The Demon Emperor laughed. Fong Chun knelt on the ground and cupped his hands. Disciple Fong Chun greets master. On the path of martial arts, it was normal for one to have multiple masters. Very few people would ask their disciples not to join other sects when accepting disciples. Moreover, the Demon Emperor was an ultimate powerhouse who had already fallen. He would not care about such things. Good, very good. Hearing Fong Chun call him master, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. He hurriedly waved his hand and helped Fong Chun up, saying, Fong Chun, I don't have much time left. Accepting you as my disciple can be considered as fulfilling one of my wishes. At this point, the obsession in my heart has completely disappeared. It won't be long before I completely disappear from this world. Is there no other way? Fong Chun asked. The Demon Emperor mocked himself. If it were an ordinary god king, the 10 ultimate god emperors could still revive him after spending some energy. But reviving a god emperor involves the operation of the entire cosmos. It would destroy the origin of the cosmos, and it might not succeed. At least, none of the god emperors have the strength to do so. Maybe cosmos gods could do it. The Demon Emperor sighed at the end. His voice was filled with loneliness. An expert of a generation had conquered an era, but in the end, he still ended up in such a state. Is this the final outcome for those who don't become cosmos gods? Fong Chun asked. The Demon Emperor looked at Fong Chun. God emperors are considered supreme existences in our cosmos, but they are still unable to control the operation of the cosmos. Love, go little say W. Chu, do you know why this is? Why? Fong Chun hurriedly asked. That year when I stepped onto the peak, I tried many times, but all of them ended in failure. The Demon Emperor said, Of course, these failures weren't in vain. At least I understood a principle. The cosmos is too weak. It can't withstand the strength of a cosmos god. Thus, we are restricted. Even if we work hard, it's impossible for us to break through to the cosmos god realm. The Demon Emperor said. Hearing that, Fong Chun felt his heart trembling. This was a huge secret. Even the bone progenitor and others might not know about it, right? Of course, this is just my guess. After all, that Gu Yuan broke through to the cosmos god realm within the cosmos. The Demon Emperor indifferently said, Teacher, what is the world outside the cosmos? All along, Fong Chun thought that the deity world was the highest place in the entire cosmos. It was also the end of the cosmos. But now, it seemed that he thought too much. Outside the cosmos, there was an even vaster region. I don't know either. The Demon Emperor answered straightforwardly. Without leaving the cosmos, nobody knew what was the world outside. Outside the lower realm was the chaotic void, but it could not be compared to the region outside the deity world. If there is a day when you can leave the cosmos, you might be able to get the answer to this question. The Demon Emperor sighed. But before you have absolute strength, don't have such thoughts. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Fong Chun nodded inwardly. He could imagine it. If they could casually leave the cosmos, the 10 supreme god emperors would have done so long ago. Under the temptation of becoming a cosmos god, they were willing to do anything. To the current you, becoming a cosmos god is slightly too far away. Don't think too much about it, and don't be burdened by your thoughts. The most important thing right now is to step into the God Emperor realm. You have to know that there are some who can't step into the God Emperor realm even after spending their entire lives. The Demon Emperor said, if you can't even step into the God Emperor realm, what is the point of thinking about it? Many thanks for teacher's teachings. Fong Chun said. The Demon Emperor seemed unwilling to speak too much. He waved his hand, saying, This spiritual imprint is the control center of the middle-grade battle fort. Refine it, and you'll be able to control it completely. But before I fell that year, I used the battle fort on a large scale. Hence, there aren't many energy crystals left in the battle fort. The Demon Emperor said, In the future, you still have to earn your own energy crystals. The spiritual imprint tunneled into Fong Chun's forehead. At that moment, a sparkling and translucent aura was emitted from Fong Chun's body. At that moment, Fong Chun completely fused with the spiritual imprint. At this moment, The middle grade battle fort belonged to Feng Chun. In the mind of Feng Chun, the entire situation of the middle grade battle fort appeared. 1,000,000 deity crystal souls? Feng Chun saw a huge pile of deity crystal souls at a certain corner, and he revealed a joyous expression. The consumption of the middle grade battle fort was huge, and 1,000,000 wasn't too much. However, it was more than enough for Feng Chun at his current stage. Familiarize yourself with the middle grade battle fort. After that, I'll send you out of here. The Demon Emperor said, after you leave, I'll lure those 2 god emperors over here to buy some time for you. I'm guessing that the South Tomb Sword Palace must have set up an ambush outside the Sword Catacomb. To be safe, you'd better inform everyone in the sect to come and receive you. The Demon Emperor had thought of everything. Feng Chun nodded heavily. His clone had already contacted the Bone Progenitor. The latter was rushing over. With the speed of the Bone Progenitor, it wouldn't take long for him to arrive outside the Sword Catacomb. Whoosh! The Demon Emperor waved his hand, and a black hole-like passage appeared in the sky above the tomb. This passage leads to the Sovereign Tomb. Put away the battle fort and leave quickly, the Demon Emperor said in a low voice. Master, Feng Chun stepped onto the passage, turned back to look at the Demon Emperor, and asked, Master, I've always had a question that I've kept in my heart for a long time. After this parting, we won't meet again. I hope you can answer me. Speak. You're a peak god emperor from the previous universe era. In the entire god realm, no one can kill you. What I want to know is, how did you fall, Master? Feng Chun's eyes stared straight at the Demon Emperor. Hearing this, the latter was stunned and immediately shook his head. Leave quickly. Master, Feng Chun's attitude was very tough. I just want to avenge Master if I have the strength in the future. This is the only thing I can do for Master. Hearing Feng Chun's voice, the Demon Emperor's face was very gratified. I'm very happy to have a disciple like you. My fall involves too many secrets. It's better if you don't know. The Demon Emperor waved his hand and closed the passage. Master, Feng Chun roared, but there was nothing he could do. The passage had been opened, and the Demon Emperor disappeared before his eyes. Be careful of the holy light religion. At the same time, a subtle voice sounded in Feng Chun's mind. Chapter 1948. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor released Feng Chun and carefully observed his little disciple. Thank you, Master. Feng Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. If not for Master, he would have been killed by Emperor God Swordless. Thinking of this, Feng Chun clenched his fists and his heart burned with anger. How was it? Did you get the inheritance of the Demon Emperor? The Bone Progenitor asked. Feng Chun nodded. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on the latter's face. Not bad. Being able to get the inheritance of the Demon Emperor is very beneficial to your cultivation. The Bone Progenitor said, however, this time you have completely offended Emperor God Swordless. You have to be careful in the future. After all, I can't always protect you like this. Master, the reason why Emperor God Swordless hates me so much is because I unintentionally ruined his plan. Feng Chun thought about it and told the Bone Progenitor about what happened in the tomb. Oh, what plan? The Bone Progenitor asked. From what the Demon Emperor said, Emperor God Swordless tried to devour all the resentful spirits in the tomb, but the last moment, the Demon Emperor ruined it. Feng Chun said. Hearing this, the Bone Progenitor's expression changed. I see. The Bone Progenitor nodded slightly. Well, I will tell the other Emperor gods about this. You should go and rest. Master, Feng Chun suddenly spoke when he was about to turn around and leave. What is it? Whoosh. With a thought, Feng Chun took out all the battle fortresses he had obtained. Master, I got these 8 beginner battle fortresses from the tomb of the Demon Emperor's guard. Feng Chun said, leave them in the Heavenly Bone Palace. Seeing the battle fortresses, the Bone Progenitor's eyes were filled with passion. 8 battle fortresses, haha. The Bone Progenitor was very happy. Previously, He was worried that the swordless god emperor would disregard everything and start a war with the Sky Bone Palace. If he had these 8 forts, he would no longer have to fear the attacks of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Fang Chun, you've done a great job this time. If you want any reward, just say the word, the Bone Progenitor said heartily. What a joke. 8 battle forts were priceless treasures. Fang Chun smiled and said, Master, the Demon King gave me an intermediate battle fort, but the energy stones are a bit scarce. I hope Master can give me some. That's easy. I'll give you 10 million God Spirit Crystal Souls first, the Bone Progenitor said. Thank you, Master. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. The 8 battle fortresses were very important to the Sky Bone Palace. The Bone Progenitor immediately summoned the Deputy Palace Master to discuss the placement of the 8 battle fortresses. However, Fang Chun had just rested when news came from the Pantheon. What? The godly Emperor of Destruction challenged me? Fang Chun felt helpless. He did not expect the godly Emperor of Destruction to know that he had just broken through to the godly Emperor realm. It seemed that a battle was inevitable. Immediately, Fang Chun contacted the Bone Progenitor and asked if the swordless god emperor would attack him at the Pantheon. After receiving the Bone Progenitor's reply, Fang Chun went to the Pantheon with peace of mind. Whoosh! The teleportation formation in front of the Pantheon opened, and Fang Chun walked out from it. Fang Chun, after you broke through to the godly Emperor realm, the godly Emperor of Destruction came to find you immediately, the person in charge of the Pantheon said. Fang Chun nodded and asked, Where is the godly Emperor of Destruction? He's waiting for you at the martial arts practice field. The staff brought Fang Chun to the martial arts practice field. Many people were paying attention to this battle. The higher-ups of the Pantheon were secretly watching. Even some of the godly Emperor realm experts from other sects came to watch. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the void and attracted everyone's attention. Look, the evergreen godly Emperor of the 27 Sword Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace is here too. Now, what is he doing here? I heard that the evergreen godly Emperor is here for Fang Chun. Is he going to challenge Fang Chun too? Many people were shocked when they saw the evergreen godly Emperor. The evergreen godly Emperor was the youngest disciple of the swordless god Emperor. Although he had been stuck at the godly Emperor realm, no one dared to underestimate his strength. The evergreen godly Emperor had not fought for a long time. Everyone's understanding of him was still a few hundred years ago. Evergreen godly Emperor, why are you here? Among the crowd, a godly emperor who was on good terms with the South Tomb Sword Palace asked, I'm here to see who will get the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction. The evergreen godly emperor said indifferently. His gaze was fixed on Fang Chun, although the evergreen godly emperor was full of smiles. However, when he looked at Fang Chun, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the crowd, many godly emperors were whispering to each other. Back then, the evergreen godly emperor had also competed for the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction. Unfortunately, he was defeated in one move by the current Godly Emperor of Destruction. After that, he called himself the Evergreen Godly Emperor. They did not expect that after so many years, there would be another rising star who would challenge the Godly Emperor of Destruction. Look, it's about to start. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was focused on the martial arts arena. On the martial arts arena, Fang Chun and the Godly Emperor of Destruction looked at each other. Fang Chun looked at the Godly Emperor of Destruction carefully. The latter gave him a feeling that he was unfathomable. You're no match for me, the Godly Emperor of Destruction said. He was still as confident and arrogant as ever. However, everyone could understand that the Godly Emperor of Destruction had the right to be arrogant. How do you know that I'm no match for you when I haven't even tried? Fang Chun grinned. He had just broken through to the Godly Emperor realm and had not used his full strength yet. It's a good opportunity to test how strong I am. Fang Chun said to himself, All right, I'll show you. The Godly Emperor of Destruction did not waste any more time and attacked directly. Rumble in the sky, the terrifying power of the rules of destruction instantly condensed into a huge palm. It carried with it an aura that made people tremble and swoop down toward Fang Chun. The godly Emperor of Destruction is serious. He actually used the devil's hand right from the start. Yes, an ordinary godly emperor would not be able to force the godly Emperor of Destruction to use the devil's hand. The devil's hand is very strong. Now that the godly Emperor of Destruction has used this move, it seems that the battle is about to end. Almost all the godly emperors did not think that Fang Chun could withstand the full blow of the godly Emperor of Destruction. However, the truth was often so unexpected. Boom! Fang Chun activated his perfect sword body and sword-shaped runes flashed. The aura of the sword principle spread and raised his body's defense to the highest level. Just like that, he resisted the devil's hand of the godly Emperor of Destruction. Crack! When the devil's hand landed on Fang Chun, the wild demonic power wanted to rush into Fang Chun's body, but was blocked by the sword-shaped runes. In just a breath's time, the devil's hand was completely destroyed. Fang Chun was still standing on the martial arts practice platform, unharmed. At this time, the godly Emperor of Destruction's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Chun to be able to withstand the devil's hand's attack. After being stunned for a while, the godly Emperor of Destruction laughed. You are indeed a disciple of the bone progenitor. You have just broken through to the godly Emperor realm, and you have such strength. If I let you cultivate for a period of time, even I will be surpassed by you. The godly Emperor of Destruction's words were full of praise for Fang Chun. He thought that Fang Chun's potential was incredible. It would not be long before he could be on the same level as him. With your current strength, there are only a handful of godly emperors who can defeat you. The godly Emperor of Destruction said, It is more interesting to fight with an expert like you. In order to show my respect for you, I will give it my all in the upcoming battle. As the godly Emperor of Destruction spoke, the power of the destruction rules of heaven and earth surged into his body. How is this possible? The godly emperors who did not think highly of Fang Chun were shocked. He actually withstood the devil's hand's attack? Damn it, this lad's potential is too strong. He has just broken through, and he can already fight against the godly Emperor of Destruction? At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the evergreen godly emperor. The latter had his hands behind his back, and his face was full of disdain. It's just a trick. It's nothing. On the path of cultivation, tricks are only temporary. In the end, you will realize that you are the one who is harming yourself. The evergreen godly emperor said coldly. Everyone could tell that the evergreen godly emperor did not seem to like Fang Chun. Evergreen godly emperor, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Some of the godly emperors asked deliberately. Is there need to think about it? The evergreen godly emperor flung his sleeves and snorted. Fang Chun has no chance of winning. Chapter 1949. A genius will remember love in a second. We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many agreed with the evergreen god emperor's words. However, some god emperors began to ponder. As a disciple of the bone progenitor, could Fang Chun create a miracle? All the god emperors in the divine world were watching this battle. Even some god emperors were watching. On the martial arts practice platform, God Emperor Destruction's face gradually turned solemn. You are worthy of my respect for being able to withstand my demonic hand, the God Emperor Destruction said. The demonic hand was a very powerful divine skill. Ordinary god emperors could not withstand it. Being able to withstand the attack of the demonic hand meant that the gap between him and the God Emperor Destruction was not too big. Next, I will use my strongest skill, Demonic Sky Destroyer, the God Emperor Destruction said. Let's wait and see, Fang Chun said. Boom! A terrifying aura surrounded the God Emperor Destruction. He opened his palm, and the monstrous power of the rules of destruction in the void suddenly surged into his palm. Whoosh! The God Emperor Destruction kept waving his hands, and layers of enchantments appeared in front of him. In a moment, there were countless enchantments in front of the God Emperor Destruction. So strong. Fang Chun could feel the terrifying aura emanating from godly Emperor Destruction. However, the stronger the enemy, the more it could stimulate Fang Chun's fighting spirit. Demonic Dragon, Sky, Destroyer Sword. Fang Chun gave a low cry and executed the Demonic Dragon Heaven Destroyer Sword. This divine skill was the Demon Emperor's unique skill. He had cultivated it to the 23rd level. In the sky, the sword chi of the rules of destruction condensed into a huge black dragon under Fang Chen's control. The huge black dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. A terrifying aura swept across the land. Kill! Fang Chun held the star-hidden sword and stomped his foot. He jumped onto the huge black dragon and rode it to the front of the God Emperor Destruction in an instant. Ancient Enchantment, Break. The God Emperor Destruction also used his unique skill. The enchantments in front of him were stacked and formed a strong spatial barrier. This spatial barrier contained extremely dense power as it charged towards the black dragon. Let's see how you're going to block my spatial barrier. When Godly Emperor Destruction displayed this move, his face was full of confidence. No one in the Divine Emperor realm could break his eternal barrier. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The space barrier fiercely hit the body of the black dragon. At the same time, Fang Chen's body and the hidden star sword fused together for a short time, turning into a sharp giant sword, and fiercely stabbed the space barrier. The collision between the black dragon and the spatial barrier caused the entire martial arts stage to tremble. At the same time, the black dragon's attack was also wearing down the power of the spatial barrier. Fang Chun pushed his demonic dragon sky destroyer sword to the extreme. He became one with his sword and pierced through the space barrier. Crack! A gap appeared in the space barrier. Fang Chun separated from the hidden star sword and slashed at the Godly Emperor of Destruction. Dong! When the Godly Emperor of Destruction saw this, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his body flashed and dodged Fang Chen's attack. Ew! How did you break my eternal barrier? The Godly Emperor of Destruction, who was suspended in midair, looked at the spatial barrier in disbelief. His heart trembled. Your spatial barrier is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, my sword skill is more penetrative, Fang Chun said indifferently. When he saw that the Godly Emperor of Destruction had stopped attacking, he also stopped attacking. Loved, go little say, net, chew in the sky. The crowd of onlookers was in a state of shock. Obviously, they were surprised by Fang Chen's strong performance. Too powerful. Many people were discussing this. Some of them even felt that all their years of cultivation had been wasted. The evergreen Godly Emperor's face was gloomy, and he was very unhappy. What a lucky bastard. The evergreen Godly Emperor could guess that the divine skill that Fang Chun had just displayed had something to do with the Demon Emperor. Otherwise, it would not have been able to penetrate the spatial barrier. Whoosh! After the Godly Emperor of Destruction calmed down, he looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. He waved his hand and put away the spatial barrier. Then, his body carried the monstrous power of the rules of destruction and landed on the martial arts arena. Just when everyone thought that an earth-shattering battle was about to begin, the Godly Emperor of Destruction made a shocking move. I lost. You're more qualified to be the Godly Emperor of Destruction than I am. The Godly Emperor of Destruction sighed. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he cupped his fist and said to the Godly Emperor of Destruction, if we continue to fight, the final winner should be you. The Godly Emperor of Destruction shook his head. So what? What was the use of holding the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction for a short period of time? You are very strong. Although I will win in the end, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, it won't be long before you defeat me. So, I might as well give you the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction. The Godly Emperor of Destruction was straightforward and took off the title. Fang Chun, I won't give up. With that, the Godly Emperor of Destruction turned and left. Fang Chun nodded at the Godly Emperor of Destruction. Anyone who was a martial arts fanatic was worthy of respect. Congratulations, Godly Emperor of Destruction. The many godly emperors in the sky cupped their fists and congratulated him. The bone progenitor has taken in an incredible disciple. The new Godly Emperor of Destruction is so young. Everyone was complimenting Fang Chun. Only the evergreen, godly emperor stood quietly and looked at Fong Chun coldly. After a long while, the evergreen godly emperor took a step forward and came to the martial arts arena. He looked down at Fong Chun from above. "Kid, I want to challenge you." The tone of the evergreen godly emperor made Fong Chun very unhappy. "Who are you? Why should I accept your challenge?" Fong Chun said deliberately. This was a blatant provocation. "You." The evergreen godly emperor's face darkened. "The great godly emperor of destruction actually doesn't dare to accept my challenge. I think your title of godly emperor of destruction is undeserved. Fong Chun, if you don't dare to fight with me, then hand over the title of godly emperor of destruction and kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. If you see me in the future, scram far away." The evergreen godly emperor humiliated Fong Chun in front of everyone. The godly emperors were stunned for a moment before they understood. The evergreen godly emperor wasn't here to watch the battle. He was here to pick a fight. Thinking of how Fong Chun had offended the South Tomb Sword Palace, the godly emperors shook their heads. Evergreen godly emperor? The disciple of godly emperor Swordless? Fong Chun glanced at the evergreen divine emperor. After that, he asked, "Are you trying to humiliate me? A piece of trash like you has the right to be humiliated by me? What a joke." The evergreen godly emperor said arrogantly, "It's been a long time since I made a move in the divine world. Now, any random cat or dog dares to talk to me. Even godly emperor Swordless failed to take my life when he attacked me. Do you think you can kill me?" Fong Chen's voice resounded throughout the Temple of Gods. All the godly emperors were shocked. Godly Emperor Swordless attacked Fong Chun? This was huge news. "You. If it wasn't for the bone progenitor's protection, how could a piece of trash like you escape from my master's palm?" The evergreen godly emperor said coldly. Fong Chun spread his hands, unwilling to argue with the evergreen godly emperor. He swung his hand and stabbed the hidden star sword into the martial stage. Then he said word by word, "Evergreen godly emperor, you can challenge me if you want. Let's have a battle of life and death." The words battle of life and death were said with great determination. The evergreen godly emperor frowned and stared at Fong Chun. "If you don't dare, then scram back to the South Tomb Sword Palace to be the 27th Sword Sovereign. Don't embarrass yourself here," Fong Chun said. The evergreen godly emperor felt his face burning. This was too much. "Fong Chun, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The evergreen godly emperor roared in anger. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky above the Temple of Gods. "Junior brother Evergreen, quickly return with me." The person who came was the godly emperor of death. His aura swept through the Temple of Gods and suppressed the godly emperors. "We pay our respects to the godly emperor of death." The godly emperors greeted. The godly emperor of death appeared in the void. He glanced at the evergreen godly emperor before looking at Fong Chun. "Brat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of the Skybone Palace." The godly emperor of death said indifferently, "There's no need for the godly emperor of death to worry about me. If the evergreen godly emperor doesn't dare to have a battle of life and death, I'll take my leave." Fong Chun said, How can you be compared to my junior brother's strength? If it wasn't for my master's summons, my junior brother would have already wrung your head." The godly emperor of death said coldly. He then left the Temple of Gods with the evergreen godly emperor. The god emperors in the Temple of Gods were in an uproar. Could it be that the godly emperor of death was afraid that the evergreen godly emperor would lose? Chapter 1950. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Death God Emperor appeared and took the evergreen deity emperor away. Why was that? Many people could guess the reason. The Death God Emperor was afraid that the evergreen deity emperor would lose to Fong Chun and his life would be in danger. Fong Chun looked at the disappearing back of the Death God Emperor. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. This was the Temple of Gods. The Death God Emperor wouldn't dare to attack him. The evergreen deity emperor wanted to provoke him and make him accept the challenge. What a joke. It was a good plan. Unfortunately, Feng Chen's strength wasn't the same as before. The battle with the deity Emperor Destruction had allowed Feng Chen to gain the recognition of the upper echelons of the divine world. No one dared to say that Feng Chen was using the name of the Bone Progenitor to deter others from attacking him. He had just stepped into the deity Emperor realm, and he was already able to defeat the deity Emperor Destruction. With such strength, he was almost invincible among the deity emperors in the divine world. However, there was always someone better. Feng Chen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could challenge a god emperor with his strength. After returning to the heavenly bone palace, the bone progenitor summoned him. "Master!" Feng Chen cupped his fists and greeted. The garden was lush and verdant. There was a huge pond with countless small fish swimming around happily. In the middle of the pond, there was a pavilion. This was where the bone progenitor received important guests. Only the top 10 god emperors could be treated as important guests by the bone progenitor. Under normal circumstances, the bone progenitor wouldn't meet the other 6 disciples here. From this, one could see how important Feng Chen was to the bone progenitor. Not bad. You have just stepped into the deity emperor realm, and you are already able to force the deity Emperor Destruction to such a state. As expected of the disciple of the bone progenitor. The bone progenitor grinned. The stronger his disciple was, the more pride he would have as a master. For example, God Emperor Swordless was famous for his ability to teach his disciples. A sect with 3 god emperors, this could be considered a much-told story in the god realm. "What level are you at with the space-time phantasm demon tome?" the bone progenitor asked. "Master, your disciple is foolish. Ever since I reached the 6th level, I have been unable to make any progress. Moreover, I feel like I'm in a lot of trouble." Feng Chen frowned and spoke of the difficulties he had encountered. Hearing this, the bone progenitor nodded, as though it had expected Feng Chen to say something like this. "Your question is a normal question. I will explain the space-time phantasm demon book to you in detail in a while. You will understand when the time comes," the bone progenitor said. "I called you here this time because I have a task for you." "Master, please speak," Feng Chen said. "I want to send you to guard an area," the bone progenitor said. "In the vast god realm, there are 7 top powers. Although our Sky Bone Palace's lair is in the far north, we also have a certain amount of territory in other areas. This time, the place I want you to guard is an island at the junction of the far west and the West Sea." The bone progenitor said, "I accidentally discovered this island thousands of years ago. There are several mineral veins on the island, and there are countless cultivation resources inside. It has always been guarded by the head of the 36 inner elders of the Sky Bone Palace." The junction of the far west and the West Sea? Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He knew very well that the Beast God clan, one of the 7 top powers, was in the far west. The Hall of Samsara was in the West Sea region. There was also the Immortal Deity Pavilion in the Northwest region. In other words, this island was sandwiched between the 3 top powers. The difficulty of guarding, it could be imagined. Actually, after you guard it, there won't be too much danger. Under normal circumstances, the 3 top powers won't easily make a move on our Sky Bone Palace. What you need to be most careful of are the remnants of the Holy Light Temple. The bone progenitor said, "The remnants of the Holy Light Temple." Feng Chen said to himself. The bone progenitor told Feng Chen everything about the Golden Summit Island. "Feng Chen, the reason I'm sending you this time is to train you. You have already offended the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. A divine emperor like you must go out and train, so this Golden Summit Island is very suitable for you." The bone progenitor said, "Moreover, every time you kill a remnant of the Holy Light Temple, you will receive a certain amount of points." "Master, what can these points be used for?" Feng Chen asked. "These points are used to encourage the disciples of the Sky Bone Palace to kill the remnants of the Holy Light Temple. They can be used to exchange for divine arts, weapons, and cultivation experience." The bone progenitor said. Feng Chen thought to himself, "It seems that these points are quite useful. I have already informed the elder in charge of the Golden Summit Island. When you arrive, he will hand it over to you." The bone progenitor said, "The duration of this guard is 100 years. I hope you can gain something. Master, don't worry. Fong Chen nodded heavily. After the discussion with the bone progenitor, Fong Chen took the cross-region teleportation array and left the Sky Bone Palace. He first arrived at the territory of the Beast God clan in the far west. Then, he used a small teleportation array to arrive at the Golden Summit Island. The Golden Summit Island was surrounded by a boundless ocean. From a certain distance, one could even see the far west. Is this the Golden Summit Island? As soon as he arrived at the Golden Summit Island, Fong Chen felt the rich aura of metal or veins. No wonder Master values it so much. Fong Chen sighed. The importance of the island could be seen from the fact that a divine emperor was sent to guard it. Elder Fong, I am elderly, who is in charge of guarding the Golden Summit Island. Suddenly, an old man in a black robe appeared in the void. The bone progenitor had said that this person was the person in charge of the Golden Summit Island. At the same time, he was also the leader of the 36 Inner Palace Elders. Elderly, Fong Chen greeted him. Elder Li's attitude towards Fong Chen was very friendly. Elder Fong, please follow me. Elder Li brought Fong Chen to the Island Master's mansion of the Golden Summit Island. Then, he helped Fong Chen settle down. Elder Li, could you please tell me about the situation on the Golden Summit Island? Fong Chen asked. Elder Fong, the Golden Summit Island is an important island of the Sky Bone Palace. There are a total of 5 types of ore veins on the island. Among them, 3 are first-rate ore veins. The remaining 2 are second-rate ore veins. For the time being, the 5 types of ore veins are normal. Every month, a Divine Emperor Realm Elder will personally transport the mind or veins back to the Sky Bone Palace, Elderly said with a smile. Then, Elderly briefly introduced the specific situation of the 5 types of ore veins. After Fong Chen understood the situation, Elderly handed the Island Master's token to Fong Chen. Elder Fong, as the disciple of the Palace Master values you very much. I hope you won't disappoint the Palace Master, Elderly said with a smile. Don't worry. Then I'll go back and report, Elderly said. After taking over the Golden Summit Island, Fong Chen's days were quite leisurely. Basically, there was not much to do. When he was free, Fong Chen would cultivate in the Island Master's mansion. This time, Fong Chen brought his wife, Star and Moon, and Little Mouse with him. You can cultivate here, Fong Chen said. Star and Moon nodded. Recently, she had been cultivating in seclusion. The power of the mysterious Phoenix body gradually came into play. Star and Moon's cultivation had reached the peak of the Divine King realm. She was only 1 step away from the Divine Emperor realm. As for Little Mouse and the other 3, they were very curious about the Golden Summit Island and went for a stroll. In a sea area not far from the Golden Summit Island, it was extremely eerie. Latest news, the disciple of the bone progenitor, Fong Chen, has come to the Golden Summit Island and taken over everything there. What? The bone progenitor sent Fong Chen to the Golden Summit Island? What does this mean? Who cares what it means? This is our one chance. If we destroy the Golden Summit Island, the Sky Bone Palace will suffer a great loss. After learning that Elderly had left and Fong Chen had come, the remaining members of the Holy Light religion were very excited and quickly planned how to destroy the Golden Summit Island. At the same time, the Sword Palace of the South Tomb also received the news. Junior brother, Evergreen. The Death God Emperor found the Evergreen Divine Emperor. Fong Chen has gone to the Golden Summit Island. The Godly Emperor Destruction has ordered us not to attack the Godly Emperor. Therefore, Senior Brother Black Emperor and I can't do anything. This is a great opportunity for us to kill Fong Chen. The Death God Emperor said in a deep voice. Senior Brother, don't worry. I will definitely kill that bastard. The Evergreen Divine Emperor said solemnly. The Death God Emperor looked at the Evergreen Divine Emperor and reminded, Junior Brother Evergreen, don't let your emotions affect your decision. Fong Chen is very strong. He can force the Godly Emperor Destruction to such a state. If you fight him directly, you will be in trouble. Chapter 1951. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Golden Summit Island, Island Master's Mansion. Fong Chun sat on a stone bench while the Vice Island Master explained to him. Island Master, due to the unique geographical location of our Golden Peak Island, we are often provoked by the top three forces. They even pay us a visit, the Vice Island Master said in a low voice. He was also one of the 36 inner elders. Oh, Fong Chun looked at the Vice Island Master with interest and said, "Please continue." Island Master should know that the east of us is the Far West Land. The Vice Island Master said, the vast Far West Land is actually equivalent to a savage land. Relatively speaking, resources are very scarce. The Beast God clan is the only overlord of the Far West Land. Their strongest expert is the God Emperor of Destruction, who has the strongest attack power among the 10 strongest God Emperors. The Beast God clan believes in the supremacy of strong. That's why the God Emperor of Destruction was able to become the clan leader of the Beast God clan. Island Master, don't underestimate the Beast God clan. In fact, the Beast God clan is the most terrifying of the 7 top forces. The Beast God clan is in a state of chaos. However, most of them are from the Beast God clan. Super divine beasts can be found everywhere. Their talents are terrifying. The Vice Island Master continued. The Beast God clan likes to fight. They often challenge the experts of other forces. 10 years ago, the God Emperor realm expert of the Beast God clan came to challenge our Golden Summit Island. What was the result? Fong Chun asked. The Beast God clan was indeed worthy of their reputation. They were so warlike. In fact, Fong Chun had already noticed the God Emperor of Destruction the first time he met him. The latter was also a warlike person. The Beast God clan has 3 holy sons. Each of them is a God Emperor. The 3 of them are the direct disciples of the God Emperor of Destruction. 10 years ago, the Beast God clan's 3rd holy son came to challenge our Golden Summit Island. In that battle, Elderly took action personally, but he was suppressed by the holy son in the end. The Vice Island Master said with a sigh. The Beast God clan's holy son was considered a peak expert in the God Emperor realm. The holy son of the Beast God clan likes to challenge God Emperors of the same level. Moreover, they also declared that among the 6 deity emperors, the 3 holy son of the Beast God clan will occupy at least 3 positions. The Vice Island Master said, "Therefore, so you're worried that they'll challenge me?" Fong Chun grinned. After all, his current title was the Godly Emperor of Destruction, one of the 6 godly emperors of rules. Based on my understanding of your God clan, they will definitely come to challenge us once they hear the news, said the Vice Island Master. It doesn't matter. If they come to challenge me, I'll just accept it, Fong Chun said calmly. What about the other 2 forces? Compared to the Beast God race, Fong Chun was more curious about the other 2 great factions. This was because even though the Orc God clan was very strong, there wasn't much to pay attention to. However, the remaining 2 forces were different. The Immortal Divine Pavilion in the Northwest region was created by the Creation God Emperor. This force has very few members, but each of them has amazing fighting power. Most importantly, their self-healing ability is too abnormal. The Vice Island Master said, I've been in Golden Summit Island for so many years, and I've heard a lot about the Immortal Divine Pavilion. There are very few true gods who are willing to deal with the Immortal Divine Pavilion. Oh, if there's a chance, I'd like to meet them. Fong Chun was interested. Only the Creation God Emperor could use the creation law to such an extent. Other than the Immortal Divine Pavilion, the Reincarnation Palace in the West Sea is also very scary. When he mentioned the Reincarnation Palace, the Vice Island Master's face changed slightly. The Reincarnation Palace was created by the Reincarnation God Emperor. It's far away from the God realm and never participates in the disputes of the God realm. However, if you underestimate the experts of the Reincarnation Palace because of this, you'll definitely have to bear the consequences. The Vice Island Master paused for a moment and continued. There are many disciples in the Reincarnation Palace, but there are very few reincarnators. Those who could be called reincarnators have at least experienced 100 reincarnations. The reincarnation law was a very special law. It could send warriors into reincarnation to experience reincarnation after reincarnation and comprehend the martial Tao in reincarnation. Fang Chun had personally experienced the power of the reincarnation law before, so the reincarnation law was still fresh in his memory. Only those who have experienced 100 reincarnations can be called reincarnators. Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. The Vice Island Master nodded. It said that since the establishment of the Reincarnation Palace, there have only been 49 reincarnators. 100 reincarnations is the lowest standard. After the baptism of countless years, even the weakest reincarnators have experienced more than 100 reincarnations, right? Interesting. Fang Chun muttered to himself. There were advantages and disadvantages to allowing people to comprehend the Tao in reincarnation. The advantage was that it allowed people to experience the separation of life and death in every lifetime, making it easier for them to comprehend the Tao. The disadvantage was also great. Once a warrior couldn't withstand the power of reincarnation, he would fall into endless reincarnation and be unable to extricate himself. Even if an expert personally pulled him out of reincarnation, he would basically be crippled. Therefore, there were only a few reincarnators in the Reincarnation Palace. No matter what, the number of reincarnators in the Reincarnation Palace is fixed. As long as someone joins, someone will have to leave. The Vice Island Master continued. Island Master, you have to be careful of the 5 great reincarnation kings. It said that the 5 of them are the strongest experts below the Reincarnation Emperor. If the 5 great reincarnation kings work together, they can fight against an Emperor God expert. What? Fang Chun opened his eyes wide and lost his composure for the first time. He had heard of reincarnators before, but it was his first time hearing about reincarnation kings. If the 5 great reincarnation kings worked together, they could actually fight against an Emperor God expert. In other words, although the Reincarnation Palace only had 1 Emperor God, it was equivalent to having 2 Emperor Gods. That's really abnormal. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Reincarnation kings. How many reincarnations do they have to go through? Thinking of this, Fang Chun curled his lips. At the same time, he secretly remembered the 5 great reincarnation kings in his heart. Looks like there are quite a number of experts in the divine world. Previously, Fang Chun only knew about the divine emperor experts of the Heavenly Bone Palace and the Sword Palace of South Tomb. Now, he had a basic understanding of the divine emperor experts of the other forces. In the courtyard, Fang Chun sat cross-legged, emitting a strong space-time aura. There's still one more step. Fang Chun smiled bitterly, looking a little helpless. According to his master's detailed explanation, the speed of cultivating the space-time illusion demon book had sped up a lot. Moreover, after coming to the Golden Peak Island, he had successfully cultivated the space-time illusion demon book to the 7th level. However, Fang Chun was a little troubled. The space-time rules of order and the space-time rules of order were still a little bit away from completely merging. According to his master, if he wanted to achieve a certain level of attainment in the space-time cultivation system, he had to first merge the 2 rules of order. Continue. Fang Chun didn't believe it and continued to try. However, at this moment, the Vice Island Master hurried over. Island Master, what's wrong? Seeing the Vice Island Master's hurried face, Fang Chun asked. There's a problem with the Zay Dragon mineral vein. Island Master needs to go and take a look, the Vice Island Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chun immediately stopped cultivating and then followed the Vice Island Master to the Zay Dragon mineral vein. The Zay Dragon mineral vein was one of the 3 first-class mineral veins. Other mineral veins could be ignored, but the Zay Dragon mineral vein could not be ignored. The Zay Dragon mineral vein mine from the Zay Dragon mineral vein was very important to the Celestial Bone Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Fang Chun came to the northwest of the Golden Peak Island. Standing in midair and looking down, the Zay Dragon mineral vein lay on the island. It was hundreds of feet long and was covered with a layer of golden luster. What happened? Fang Chun asked. The miners said that they seemed to have found an unknown creature in the depths of the Zay Dragon mineral vein, the Vice Island Master said. The unknown creature is very strong. at least at the divine emperor realm. "Oh, I'll go in and take a look," Fong Chen said. "I'm a master. I'll go in with you," the vice island master said. Fong Chen shook his head. "You are responsible for the normal operation of the other mineral veins. Leave the Zay Dragon mineral vein to me." Immediately, Fong Chen plunged into the Zay Dragon mineral vein. As soon as he came in, Fong Chen felt that the surrounding temperature was rising. He held a piece of golden ore on the wall in his hand, and the Zay Dragon mineral vein suddenly turned into powder. A trace of energy drilled into Fong Chen's body. It's true that the Zay Dragon mineral vein can strengthen a warrior's physique, Fong Chen said to himself. But now is not the time to sigh. Following the route provided by the miners, Fong Chen soon entered the depths of the mineral vein. Chapter 1952. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It's a bit strange. Unimpeded, they came to the depths of the Zay long mineral vein. Fong Chen stopped, and his expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. At first, the surrounding air was very hot, and the deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. However, when they really came to the depths of the mineral vein, the temperature was extremely low. What's going on? Fong Chen spread out his divine sense, trying to find a reason. Suddenly, he saw a small piece of fur on a very hidden wall. Fong Chen picked it up. The fur was about the size of a thumb, and it was white with a little dark yellow in the middle. What kind of divine beast fur is this? Fong Chen frowned. He carefully sensed the power fluctuations in the fur, but it was to no avail. Finally, Fong Chen summoned Little Mouse and the other three. Whoosh! Half an hour later, Little Mouse led Little Hai and the others to the depths of the mineral vein. "Boss, what's the matter?" Little Mouse asked. "Yeah, we were just fighting with a divine emperor realm itinerant cultivator," Little Hai said with some dissatisfaction. The four of them liked to fool around when they were together. "Come and see what kind of divine beast fur is this." Fong Chen handed the white feather to Little Mouse. Little Mouse took it, put it under his nose, and sniffed, and then frowned slightly. There's something familiar about it. Immediately, Little Hai took the fur and checked it. After the four of them took turns to check it, their faces were a little solemn. "Did you find anything?" Fong Chen asked. "Boss, the situation is not good." Little Mouse looked up and said, "This fur contains an extremely violent power. Although it is hidden very well, we still caught it. In the divine beast world, there's only one kind of divine beast that can contain such violent power in its fur." Little Hai also nodded and said, "If this kind of divine beast grows up, it will be very terrifying. Basically, we can confirm what kind of divine beast this fur belongs to. This is the pool dragon or vein, and the mythological beast likes pool dragon or the most." Pangolin said calmly. "Nine abyss python," Xiaohai said word by word. "What's a nine abyss python?" Fong Chen asked in confusion. Little Mouse handed the feather to Fong Chen and said, "Boss, feel it carefully." Fong Chen once again sensed the fur, and his expression changed greatly. A wild power surged out from within like 10,000 galloping horses. It was too terrifying. "This is," Fong Chen asked absent-mindedly. "Boss, the nine abyss python is one of the strongest snake-type divine beasts. The nine abyss python clan would become super divine beasts after they matured. Their battle prowess was very strong. They fed on pool dragon ores, so their bodies were incomparably hard. It is said that a fully grown nine abyss python's body is as hard as a high-grade true god weapon." Hearing this, Fong Chen was shocked. "The nine abyss python is so powerful?" Fong Chen asked. "Not only that, the nine abyss python's talent is too strong, so there are few members in the clan. This is somewhat similar to the godly rats. However, their talent is definitely not as good as us godly rats." Little Mouse continued. "The nine abyss python's strongest innate ability is absorption. They can absorb all the energy in the world for their own use." This, Fong Chen was a little speechless. To be able to absorb all the energy in the world, wasn't this too abnormal? Even a heaven-devouring divine rat could not do this. "Boss, don't be too surprised. To do this, You have to be at least a peak existence in the divine emperor realm. Little Mouse smiled and said, "But boss, since there's a 9 abyss python's fur in this pool dragon or vein, it means that the 9 abyss python is most likely here. This 9 abyss python shouldn't be too strong. Let's catch it together, then roast it and eat it," Little Mouse said. Fang Chun was a little helpless. "Boss, don't look down on the roast meat of the 9 abyss python. It's definitely a great tonic." Whoosh! Just as Fang Chun and Little Mouse were talking, suddenly a subtle sound rang out. Immediately afterward, a black shadow quickly crossed the sky and drilled into the deepest part of the pool dragon or vein. "Chase it." Little Mouse took the lead and rushed directly into the darkness. Fang Chun also followed closely behind. In any case, this pool dragon or vein was the product of the Celestial Bone Palace, and this 9 abyss python couldn't be allowed to stay here. Whoosh! Little Mouse's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the interlayer of the pool dragon or vein. Roar! Suddenly, a roar is sounded, and then a purple rat shadow of several meters high condensed in an instant. Devour! In a hurry, Little Mouse performed the Devour divine ability, and a terrifying suction swept across the entire pool dragon or vein, instantly wrapping a black mass in front of it. Crash! The purple rat's shadow pulled hard, and the black mass struggled desperately, trying to escape. "Come and help me," Little Mouse said with difficulty. Fang Chun, Little Hai, and the others instantly joined the battle. Whoosh! Fang Chun performed the time and space fantasy demon book and came in front of the black mass in an instant. Then he performed the immemorial soul refining technique and slashed the black mass with his sword. Poochie! The black mass was cut by Fang Chun's sword light, and suddenly a triangular snake head appeared in front of Fang Chun. Hiss! The black snake spat out its tongue and sprayed a black liquid at Fang Chun. Fortunately, Fang Chun dodged in time and was not touched by the black liquid. Little Mouse changed back to its original body, and the tentacles of the royal ant tribe wrapped around the black snake, and then with the help of Little Mouse, the black snake was directly thrown to a more spacious place in the pool dragon or vein. Crash! The 4 of them stood at the 4 corners and formed a joint battle formation, trapping the little black snake. Fang Chun held the star-hidden sword and stared at the black snake. "It's really the 9 Serenities python," Little Mouse said in a deep voice. "The 9 Serenities python has a very obvious characteristic. Its whole body, judging from the color, is divided into 9 sections. Bullying with numbers, what's the big deal?" The black snake stopped attacking, looked at Little Mouse and the others indifferently, and spoke in human language. "A 9 Serenities python in the divine king realm?" Fang Chun said to himself. "What are you doing in the pool dragon or vein?" "Humph! You know I'm a 9 Serenities python, and you still ask such an idiotic question." The black snake said disdainfully, "The pool dragon or vein is prepared for us 9 Serenities pythons. I'm just here to take my food." "Bullshit! This pool dragon or vein belongs to the Celestial Bone Palace, and you still have the nerve to say that." Little Mouse cursed. "What's the Celestial Bone Palace? I'm the divine king under the first holy son of the Orc God clan. Let me go quickly, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." The black snake knew that Fang Chun and the others were powerful, so it mentioned the Orc God clan. Orc God clan? Fang Chun was a little surprised when he heard this. "The Orc God clan and my Celestial Bone Palace have never interfered with each other. As a member of the Orc God clan, who gave you the courage to steal the resources of the Celestial Bone Palace?" Fang Chun sneered. "It's ridiculous. I'm here to transport the pool dragon or under the orders of the first holy son. You trash dare to offend the holy son. You're all courting death." The black snake was very arrogant. "Little earthworm, believe it or not, I'll roast you and eat you." Little Mouse said angrily. "You're transporting the pool dragon or for the first holy son?" Fang Chun's face was gloomy. He felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. "Yes, since you know the Orc God clan, you must know that the first holy son is the prodigy of the 9 abyss python clan. He's trying to reach the last step and needs a lot of energy. and the pool dragon or vein of Golden Peak Island is his target. The black snake said. Fong Chen finally understood. The first holy son didn't want to cause a war between the two sects because of the bone progenitor. So he asked his divine king to sneak into the pool dragon or vein and transport the pool dragon Oregon. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that it met me. How long have you been here? Fong Chen asked. It's been 3 years. The black snake said, I've transported hundreds of millions of pool dragon or to the first holy son. For this reason, the first holy son conferred me as his valet, a respected status. So you'd better not touch me. The black snake thought that by taking out the title of the first holy son, it could scare Fong Chen. After listening to his words, Fong Chen's face gradually became gloomy. Lurking for 3 years, Fong Chen said coldly, a little angry. Chapter 1953. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In 3 years, hundreds of millions of pieces of pool dragon were transported to the first holy son of the Orc God clan. Fong Chen's face was extremely cold. No matter what, the pool dragon or vein was a resource of the Palace of Bones, but now was being used by the Orc God clan. No wonder Elderly looked helpless when he mentioned the pool dragon or vein before he left. It turned out that this was the reason. Little Earthworm, hand over all the pool dragon or on you, Little Mouse said fiercely. Are you going to go against the first holy son? Little Black Snake threatened. Who does the first holy son think he is? My boss is the godly emperor of destruction. Have you heard of him? I don't need to tell you what the godly emperor of destruction means, do I? Idiot. Little Mouse scolded loudly. Little Black Snake was also scolded and finally reacted. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, but he pretended to be calm and said, Humph, no matter who your boss is, let me go. The first holy son may not intervene. If you dare to touch me, it is equivalent to slapping the first holy son's face. You know the consequences. Catch him, roast him, and eat him. Fong Chen's cold voice rang out, causing the little mouse's face to be filled with joy. Boy, do you know that you're looking for death? Little Black Snake turned around and stared at Fong Chen with his dark eyes. I am the first holy son's attendant, and I am also a member of the 9 Serenities Python. Do you dare to attack me? The holy son will not let you go. Little Black Snake continued. The strength of the first holy son is beyond your imagination. Once he attacks, you will die. However, Little Mouse would not give Little Black Snake a chance. This was a 9 Serenities Python, and he had never tasted it. In the pool dragon or vein, the 9 Serenities Python screamed. Soon, Little Mouse and the other 3 made a fire. They took out a bamboo stick and inserted it into the 9 Abyss Python's body, starting to burn it. Love, go little say, Ku, you will regret this. The Little Black Snake struggled with all its might, but it was completely suppressed by the Little Mouse and could not move at all. Hiss! Although these ordinary flames were unable to cause any substantial damage to the Little Black Snake, it was still a blatant insult. As a member of the 9 Abyss Python clan, no one had ever dared to roast it with fire. The fur on its body gradually dried up and turned yellow. The Little Black Snake was furious. The first holy son will not let you go. Just wait for the arrival of the first holy son on Golden Summit Island. The Little Black Snake roared. Noisy. Fong Chen flicked his finger, and a scorching flame immediately merged into the bonfire. In an instant, the temperature of the flames rose sharply. The small black snake that was stuck on the bamboo strip struggled madly. Let's see if you can withstand the burning of the undying flame. The Little Mouse happily roasted the Little Black Snake. After a while, the Little Black Snake stopped struggling and lost its vitality. Then, Fong Chen divided the roasted snake meat into 5 portions. Boss, come and have a taste. The meat of the 9 Abyss Python is so delicious. The Little Mouse ate with big mouthfuls and finished his portion in the blink of an eye. It's so delicious. If I keep eating the roasted meat of the 9 Abyss Python, I will be able to break through in no time, the Little Mouse said with some regret. You should be content. The 9 Abyss Python's body contains a large amount of energy. Eating its roasted meat is equivalent to cultivating for several years, Xiao Huang said. Yeah, it's good enough to be able to eat one. Moreover, the first holy sun will not let us off so easily, the pangolin said worriedly. What are you afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. With Boss here, we don't have to be afraid of the first holy sun. Little Hai wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and said, Boss is the godly emperor of destruction, let alone the first holy sun. Even if the three holy sun came together, he wouldn't be afraid. You guys. Fong Chan finished the roasted meat of the 9-abyss python and shook his head helplessly. These 4 guys were very talented, but they didn't like to cultivate. If you want to eat more of the 9-abyss python's meat, then cultivate well. When the 4 of you reach the godly emperor realm, you might be able to roast the first holy sun's meat together, Fong Chan said with a smile. When it came to cultivation, the little mouse's face turned bitter. Boss, the later we become divine beasts, the slower our cultivation speed becomes. Do you think we're all as abnormal as you? Yeah, if the 4 of us reach the godly emperor realm, we'll even be able to fight against an ordinary godly emperor realm expert, Pangolin said with a sigh. Among the 4 of them, Little Mouse was the most talented. He was a super mutant divine beast, the sky-devouring divine rat. Moreover, he was the only one in the universe. After Little Mouse was Xiao Huang. In fact, the potential of the royal ant tribe was much more than that. However, it depended on how many of their kind they could devour. Right now, Xiao Huang hadn't devoured many of his kind, so his cultivation hadn't improved yet. When I become the supreme royal ant of the god world, I'll catch all of the 9-abyss pythons and roast them, Xiao Huang said with a smile. In the far west, the headquarters of the beast god clan, the first sacred palace. There were 3 sacred palaces in the headquarters of the beast god clan. The first sacred palace represented the residence of the first holy sun. In the first sacred palace, a black python was lying on the ground, spitting out its tongue and emitting a terrifying aura. Coincidentally, at this moment, a bird flew across the sky. The black python that was lying on the ground curled its tail and floated in midair. It pulled the bird down and swallowed it into its mouth. Swoosh! After swallowing the bird, the black python turned into a human and walked to the pavilion. Congratulations, Holy Sun. You're about to achieve great success. In the pavilion, a coquettish woman said with a smile, Why isn't Xiao Hei here yet? The first Holy Sun nodded and asked lightly. According to the time, Xiao Hei should have sent back a batch of swamp dragon ores. Why was she nowhere to be seen? Holy Sun, don't worry. I'll contact Xiao Hei now. The coquettish woman was about to contact Xiao Hei when her communication jade pendant suddenly vibrated. Immediately, the coquettish woman said with a smile, Xiao Hei sent me a message just as I was about to contact her. Then, the coquettish woman turned on her communication jade pendant. Immediately, Xiao Hei's voice came out. Holy Sun, I've been discovered by the Emperor of the Celestial Bone Palace. I told them your identity, but they didn't let me go. They even wanted to roast me and eat me. From the communication jade pendant, Blackie's voice sounded a little panicked. Then, before he could finish his sentence, a scream was heard. The next moment, the communication jade pendant was cut off. Crack! The first Holy Sun's expression changed slightly. He opened his hand and sucked the communication jade pendant into his palm. Then he crushed it with force. The coquettish woman also panicked. She had served the Holy Sun for so many years, but she had never heard of anyone who dared to roast a 9-abyss python. As far as I know, the disciple of the bone progenitor, Fong Chun, has come to Golden Peak Island? The Holy Sun suppressed his anger and asked, Holy Sun, you... The coquettish woman wanted to say something, but stopped. Interesting. 3 days later, the third Holy Sun led a group of divine emperors out of the third temple of the Orc God clan and left the territory of the Orc God clan. Holy Sun, where are we going? One of the Emperor Realm experts asked. To Golden Peak Island. The Holy Sun smiled, but his smile was particularly sinister. Holy Sun, you went there 10 years ago, and you beat the person in charge so badly that he couldn't even fight back. With the Holy Sun's current strength, There's no need for him to go to Golden Peak Island, right? A Emperor Realm expert whispered. It's different this time. The Holy Sun said, the disciple of the bone progenitor, Feng Chun, has come to Golden Peak Island. I heard that he got the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction not long ago. I happen to be interested in the title of Godly Emperor of Rules. He's just a disciple of the bone progenitor. How can he be compared to the Holy Sun? A while ago, he was the talk of the town, but he was deified. Many deity emperors were disdainful of Feng Chun. Let's go. Don't waste time. The Holy Sun said. Of course, he was not going to Golden Peak Island for the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction. More importantly, he was going to capture Feng Chun for the Holy Sun. He clearly remembered the promise the Holy Sun had made him. If he could capture Feng Chun, he would give him a drop of Ninth Seclusion Spring Liquid. I've been coveting the Ninth Seclusion Spring Liquid for a long time. The Holy Sun never gave it to me. Now I finally have the chance. Ha. The Holy Sun wanted to laugh out loud at the thought of the Ninth Seclusion Spring Liquid. Godly Emperor of Destruction? Disciple of the Bone Progenitor? They'll all be defeated by me. Chapter 1954. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The third Holy Sun's intention to attack Star and Moon naturally caused a lot of anger, especially the small group led by Little Mouse. They even threatened to teach the third Holy Sun's men a lesson. Boss, let me handle the Divine King battle, Little Mouse said with righteous indignation. In a courtyard, Feng Chun sat on a stone bench opposite Star and Moon. There was no trace of anger on the latter's face. It was always so cold. Not only must we win this battle, we must win beautifully. Feng Chun said in a low voice, I already have 3 candidates for the Divine King battle. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai. No problem. Although the 3 of them were Divine Kings, their strength was close to the Divine Emperor realm. There was no need to worry about the Divine King battle. They would definitely win. As for the Divine Emperor realm, I need to think carefully. Feng Chun said. He did not have many Divine Emperor realm experts here. He could only depend on how many elders there were on the Golden Peak Island. Count me in, Star and Moon said calmly. You or you can't. Feng Chun shook his head. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes stared at Feng Chun without saying a word. After staring at Star and Moon for a while, Feng Chun had no choice but to agree. Okay, I'll let you fight the Divine Emperor battle, but don't try to be brave. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Feng Chun said. Star and Moon nodded slightly. Then, Feng Chun summoned the Vice Island Lord to discuss the other 2 candidates. In the end, it took only half an hour to finish the selection. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai would fight in the Divine King battle. The reason why he didn't use Pangolin was because of its strong defense, but its attack power was slightly inferior to Xiao Hai's. In addition to Star and Moon, there was also the Vice Island Master and another elder of the Divine Emperor realm. In this way, the candidates had already been decided. They just had to wait for the battle 3 days later. Time flowed like water, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the third Holy Sun showed up at the training field of Golden Peak Island. Ha! I can't wait to get my hands on the beauty. The third Holy Sun's voice was heard even before he arrived. His voice was filled with obscenity. This made Feng Chun's expression turn even gloomier. When everyone was present, the Holy Sun asked, Are you ready, kid? I've already prepared it, Feng Chun said. If that's the case, let's begin, said the third Holy Sun. Feng Chun nodded. Little Mouse and the other 2 transformed into their human forms and stepped forward. Do you understand what I've told you? The third Holy Sun looked at the 3 Divine Kings in front of him and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, Holy Sun. We'll complete the task perfectly. Little Mouse jumped onto the training field and looked down. He said arrogantly, Who wants to fight? I'll do it. A God King from the Beast God race took a step forward and arrived on the martial stage. You're too weak, the Little Mouse sneered. I'm enough to deal with you. However, before the Divine King could finish his words, the Little Mouse attacked him like a storm. The third Holy Sun's expression changed slightly. Damn it! Where did this guy find such a powerful divine king? As soon as the third holy son finished his words, there was a loud bang and dust flew up from the ground. Then everyone saw the divine king of the orc gods fall heavily on the ground. His face was pale and his body was in a mess. Love, go little Nita. Chu, how was it? We won the first round, right? Fong Chin shrugged and looked at the third holy son. Humph, consider yourself lucky. The third holy son snorted. After the first round, it was time for the second round. When Goldie appeared, the opposing God King was unable to put up any resistance and was sent flying by Goldie. However, there was a small interlude. The third holy son recognized Xiao Huang's true form. His expression kept changing as if he was thinking about something. The royal ant tribe. It's a divine king tribe member. The third holy son exclaimed. He knew how powerful the royal ant tribe was. If he could get his hands on this royal ant tribe member and train him into a real ant king, he would be able to dominate the heavenly realm in the future. With that thought, the third holy son stared at Xiao Huang with a burning gaze. Fong Chin's side won the second round, but the third holy son had no time to think about it. His gaze was fixed on Goldie the entire time. He didn't even realize what had happened after the third round. It was Fong Chin's voice that woke him up from his thoughts. We won the first 3 rounds. Looks like the divine king of the orc gods is just so, Fong Chun said with a grin. The third holy son calmed down and looked at Fong Chun. Kid, you've only won 3 rounds. What's there to be proud of? Do you believe that you won't be able to win any of the following rounds? To be honest, I don't believe it at all, Fong Chun said with a shrug. I'll let you know that arrogance comes at a price. The third holy son said gloomily. Is that so? I'll wait and see. I hope that the third holy son of the orc gods won't disappoint me, Fong Chin said. Holy son, let me fight the 4th round. Behind the third holy son, the purple-bearded divine emperor stepped onto the stage. His opponent was the inner elder of the Palace of Bones. The battle between the 2 divine emperors shook the heavens. The shockwaves from the battle were huge. Fortunately, the stage was protected by the formation, so it could withstand their powerful attacks. Time passed bit by bit. The battle between the 2 was extremely intense. However, the third holy son's eyes were cold. He could see that the inner elder of the Palace of Bones was on the verge of collapsing. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. As soon as the third holy son finished his words, Divine Emperor Purple-Bearded unleashed a powerful force that completely suppressed the inner elder of the Palace of Bones. Bang! Then he sent the inner elder of the Palace of Bones flying with a kick. Humph! The inner elder of the Palace of Bones is just so. Divine Emperor Purple-Bearded sneered arrogantly. What's there to be proud of after winning 1 round? The little mouse curled his lips. A fierce battle was going on in the square of the Island Master's mansion. At the edge of the Golden Peak Island, a group of people had quietly entered the island. Rumble, the sea breeze was strong, and the seawater splashed onto the beach. A group of divine emperors were hiding behind a green rock. The leader was the evergreen divine emperor of the Sword Palace of South Tomb. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A divine emperor rushed to the green rock. I've received news that the third holy son of the orc gods is leading his men to fight against Fong Chun, the divine emperor said. Evergreen, this is a good opportunity. We can make use of the third holy son of the orc gods. That's right. With our strength, it will be difficult to kill Fong Chun. Evergreen divine emperor nodded and said, let's not act rashly. Let's wait until both sides are injured before we make our move. All right. The group nodded. Very few people would come to the West Sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was because the West Sea was too remote. Moreover, this was the territory of the Reincarnation Palace. No one dared to come here. Suddenly, a small bamboo raft appeared on the turbulent sea. There were 2 people standing on the raft. One was an old man, and the other was a woman in black. My lady, the territory of the orc gods is just ahead. Should we return? The old man said softly. Although the bamboo raft was small, the turbulent waves would disappear as soon as they got close to the raft. The bamboo raft was moving forward steadily. The woman in black had exquisite facial features. Her black clothes perfectly accentuated her exquisite figure. Furthermore, this woman had an incomparable temperament. This temperament made people feel very comfortable and close to her. What are you afraid of? I haven't left the reincarnation palace for a long time. This is a rare opportunity. The woman in black blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Her voice was like the sound of nature. Moreover, I've heard that the orc gods have many divine beasts. If I meet a cute one, I can capture it and make it my spiritual pet. The old man was helpless. There's an island up ahead. Suddenly, the black-clothed woman saw the island in front of her and pointed at it with her small, fair finger. That island is the Golden Peak Island of the Celestial Bone Palace. The old man introduced. The Celestial Bone Palace? The woman in black was even more curious. I've heard that the Celestial Bone Palace is the best at escaping. Chapter 1955. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the square of Golden Peak Island, Fong Chun and the star and moon stood side by side, staring at the third holy sun. The latter's face was a little arrogant. Fong Chun saw this and shook his head slightly. He only won 1 round and was already so happy. The third holy son of the Orc God clan was just SOSO. Who will you send for the 5th round? The third holy son asked. I will. The Vice Island Master stood on the martial arts stage. Other than Fong Chun, he was the strongest divine emperor on the island. He was the only one who could deal with the Orc God clan. Old man, I've been annoyed with you for 10 years. Let me teach you a lesson. Behind the third holy son, a black-clothed divine emperor suddenly stepped onto the martial arts stage. Without saying a word, he began to fight with the Vice Island Master. Rumble, on the martial arts stage, the battle was intense. However, Fong Chen's face gradually became serious. Although the battle on the martial arts stage was basically a stalemate, Fong Chun could see that. The Vice Island Master was no match for the black-clothed divine emperor. His physical body is very strong. I wonder what his true form is. Fong Chun said to himself. He had long heard that the Orc God clan was known for their strong physical bodies. Today, he saw that the rumors were true. Any random divine emperor would have an extremely strong physical defense, but their offense would be slightly inferior. The ancient Granary realm, ranked 3rd among the 5 most dangerous lands, is in the territory of the Orc God clan. Moreover, the ancient Granary realm is used to temper the physical body. It seems that the Orc God clan has been honing their skills in the ancient Granary realm. Fong Chun said to himself. He suddenly remembered that the eldest senior brother and 5th senior brother were cultivating in the ancient Granary realm. He wondered how they were doing now. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun withdrew his thoughts and suddenly heard the third holy son's wild laughter. Fong Chun looked up and realized that the battle on the martial arts stage had already come to an end. The Vice Island Master had lost to the black-clothed divine emperor by a single move. He was very unwilling to accept this. But this was a battle, and it was extremely cruel. If it was a battle of life and death, he would have died long ago. Island Master. The Vice Island Master walked down from the martial arts stage with an apologetic look on his face. Fong Chun waved his hand, indicating that he should go back and rest. It's okay. It's just a match. It won't affect the overall situation. It seems that the Divine Emperor of Golden Peak Island is only SOSO. The Holy Sun said in a mocking tone, if you lose the 3rd round, then you won't have any chance. I've only lost 2 matches. It doesn't matter. Fong Chun appeared indifferent. So what if the Divine Emperors lost all 3 battles? The 7th match would determine victory and defeat. He was still very confident in his own strength. If the first Holy Sun had come, Fong Chun might have been afraid. But if it was only the 3rd Holy Sun, he was not afraid at all. I'll let you be stubborn for a while. The Holy Sun ignored Fong Chun and fixed his eyes on Star and Moon. He did not hide his greed at all. A moment later, the last Divine Emperor of the Holy Sun's side stepped onto the martial arts stage. Island Master. This man is called Flawless Divine Emperor. He's good at saber principle and is very strong. The Vice Island Master's expression changed when he saw the Divine Emperor on the martial arts stage. Oh, he's good at saber principle and is called Flawless Divine Emperor? Fang Chen looked at Flawless Divine Emperor thoughtfully. To be honest, he could feel the overbearing saber chi on the ladder. He did not even want Star and Moon to fight. However, when he looked at the ladder's eyes, he could not bear to refuse. Under everyone's gaze, Star and Moon, dressed in purple, strolled onto the martial arts stage. Beauty, why are you in such a hurry to go back with me? The Holy Sun was drooling and chuckling. The third Holy Sun. Fang Chen's voice was very cold. Watch your words. Hearing this, the Holy Sun glanced at Fang Chen and said, I'm just telling the truth. After the battle, she'll go back with me sooner or later. Whoosh! A terrifying sword chi crossed the void and appeared in front of the Holy Sun in an instant. However, the Holy Sun was not to be trifled with. He quickly stretched out his fingers and caught the sword chi. Then he shattered it. Is that all you've got, godly Emperor of Destruction? The Holy Sun asked with a smile. Oomph. You know that I'm godly Emperor of Destruction? Fang Chen said coldly. I'm the godly Emperor of the Six Laws. Who do you think you are? You're the third Holy Sun in the Orc Gods clan. But in the entire God realm, you're nothing. How dare you flirt with my wife in front of me and say that I'm not magnanimous? Fang Chen questioned. The Holy Sun was unhappy, but he held it in. Fang Chen, don't be so shameless. Godly Emperor of Destruction? How awe-inspiring. I'm not going to argue with you now. Let's see if you can still do this after the final battle. On the martial arts arena, Flawless Godly Emperor looked at Star and Moon carefully and said, You're the woman that the third Holy Sun has taken a liking to. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Boom! As soon as Flawless Godly Emperor finished speaking, a terrifying fist radiance suddenly blasted toward him. Bang! Flawless Godly Emperor stretched out his hand and gently cut the fist radiance with a blade. He grinned and said, I didn't expect you to have such a bad temper. Star and Moon's body was filled with a cold aura from beginning to end. However, just as Flawless Godly Emperor made his move, the temperature on the martial arts arena suddenly became extremely hot. Lines of fiery red patterns vaguely appeared on Star and Moon's body. Fang Chen knew that this was the state of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body completely activated. He could see that Star and Moon was angry. Phoenix Divine Fury. Star and Moon performed the domineering divine technique that she had inherited from the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. Her white palm gently slapped out a few times in the void. Suddenly, the void was filled with fiery light. Flawless Godly Emperor's expression changed slightly. He felt the terrifying aura from Star and Moon. Let's end this quickly. A long saber suddenly appeared in Flawless Godly Emperor's hand. Flawless Godly Emperor shook his wrist, and the aura of the saber Dao swept across the entire arena. Whoosh! Following Flawless Godly Emperor's attack, unimaginable saber light appeared in the sky. It was terrifying. Flawless Heavenly Saber. Flawless Godly Emperor growled. The long saber in his hand carried terrifying power and controlled the countless saber lights in the sky to stab Star and Moon. Mysterious Yin Strike. Cold and hot alternated. Star and Moon's body was half cold and half hot. In a flash, the cold and hot alternated, bringing the power of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body to the maximum. Yu-Er's control of the mysterious Yin Phoenix body is getting better and better, Fang Chen said to himself. Although Star and Moon was stuck in the Divine King realm, her strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary godly emperor. It was not easy to fight Flawless Godly Emperor to this extent. The more he watched, the more excited the Holy Sun became. Conquering such a fiery woman was a pleasure. How wonderful! The Holy Sun licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. While Star and Moon fought Flawless Godly Emperor, two strangers came to Golden Peak Island. The woman in black and the old man walked down from the bamboo raft. Whoosh! The bamboo raft shrank instantly and was put into the woman's sleeve. Hey, I feel a strange aura. The woman in black had just stepped onto Golden Peak Island when she felt the fluctuations of a battle. Let's go and take a look. The woman in black and the old man soon arrived above the island master's residence. The two of them were hidden in the void of space, looking down below. Hey, why is there such an aura on her? The woman in black was surprised when she saw Star and Moon. This woman's body is very special. I can't understand it, the old man said in a low voice. The rule of reincarnation surged around the old man and the woman in black. No one could detect their existence. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. The woman in black frowned and thought carefully. You've seen it before? The old man's face changed. This was not good. The woman in black nodded and said, "This aura feels very familiar. I don't know where I've seen it before." Don't think too much. Mississippi, think about it carefully when you come out of reincarnation, the old man said worriedly. Yeah, I feel like I'm coming out of reincarnation, the woman in black said softly. At this moment, the battle below had reached its climax. Chapter 1956. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the martial arts arena, a ball of fiery red light surrounded Star and Moon, perfectly illuminating the latter's graceful figure. The flawless divine emperor was taken aback when he saw this. He had to admit that he had seen countless women, but Star and Moon's temperament was unique. Only the third holy son is qualified to have such a woman. The flawless divine emperor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. There was a hint of determination in his eyes as he looked at Xingyu. Let's end it here. As soon as the flawless divine emperor finished speaking, he suddenly gripped the hilt of his saber tightly with both hands. In the next moment, the violent power of the saber Dao in his body surged wildly into the saber. Buzz! A deafening sound of saber rang out from within the saber. Star and Moon's expression remained unchanged. She pushed her mystical Phoenix body to the extreme and used both Phoenix Fury and mystical Strike. Rumble! The shockwaves of the battle swept through the entire arena. Star and Moon did not fear anyone in the same realm. However, although she was very strong now, there was still a gap between their realms. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the flawless divine emperor's body turned into an afterimage and whistled through the air. Star and Moon did not resist at all. The tip of the saber pressed against Star and Moon's throat. You've lost. Star and Moon had been defeated by a single move. However, Star and Moon was rather calm. If we were in the same realm, you would be the one to lose, Star and Moon said calmly. The flawless divine emperor nodded. You're right. If we were in the same realm, I would not be your match. Whoosh! The flawless divine emperor put away his saber and walked down the arena. Star and Moon also returned to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen felt that something seemed to have changed in the latter's body. Although we lost this battle, it was also a form of training for Yuo. Fang Chen thought to himself. Star and Moon had always lacked the tempering of life and death battles. Even though the battle with the Wuk deity emperor wasn't life-threatening, it was still on a completely different level. She had gained a lot. She seemed to have touched the threshold of the divine emperor realm. How is it? The third holy son glanced at Fang Chen and smiled. 6 matches have ended, and it's only 3 wins and 3 losses. What are you so proud of? Fang Chen leaped onto the arena. Really? As far as I was concerned, the battle was over. I don't even need to think about it to know that I will be the winner of the final battle. The third holy son jumped onto the stage. The godly emperor of destruction is just so, the third holy son mocked. The title of godly emperor of destruction should have belonged to us, the beast god clan. We didn't care about it in the past, but now I will take it back with my own hands. The third holy son spoke as if he was telling the truth, but Fang Chen didn't want to hear it all. So, according to you, the title of godly emperor of the 6 laws must belong to the emperor of the 6 laws? Fang Chen asked, What do you think? The third holy son said disdainfully. Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't want to argue with the third holy son about such meaningless things. However, at this moment, there was a flash of light in the sky. The old man and the woman in black landed on the square. Fang Chen's expression changed. He didn't sense their arrival. Who are they? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was very confused. Even the third Holy Son was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at the old man and grinned. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Samsara Palace. Is everyone in the Samsara Palace like to eavesdrop? It's not up to you to tell the Samsara Palace what to do. The old man was displeased and said coldly, So it's the Samsara Palace. Fong Chun smiled apologetically at the old man. At the same time, his eyes fell on the woman in black. The woman in black smiled faintly at the star and moon, then turned to the third Holy Son. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a trace of disdain. Is the Holy Son of the Beast God clan all so arrogant? According to you, the leader of the Beast God clan is the Emperor of Destruction. Then the godly Emperor of Destruction must be the title of the Beast God clan? What kind of ridiculous theory is that? The woman in black continued. The title of the godly Emperor of the Six Laws is based on strength. Those with strength have the right to inherit the title of godly Emperor of the Six Laws. What's wrong with the Lord of Golden Peak Island winning the title with his own strength? Who do you think you are? A mere godly king dares to question me? The third Holy Son's face darkened, and he shouted angrily. He was the third Holy Son of the Beast God clan. His status was on par with the 5 reincarnation kings of the Samsara Palace. Even the old man beside the woman in black had no right to criticize him. The Holy Son of the Beast God clan is indeed arrogant. The old man sneered. Both of you are my guests. However, I am engaged in a battle now, so I can't be a good host. Why don't I entertain both of you after the battle? Fong Chen said. Lord of Golden Peak Island, please don't mind us. The old man's face softened a little. He nodded and said, I'm just passing by with my lady. I just dropped by to take a look. Fong Chen's eyelids twitched when he heard that. A godly emperor expert addressed a godly king as his lady. The woman in black's identity was intriguing. Lady? Who is she? The 5 reincarnators are all at the peak of the godly emperor realm. She can't be one of them. The third Holy Son's eyes flashed with confusion. The third Holy Son could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. He looked at Fong Chun coldly and said, I don't think you deserve the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction. The next battle is not only for the wager, but also for the title. Fight with all you have, or you won't stand a chance. The third Holy Son said. His words were filled with strong confidence. However, Fong Chun was not as arrogant as the third Holy Son. However, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes when he looked at the third Holy Son. This guy dared to have feelings for his wife. This alone was enough to make Fong Chun want to kill him. However, considering that he was the Holy Son of the Beast God clan, Fong Chun would not kill him. At most, he would teach him a lesson. Boom! On the martial arts arena, a terrifying aura filled the air in an instant. The woman in black had come to Star and Moon's side. Sister, I'm Ling Er. What about you? At this moment, the woman in black's face was full of a childish smile. She was a completely different person from before. I'm Star and Moon. Star and Moon politely reached out and shook hands with the woman in black. Buzz. The moment their hands touched, Star and Moon was surprised to find that the mysterious Een force in her body had an uncontrollable impulse. Then, she gently removed her hand. Big sister, I sense a familiar aura from you. The woman in black said with a smile. Is that so? Star and Moon replied. At this moment, the battle began. Sister, I think the Island Master can defeat the third Holy Son. The woman in black giggled. That idiot isn't strong, but he likes to use his identity as the third Holy Son to oppress others. Star and Moon looked at the martial arts arena without batting an eyelid, secretly guessing the identity of the woman in black. Seeing the woman in black smile so brightly, the old man chuckled as well. He had never seen the woman in black smile like this ever since he had transcended reincarnation. Claw the Beast God. The third Holy Son's body surged with a large amount of true God energy. Then he stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a huge claw shadow formed in the sky. Rumble. The claw shadow contained the ultimate power of the law of destruction. At the same time, The third Holy Sun's figure moved rapidly. Seeing this, Fang Chun activated his perfect sword body. Sword-shaped runes flowed, his eyes fixed on the beast god's claw in the sky, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Let me see how strong your beast god's claw is. Fang Chun made a shocking move. He withdrew the true god energy around him, intending to use his physical strength to resist the beast god's claw. Oh no! The Vice Island master shouted, very worried. Even the old man and the black-clothed woman looked on in surprise. You want to use your physical strength to resist my beast god's claw? Godly Emperor of Destruction, you're too naive. Chapter 1957. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Claw of the Beast God was a move that the third Holy Sun had derived from a saint-grade divine art through his own comprehension. This move was very suitable for him because his true form was the king of tigers, the Scarlet Marrow Tiger. The Scarlet Marrow Tiger was originally a high-grade divine beast, but the third Holy Sun had forcefully raised his bloodline to the level of a superior grade divine beast through his own efforts. Because of this, the God Emperor of Destruction appreciated him and took him in as a disciple. The Scarlet Marrow Tiger had a special characteristic, and that was its super strong defense. Its claws were so sharp that even a lower-grade true god artifact would not be able to escape from them. The Claw of the Beast God was a move that made use of its claws and strength to form a perfect combination. This move was very powerful. In the eyes of the third Holy Sun, the Claw of the Beast God was enough to defeat Fang Chun and win the heart of the beauty. Therefore, when he saw Fang Chun trying to block the Claw of the Beast God with pure physical strength, the third Holy Sun showed a disdainful smile. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Daring to compete with the Beast God in terms of physical strength, was he not courting death? The strength of the Beast God's physical body was well known in the God realm. The ancient granary boundary, ranked third among the 5 forbidden lands, was in the Beast God's territory. Like the South Tomb Sword Palace, the Beast God used the ancient granary boundary as a place to hone their physical strength. Although the ancient granary boundary was dangerous, the Beast God's population was too large. As long as 1 out of 100 people came out alive, it would be considered a success. The 3 Holy Sun were all divine emperors who had fought a bloody battle in the ancient granary boundary. Their physical strength had reached the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. Boom! The Claw of the Beast God in the sky was huge and shocking. It swooped down and enveloped Fang Chen's entire body. However, Fang Chen's expression did not change from the beginning to the end. He stood quietly as the sword runes flowed. His perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme. Buzz! When the Beast God's claw enveloped Fang Chen's body, it attempted to crush Fang Chen's body. However, it was blocked. Crack! The power of the Beast God's claw slammed into Fang Chen's body. The shockwave was enough to make an ordinary divine emperor realm expert tremble. However, to everyone's shock, the sword-shaped runes around Fang Chun actually blocked the beast deity's claw. This made the latter unable to advance even an inch. How is this possible? The expression of the third Holy Sun, who was floating in the air, changed greatly. No one knew the power of the beast god's claw better than him, but this kid was actually able to block it. He blocked the beast god's claw with pure physical strength. The Holy Sun's expression changed drastically. He immediately reached out his hand and increased the power of the beast god's claw. He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Fang Chun. The onlookers in the square were shocked. Even the woman in black was a little surprised. After a long while, she nodded slightly and looked at Fang Chun thoughtfully with her beautiful black eyes. The island owner's body is really powerful. Yes, this disciple of the bone progenitor is not simple, the old man said with a smile. His words were full of praise for Fang Chun. Buzz! The perfect sword body once again proved that it deserved to be called the strongest special constitution in the world. The sword-shaped runes flowed, and the powerful sword chi surrounded Fang Chun. No matter how powerful the beast god's claw was, it could not shake him. The atmosphere in a martial arts arena was extremely tense. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the third holy sun. If that's all you've got, just admit defeat, Yi Futian said. Humph, you're courting death. The holy sun was completely enraged by Fang Chen. The beast god's claw suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power drowned Fang Chen. At the same time, the holy sun transformed into his original form. A ferocious-looking marrow-red tiger suddenly appeared on the martial arts arena. The marrow-red tiger had the word king on its forehead. Around its body, there were traces that looked like bone marrow. The marrow-red tiger in his original form was even more powerful. Boy, I admit that you're strong, but it's not enough to defeat me. The marrow-red tiger said in a cold voice. Fang Chen walked out of the majestic power and said calmly, "It seems that you still don't understand your situation." Damn it. The holy sun hated Fang Chen's calmness the most. Seeing this, it opened its mouth and roared. Then it rushed toward Fang Chen. Beside the star and moon, the woman in black shook her head. The holy sun has lost his mind. He has already lost this battle. Yes, I didn't expect that there would be such a rising star among the younger generation in the realm of the gods. The old man nodded slightly. In time, this boy will be comparable to Mississippi on the martial arts arena. The holy sun, in his original form, used the marrow-red tiger's innate ability. However, Fang Chen didn't waste any time. He used all 5 sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art and directly interrupted the marrow-red tiger's innate ability. At the same time, he used the demonic dragon heaven destroyer sword. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds gathered and the whole sky darkened. Fang Chen waved his long sword in the air. Rays of sword light instantly turned into a black dragon and swooped down. The 23rd level of the demonic dragon heaven destroyer sword is enough to deal with the holy sun. Fang Chen thought to himself. The golden heart beat rapidly. The golden liquid merged into the hidden star sword and suddenly increased the power of the demonic dragon heaven destroyer sword. On the square, the old man and the black-robed woman's faces changed dramatically. Fang Chen had shocked them too much. How many secrets was he hiding? The godly emperor of destruction is really something. The old man sighed. His attainments in sword principle are incomparable even to the sword cultivators of the sword palace of the South Tomb. Moreover, the sword Tao divine arts he used made even me feel very wary. I haven't come out for a long time. I didn't expect to see such an exciting battle as soon as I came out. The black-robed woman's eyes widened as she said with a smile, "Miss, the godly emperor of destruction's strength is at the peak of the divine emperor realm. When you come out of the reincarnation realm, you can also fight with him." The old man smiled. The black-robed woman nodded slightly. Her eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. After a while, a crazy roar came from the martial arts arena. Under the powerful attack of the demonic dragon heaven destroyer sword, the third holy sun had many sword wounds on his body. He was furious. He roared to the sky and gave full play to the divine skill of the red marrow tiger. However, it was to no avail. Fang Chen's sword light was too tricky. He could not dodge it no matter how hard he tried. It's a bit weak. In the void, Fang Chen's figure flashed. He was using the divine skill while comprehending the demonic dragon heaven destroyer sword. He had wanted to comprehend the 24th level in the battle with the third holy sun. Now it seemed impossible. Then let's end the battle, Fang Chen said to himself. Then he appeared on the martial arts arena and swung his sword casually. This sword was as heavy as Mount Tai. It was fierce and overbearing. Puff! Heaven and earth were shocked by this sword. The third holy sun was bleeding. One of his claws was badly injured and his breath was weak. He struggled to stand on the martial arts arena and stared at Fang Chen fiercely. "Do you want to continue?" Fang Chen spread his hands and asked. This action made the third holy sun feel extremely humiliated. The third holy sun roared to the sky. His body was changing. His eyes were scarlet, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. "Fang Chen, you forced me to do this." In the blink of an eye, the third holy son turned into a human again. However, there was a more fierce aura on his body. Puff! A long spear appeared in the third holy son's hand. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on the spear. Suddenly, a loud sound came out of the spear. Oh no, the holy son has used the forbidden technique. Wuk Divine Emperor and the others were shocked. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Brother Chun, even Xingyu, who had been calm all this time, became a little anxious. Sister Moon, don't worry. Even if the third holy son uses the forbidden technique, it's useless. He's just a paper tiger. There's nothing to be afraid of. The woman in black smiled and held Star in Moon's hand. The old man from the Samsara Palace nodded. My lady is right. The strength of the master of Golden Peak Island is far above that of the third holy son. The reason why he didn't end the battle was because he used the third holy son as a sparring partner. In fact, the old man had something else to say. The people of Celestial Bone Palace were the best at hiding. Chapter 1958. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Holy Son had resorted to unscrupulous means to defeat Fong Chun. He had even used the forbidden magic of the Crimson Marrow Tiger clan. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Fong Chun was an elder of the inner palace of the Heaven Bone Palace and a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. Who was the Bone Progenitor? It was the best at escaping in the God realm. Even the God-destroying Emperor did not want to become enemies with the Bone Progenitor. He could neither catch up nor kill the Bone Progenitor. If the Bone Progenitor tangled with him, he would feel like a sticky candy that would annoy him to death. The Holy Son's eyes were bloodshot. A terrifying aura surged around his body. The long spear in his hand let out a thunderous sound, as if it was responding to its master's emotions. The red tassels on the tip of the spear danced in the wind. Crimson Marrow Sky, piercing spear. The Holy Son's robes fluttered without the wind. He spat out 5 words. Suddenly, the long spear in his hand disintegrated and turned into nothingness. Then, in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the long spear turned into a fine aura that gushed out from every corner of the void. The terrifying aura from all directions pressed toward Fong Chun. Whoosh! When the terrifying aura was about to come into contact with Fong Chun, a long spear condensed in front of him. Kill! The Holy Son dragged his battered body. He stomped his feet and leaped in front of Fong Chun. He grabbed the long spear with his big hand and activated all the strength in his body to thrust it forward. At this moment, the Holy Son's body was trembling. This was the forbidden magic of the Crimson Marrow Tiger clan. He had no choice but to use it. The terrifying aura spread out. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, the space distorted and a majestic vortex appeared, as if to suck everyone into the vortex. Seeing this, Fong Chun's expression changed slightly. What kind of divine art is this? Fong Chun felt the terrifying power contained in the tip of the spear, and the sword-shaped runes circulated on the surface of his body. He did not use his physical strength to block it. Instead, he used the space-time illusion demon tome. Voila! The spear pierced into Fong Chun's body. The latter's body shattered and faded away. Seeing this, the third Holy Son's eyes turned red. He pulled the spear back and stabbed it into the void. Whoosh! Fong Chun's body kept changing positions in the air above the martial arts practice arena. The third Holy Son's spear was also madly chasing after Fong Chun, but it could not touch Fong Chun's body. Ah! The third Holy Son screamed madly. The power of the spear in his hand became stronger and stronger. It seems that you won't be able to hold on for long with this forbidden divine art. Fong Chun thought to himself as he dodged. Seeing that the third Holy Son was about to be defeated, Fong Chun appeared and immediately used the demonic Dragon Heaven Destroyer sword. Boom! The horrifying sword light turned into a huge black dragon in the sky and collided with the third Holy Son's spear. Crack! After the two collided, the huge black dragon collapsed, but the spear was also blocked. Poochie! In the blink of an eye, the power of the spear rushed into the third Holy Son's body. The latter spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The spear flew out of his hand and into the sky. Fong Chun opened his palm, and the spear fell into his palm. He played with the spear with interest, and waves of power came from it. It's an upper-grade, true god weapon. The beast gods are really rich, Fong Chun said. Bang! The third holy sun fell to the ground in a sorry state. The emperor of the beast gods hurriedly helped him up. Holy Sun, are you all right? Emperor Wuk and the others asked worriedly. At the same time, some people scolded Fong Chun loudly. Humph! The beast gods are getting more and more unruly. The black-robed woman snorted and said coldly. The master of Golden Peak Island is the godly emperor of destruction. His status is much higher than yours. You are just the third holy sun subordinates. How dare you scold the godly emperor of destruction? The black-robed woman's words left the emperor of the beast gods speechless. At this time, the third holy sun finally recovered. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked coldly at Fong Chun. He opened his palm and said, "Give me back my spear." "Oh, get back to you? I thought it was my trophy," Fong Chun said with a smile. He had no intention of returning the spear. This made the third holy sun's face even more gloomy. As the holy son of the beast gods, you should know better than me that the winner is the king, right? Fong Chun asked with a half-smile. If we were in each other's place today, would you return my weapon to me? Fong Chun, do you really want to take my spear? The third holy sun asked in a low voice. You already know the answer. Why ask me? Fong Chun said with a shrug. Holy Sun, Emperor Wuk and the others glared at Fong Chun. They were very impulsive. However, the third holy sun stopped them. Fong Chun's strength was beyond his imagination. If even he was no match for him, Emperor Wuk and the others would only be asking for trouble. Good, very good. My weapon was given to me by my master, the godly emperor of destruction. If you dare to take it, take it. But let me remind you, once you take this hot potato, you will have a hard time in the future. The third holy sun threatened Fong Chun. I don't care, Fong Chun said softly. Ew. The third holy sun's face darkened. Suppressing his anger, he flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Fong Chun, I will remember you. The members of the beast god tribe followed behind the third Xingzi and left swiftly. Originally, the third holy sun wanted to defeat Fong Chun with his absolute strength and then return to the beast gods with the star and moon. But now, not only did he not get the beauty, he was defeated by Fong Chun in public. This was a great humiliation to him. Even his weapon was lost. He wanted revenge, but he was very rational. Now is not the time to be impulsive. He should go back and find the second holy sun or the first holy sun. I will let you keep the weapon for now. You will regret it. The third holy sun thought to himself. Seeing the third holy sun was about to leave, Fong Chun suddenly slapped his head and remembered something. Remember to ask the first holy sun to apologize in person. Fong Chun's voice made the holy sun stagger. The latter wished he could find a hole to hide in. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. There was silence in the square. The Vice Island Master and the others stared at Fong Chun, dumbfounded. Isn't he too strong? Not only did he defeat the third holy sun, but he also took away his weapon. Fong Chun walked down from the martial arts arena. The woman in black smiled and said, You are indeed the godly emperor of destruction. You are really powerful. Island Master Fong, what you have done today has completely offended the third holy sun. I heard that the third holy sun is vicious. He will not let you go after humiliating him in public. The old man from the Samsara Palace reminded him. Fong Chun nodded and said, Thank you for the reminder. May I know your name? Since they were both in the divine emperor realm, Fong Chun did not stand on ceremony with the old man and asked for his name directly. How can I be compared to the godly emperor of destruction? You can call me Xue Luo. The old man laughed. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard that. He did not expect the skinny old man in front of him to be the famous Xue Luo, divine emperor of the god world. So you are Xue Luo, divine emperor. Sorry for the disrespect. Fong Chun cupped his fists and said, Thank you, godly emperor destruction. It took me tens of millions of years to reach the godly emperor realm. But you, godly emperor destruction, have reached the godly emperor realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless, godly Emperor Shui Luo said humbly. Feng Chun waved his hand and said, "Who in the god world does not know the power of Shui Luo, divine emperor? When the rules of reincarnation are cultivated to the extreme, they can easily send people into the cycle of reincarnation." Haha, that is all in the past. Shui Luo, divine emperor, was very friendly to Feng Chun. The black-clothed woman was also sizing up Feng Chun with curiosity. Shui Luo, divine emperor, called the woman in black Mississippi. "Who is she? Is she the daughter of the Samsara emperor?" Feng Chun was puzzled. Maybe she is one of the 5 Samsara kings. Then Feng Chun extended his hand and said, "You two are guests from afar. Would you like to have a seat in my residence?" Sure. Before Shui Luo, divine emperor, said anything, the woman in black laughed and said, "I have not left the Samsara palace for a long time. It is not easy to come out. Of course I have to have fun." Chapter 1959. Genius remembers love in 1 second, go/little. Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. In the banquet hall, Feng Chun and Star and Moon accompanied godly Emperor Shui Luo and the woman in black. Feng Chun only knew that the woman in black was called Ling. He didn't know anything else. Since godly Emperor Shui Luo didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask. The Samsara palace didn't care about worldly affairs and didn't participate in the disputes of the realm of the gods. So it had a good relationship with the Palace of Bones. At least, the Samsara palace hadn't sent any of its members to Golden Peak Island for so many years. Godly Emperor Destruction, here's to you. At the banquet, Shui Luo's face was full of smiles. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with Feng Chun's. "Don't be so polite, Shui Luo," Feng Chun said with a smile after finishing his drink. "I haven't been out for a long time. I didn't expect to see such an excellent genius like you this time. I'm impressed." Godly Emperor Shui Luo admired Feng Chun from the bottom of his heart. Godly Emperor Shui Luo chatted with Feng Chun, while Ling chatted with Star and Moon. After a few hours, the banquet ended. Godly Emperor Shui Luo looked at Feng Chun and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Godly Emperor Destruction. If there's a chance, come to the Samsara Palace, and I'll treat you well." "I'll definitely go if there's a chance," Feng Chun said. Linger was also very happy. "Feng Chun, the Samsara Palace is very fun. You should come and have some fun." With that, Godly Emperor Shui Luo and Ling left Golden Peak Island. Feng Chun reached out and held Star and Moon's fair hand, his eyes full of tenderness. In the territory of the beast gods, in the first sacred palace, the first holy sun sat cross-legged, cultivating. Suddenly, a coquettish maid rushed in and said, "The holy sun, the third holy sun wishes to see you." "Oh, he's back. Let him in." When the first saint heard this, he smiled and said, "Don't worry." After a while, the third holy sun came in. "Big brother." The third saint had a grave expression as he spoke in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, when there were only the 3 of them, they would call each other brothers. "Well?" the first holy sun asked calmly. The third holy sun shook his head and said, "It's a mess. The strength of the god Emperor of Destruction is beyond my imagination. I can't gain the upper hand in my battle with him. In the end, not even the Crimson Marrow Tiger clan's forbidden technique could defeat him." The third holy sun sighed with a bitter smile on his face. The first holy sun's expression changed, and he nodded. "People from the Palace of Bones are very good at escaping. It's normal that you can't beat him." The first holy sun nodded. "No." The third holy sun wanted to say something, but stopped. "What happened?" The first holy sun seemed to have found something wrong and asked in a low voice. The third holy sun pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and told the first holy sun about the battle between him and Feng Chun. He even told the first holy sun about the bet between them. After saying that, the third saint lowered his head. "Damn it." The first holy sun's face was gloomy, and a murderous look appeared between his eyebrows. "You want me to apologize in person?" The first holy sun's face showed a sinister smile. "I admit that his strength is beyond my imagination. But you want me to apologize in person just because of this? How dare you? The third Holy Son said gloomily, Brother, the godly Emperor of Destruction's attacks are incredible, especially his sword-way divine skill. I can't resist it at all. The first Holy Son waved his hand and comforted the third Holy Son, saying, You just rest and recover. I will avenge you. If he wants me to apologize in person, he needs to be strong enough. After a pause, the first Holy Son continued, As for your weapon, leave it with him for the time being. The third Holy Son could hear the anger in the first Holy Son's words. Brother, you must avenge me, the third Holy Son said. The first Holy Son nodded slightly. He looked up at the void with his dark eyes. His thoughts had drifted thousands of miles away. After defeating the third Holy Son, Golden Peak Island finally quieted down. The pool dragon load had returned to normal and could be mined again. However, Fang Chun was still worried. He set up an absolute god formation around the 5 loads. Then, he handed the control center of the formation to the Vice Island Master. Once he found something wrong, he would activate the formation immediately. After settling everything, Fang Chun began to cultivate. He had gained some insights from the battle with the third Holy Son. In the courtyard, Fang Chun sat cross-legged, surrounded by the aura of Sword Wei. The inheritance of the Demon Emperor is really powerful. Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. The power of the Demon Emperor's demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword was enough for Fang Chun to defeat a godly emperor of the same realm, even before he learned the 6th move of the ancient soul-refining technique. I have some idea of the 24th level of the demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword. After briefly organizing his insights, Fang Chun began to meditate. Sure enough, the cultivation this time was almost a matter of course. In just half a month, Fang Chun succeeded in cultivating the 24th level. This also meant that Fang Chun was standing at the top of the Godly Emperor realm, worthy of the title of Godly Emperor of Destruction. Phew! Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. There was a smile on his face. He had gained a lot from cultivating for half a month. I can't cultivate the last 12 moves of the demonic dragon Sky Destroyer sword for the time being. I'll find a chance in the future, Fang Chun said slightly. However, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can defeat the first Holy Son, right? Then, Fang Chun struck while the iron was hot and cultivated the illusory demon book of time and space. The golden heart beat rapidly, and the aura of time and space around him became stronger and stronger, constantly merging together. The speed of the integration of time and space rules seems to be faster, Fang Chun said to himself. Fang Chun was cultivating quietly on Golden Peak Island, but a very shocking thing happened in the God Realm. Among the 6 godly emperors of the rules, except for Fang Chun, who succeeded in his challenge and became the new godly emperor of destruction, the other 5 godly emperors of the rules have been firmly occupying their positions. However, on this day, a piece of news came from the Pantheon, and it immediately caused a stir in the entire God Realm. A mysterious person challenged the godly Emperor of Destiny in the Pantheon, and there was an earth-shattering battle between the two. In the end, the mysterious person defeated the godly Emperor of Destiny with his absolute strength and became the new godly Emperor of Destiny. This was also the second godly Emperor of the rules to change hands after the godly Emperor of Destruction. This incident caused a huge commotion. Fang Chun succeeded in his challenge, and he was a disciple of the Bone Progenitor, a descendant of a famous family. This mysterious person had no reputation in the God Realm before. Although this person was extremely mysterious, some people still found some clues that proved that this person was the former godly Emperor of Destiny. When he was a godly king, he succeeded in challenging the godly Emperor of Destiny. Now that he was a godly emperor, he became the new godly Emperor of Destiny. For a time, people compared the mysterious person with Fang Chun. In just a single night, the entire firmament was abuzz with the news. However, no matter how hard the major forces searched, they could not find any trace of the godly Emperor of Destiny. This person seemed to have evaporated from the god realm. By the time the news reached Golden Peak Island, half a month had already passed. Whoosh! In the courtyard, when the space-time aura around Fong Chun reached its peak, Fong Chen's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he appeared at the other end of the courtyard. The space-time phantasm demon book has reached the 8th level. Fong Chun smiled and stopped cultivating. However, at this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. Immediately, he received the news that shook the entire god realm. Godly Emperor of Destiny, mysterious person, Fong Chun muttered, and his face gradually became serious. He seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he slapped his head and cried out, "Could it be that this person is the inheritor of the Destiny system?" Cosmos God, Gu Yuan, left behind 6 great Sword Dao inheritances, and they were passed down to 6 people. Before this, Fong Chun killed the inheritor of the creation system and obtained the other 4 inheritances. Including his own inheritance of the destruction system, he had a total of 5 inheritances, and only the Destiny system inheritance was missing. Fong Chun had been asking around, but there was no news of the inheritor of the Destiny system. However, there was news of this happening frequently recently. Fong Chun suspected that the new godly Emperor of Destiny was the inheritor of the Destiny system that he was looking for. Chapter 1960. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the vast realm of the gods, there were bound to be some idiots with wild imaginations. For example, the leader of the 27 Sword Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, the Evergreen Sword Emperor, was currently plotting against Fong Chun on Golden Summit Island. Fong Chun is getting stronger and stronger. We can't drag this out any longer. Otherwise, it will be even harder to kill him. Yeah, I think the sooner we act, the better. Even the 3rd Holy Son of the Beast God clan was defeated. Even if you go all out, you might not be able to defeat the 3rd Holy Son, right? The Evergreen Divine Emperor's face turned solemn when he heard the discussion of the Divine Emperors. I originally wanted to reap the benefits, but the 3rd Holy Son of the Beast God clan was too weak. After some investigation, I found out that there are 5 major mines on Golden Summit Island. Some time ago, something happened at the Pool Dragon Mine. It seems that the 3rd Holy Son came to Golden Summit Island because of the Pool Dragon Mine, said the Evergreen Divine Emperor. So, I plan to tamper with the Pool Dragon Mine. What can we do? Hearing this, the Evergreen Divine Emperor smiled mysteriously. Soon after, he whispered into their ears and told them about his plan. Then, he began to implement it. The Pool Dragon Mine was near the sea. Because it was a first-class mine, most of the people mining here were divine kings. Only the person in charge was a divine emperor. Besides, with Fong Chen's absolute god formation, the Vice Island Master was not afraid that someone would be blind enough to cause trouble. Outside the Pool Dragon Mine, the Evergreen Divine Emperor and the others hid and observed carefully. There's only one Divine Emperor here. We can kill him, said the Evergreen Divine Emperor. But the absolute god formation is a little troublesome. Will be discovered once we touch it. Let me do it. A bearded Divine Emperor said softly. He was also a formation expert. Be careful, the Evergreen Divine Emperor reminded. Then, he quietly began to crack the formation. Every formation in the world had its flaws. There was no perfect formation in the world. Fong Chen's absolute god-level array formation was no exception. It had flaws as well. As for the bearded, godly emperor, he happened to be very familiar with this array and had studied it countless times. Ha! In just an hour, the bearded deity emperor had broken a hole in the array. He then waved his hand, indicating that the evergreen deity emperor and the others could enter. Hoo. After the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine emperor entered the formation, he quickly burrowed into the Pool Dragon Mine. Inside the mine, the god emperor in charge looked around and commanded the crowd. Today's task is more important. Everyone, focus on mining. Pucci, however, just as he finished speaking, he felt his origin spirit tremble and blood flowed out uncontrollably. After that, his head stiffened as he turned around with great difficulty. To his astonishment, he discovered the evergreen divine emperor and the others. He wanted to send a message back, but he no longer had the strength to do so. Bang! The evergreen deity emperor and the others attacked together and killed him completely. Let's move quickly. Then, the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine emperors used their absolute strength to start a large-scale massacre of the God Kings mining the mine. After an hour, the evergreen deity emperor and the others quickly gathered and said, "Let's go." Finally, the group disappeared into the night. For the next few days, Fang Chun had been studying the space-time phantasm demonic book, hoping to reach the last level. At his level, the space-time physique cultivator was considered outstanding. However, the bone progenitor had high requirements for him, and he still needed to work hard. If I have the chance, I really want to go to the ancient barn boundary to take a look, Fang Chun said. At this moment, the Vice Island Master rushed over with a gloomy face. Island Master, something big has happened. Speak. All the miners mining in the Pool Dragon mine have been killed. Even the elder in charge of the team has been killed, the Vice Island Master said in a deep voice. What? Following a bang, a terrifying murderous intent was emitted from Fang Chen's body. What's going on? Fang Chen asked in a cold voice. Didn't I set up an absolute God formation? Why did this happen? There's nothing wrong with the absolute God formation. I suspect that it was done by the Orc gods. They deliberately chose the Pool Dragon mine as a show of force. The Vice Island Master guessed. I'll go take a look. Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. He also guessed that it was done by the Orc gods. He had just humiliated the third holy sun, and now something had happened to the Pool Dragon mine? How could there be such a coincidence? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun floated above the Pool Dragon mine and carefully sensed the formation he had set up. It seems that someone has tampered with it. Immediately, Fang Chun closed his eyes and sensed. A moment later, he opened his eyes. He was sure that the formation had been tampered with. It seemed that the person who did this must have inquired about him and knew that he was an absolute God formation master. Interesting. Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Then, he rushed into the Pool Dragon mine. At a glance, the mine was full of blood. Corpses lay in pools of blood, dripping with blood. The Orc gods. Fang Chun clenched his fists and was burning with anger. However, just as he was about to turn around, he found that something was wrong. Hey, the wounds on the elder's body? Fang Chun squatted down and carefully examined the only divine emperor leader. There were many wounds on his body. Although the enemy had disguised himself, Fang Chun could clearly sense that those were not wounds left by other sharp weapons, but by sword marks. A sword cultivator from the Orc gods. Fang Chun was a little puzzled, and his eyes flickered. He put his hands on the leader's wounds. Buzz! The golden heart beat rapidly, and wisps of fine sword chi drilled into Fang Chen's body. It was then absorbed by the golden heart, and the latter suddenly opened his eyes. What a vicious mind! Fang Chun said word by word. There was a trace of sword chi left on the leader's wounds, and it was the same as the aura of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. You came all the way to Golden Peak Island to kill me, and you killed innocent people and framed the Orc gods. You want us to kill each other and then reap the benefits? Fang Chen's mind suddenly cleared up, and he said slowly, You forced me to do this. Looking at the innocent martial cultivators lying on the ground and losing their lives forever, Fang Chun was enraged. They were innocent. Why did they have to be involved in the dispute? I'm your opponent. Come at me if you have any problems. Crack! Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly, and a crisp sound was heard. He was filled with anger, and he soared into the sky. The divine emperor of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb is hiding on Golden Peak Island. Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Fang Chun transmitted his voice to the Vice Island Master. Then he spread out his spiritual consciousness and scanned the surroundings. Since you want to die, don't blame me, Fang Chun, for being vicious. This time, Fang Chun really wanted to kill them. As long as he could find the divine emperor of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he would end their lives with his own hands. After the news was spread, The elders of the inner palace who were guarding Golden Peak Island quickly spread out to search for the murderer. Fong Chun was no exception. He used the space-time Phantasm Demon book to travel to every corner of Golden Peak Island. In an extremely secluded place, the Evergreen Divine Emperor and a few others were sitting on the ground, eating a piece of barbecued meat. I'm speechless. We are Divine Emperors. When do we have to suffer like this? Yeah, we have to hide every day and eat barbecued meat. We can't even drink wine, and we have to be wary of Fong Chun. The few Divine Emperors complained as they ate their barbecued meat. There was a faint smile on the Evergreen Divine Emperor's face. To him, as long as he could complete his mission, it didn't matter how hard it was. Let's wait a little longer. Fong Chun must be burning with rage right now. He must have gone to find the holy son of the Beast God tribe for revenge. The Evergreen Divine Emperor smiled faintly. Once he enters the territory of the Beast God tribe, he won't be able to come back alive after he humiliated the third holy son. A Divine Emperor has caused such a mess in our South Tomb Sword Palace. He's really something. Yeah, even the Palace Master can't do anything to him. The God Emperor of Destruction has ordered that no God Emperor is allowed to attack a Divine Emperor. This kid can be considered a genius. It's a pity that he offended our South Tomb Sword Palace. I'm afraid he won't be able to survive this time. So what if he's a genius? Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses that have fallen. Only those who can survive and grow can be called geniuses. The Evergreen Divine Emperor snorted coldly. Geniuses who died would be forgotten by time. Everyone was laughing and discussing, not noticing that danger was approaching. Chapter 1961. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Anger burned in Fong Chen's blood. Love, go little, say W. True murderous intent filled his body. He felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of the innocent miners lying in pools of blood. Although he wasn't the one who killed them, they died because of him. They could have lived a carefree life, but because he came to Golden Peak Island, they were met with an unexpected disaster. The South Tomb Sword Palace. Fong Chun, who was shuttling rapidly through the void, was enraged. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. The people of the South Tomb Sword Palace had thoroughly enraged him. Fong Chun had already made a decision in his heart. Once he found the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace, he would not show any mercy and kill them without mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the space-time illusion demon book reached the 8th level, Fong Chen's speed reached the maximum. In addition, the space-time rules of order had almost taken shape. Fong Chun could use all the space-time aura in the void. As a result, there was almost no place on Golden Peak Island that he couldn't find. After searching frantically for 3 days, Fong Chun finally found a suspicious place. Array formation? Fong Chun instantly found an extremely hidden place in the clouds. There was an array formation that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, this array formation was an ultimate god array. It seems like there is an ultimate God Array master in the South Tomb Sword Palace camp. Fong Chun paused for a moment, then said, but so what? Then, he took a step forward and descended from the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at this hidden place. You've hidden very well. Unfortunately, you met me. Fong Chun had already determined that the people hiding here were from the South Tomb Sword Palace. Crash! Fong Chun waved his hand, and the aura of array formation spread around him. In an instant, the absolute God-grade formation shattered, and the Evergreen Celestial Emperor and the others appeared before Fong Chen's eyes. As expected, it's you. Upon seeing Divine Empress Evergreen, Fong Chen's eyes turned scarlet, cold, and bloodthirsty. What happened? The group of people who were originally chatting and laughing suddenly discovered that the formation had shattered. Immediately, they panicked. How'd he find this place? The Evergreen God Emperor was also stunned. Their plan was perfect, so how did Fong Chun find this place? Everyone stood up and looked at Fong Chun warily. The South Tomb Sword Palace is truly shameful to have trash like you. Fong Chun was in no hurry to attack. Instead, he stared coldly at Divine Emperor Evergreen. And you, As the disciple of swordless God Emperor, how could you do such a sneaky thing? Do you still have the face to live? Facing Fong Chen's questioning, the evergreen divine emperor calmed down from his panic. Umph. The evergreen divine emperor snorted coldly and said in a low voice, Fong Chen, you've offended the South Tomb, Sword Palace, and ruined Master's plan. As long as I can kill you, I'm willing to do anything. Why do you have to attack innocent people? The aura on Fong Chen's body was a little strange. He seemed to have calmed down gradually. Why can't you come at me? Do you feel guilty? Ha! Those people died because of you. I want you to blame yourself for the rest of your life. Since the plan had failed, there was no need to hide anything. The evergreen divine emperor said this intentionally to provoke Fong Chen and make him go crazy. This would give them a chance. They won't die for nothing, Fong Chen said calmly. Then, what about the 20 over-sword emperors of our South Doom Sword Palace? Are they going to die for nothing? The evergreen divine emperor said with a malevolent expression. Fong Chen, today, either you die or I die. Evergreen divine emperor, are you afraid? Fong Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the evergreen divine emperor. His pitch-black eyes stared at the latter as he asked calmly. A trace of panic flashed across the evergreen divine emperor's face. However, he quickly calmed down. I'm afraid, although I can't help but admit that your strength has exceeded my imagination. Even if we can't kill you, we can still defeat you if we join forces. The evergreen divine emperor's meaning was simple. Even if they couldn't kill Fong Chen, they could still escape unscathed. It's a pity that the plan has failed this time. However, it doesn't matter. You've offended the third holy son of the beast god race. He definitely won't let you off. The evergreen divine emperor was still arrogant. Fong Chen shook his head lightly and said, Are you done? The evergreen divine emperor was stunned. He didn't understand what Fong Chen was saying. If you're done, then prepare to die, Fong Chen said calmly. You. The evergreen divine emperor roared in anger. He waved his hand and said, Attack together. Let's fight it out with him. Under the command of the evergreen divine emperor, the few divine emperors of the South Doom Sword Palace attacked together. From today onwards, the South Doom Sword Palace no longer has a sword emperor. Of the 27 sword emperors, only the evergreen divine emperor was left. And now, Fong Chen wanted to kill him. Whoosh! The star-concealing sword appeared in the sky. Fong Chen executed the 24th level of the demonic Dragon Heaven Destroyer sword. Pucci! The terrifying sword light turned into a huge black dragon. It carried a terrifying power and pierced through the body of one of the divine emperors. No! Seeing this, the evergreen divine emperor roared. Their combined attack couldn't push Lin Fan back. Instead, they lost the divine emperor. Has his strength reached such a level? The evergreen divine emperor's eyes were filled with fear. In such a short time, Fong Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to when he fought the third holy son. It's too late to realize it now. The combination of the space-time phantasm demon book and the demonic dragon heaven destroyer sword was Fong Chen's strongest attack. The evergreen divine emperor and the rest couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, two divine emperors fell under Fong Chen's star-concealing sword. Evergreen, hurry up and leave. At this moment, a burly divine emperor tried his best to stop Fong Chen. He wanted to buy time for the evergreen divine emperor. Leave quickly, Evergreen. The other divine emperor who was stabbed by Fong Chen spat out blood. He held onto the star, concealing sword tightly, not allowing Fong Chen to move. No, although the evergreen divine emperor was furious, his rationality told him to leave quickly. As long as he was alive, there was hope. The evergreen divine emperor turned around in pain and quickly escaped into the void. None of you can leave. Pucci, after killing the divine emperor who was holding onto the star-concealing sword, Fong Chen started to kill the other divine emperor. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The divine emperor knew that he wasn't a match for Fong Chen. He gathered the energy in his body and wanted to self-destruct. Rumble. The explosion of a divine emperor realm expert was too powerful. The violent energy caused the entire Golden Peak Island to shake. Feng Chun was drowned in the powerful aura. Some of the divine emperors who were searching the Golden Peak Island suddenly heard the tremors. Vice Island Master, what happened? It seems like there are experts fighting. Could the Island Master have found the culprit? Let's go and take a look. In an instant, everyone on the Golden Peak Island rushed towards the source of the explosion. All the grass and trees within a radius of 10,000 miles were turned into nothingness. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The terrifying energy of the self-destruction still lingered in the air. Cough, cough. Dust flew up, and a mudman flew out from the ground. Feng Chun patted the dust off his clothes. He had an ugly expression on his face. Sword-shaped runes revolved around his body, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the Golden Heart absorbed a large amount of energy from the self-destruction. Feng Chun said to himself, the self-destruction of a divine emperor was too powerful. It could even threaten ordinary divine emperors. This was also the reason why no one was willing to force a divine emperor to do anything. He had been caught off guard just now. Fortunately, he had the double protection of the Golden Heart and the perfect sword body. Even so, Feng Chun had suffered some minor injuries. Evergreen Divine Emperor. After recovering slightly, Feng Chun spread out his spiritual consciousness and found the Evergreen Divine Emperor who was traveling through the void. Want to leave? Feng Chun's lips curled into a playful smile as he entered the void. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Feng Chun left, the Vice Island Master and the other Divine Emperor elders arrived. They took a deep breath and were shocked when they saw Feng Chun's sorry state. Could it be a Divine Emperor self-destruction? The residual aura in the air is too strong. It must be a Divine Emperor self-destruction. Where's the Island Master? Why didn't we find him? Could it be? In an instant, everyone's expression changed as they searched for Feng Chun. Chapter 1962. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. In the void, the Evergreen Deity Emperor was running for his life. His heart was filled with fear. He had cultivated for countless years to reach this level. If he took another step forward, he would be a deity emperor. Moreover, his master was God Emperor Swordless. Even if he couldn't break through, his status in the South Tomb Sword Palace wasn't bad. But now, he was being chased by Feng Chun. Damned fella. Thinking of Feng Chun, the Evergreen Divine Emperor felt a burst of anger in his heart. Back then, that soft persimmon that could be needed by anyone had already grown to this extent. It was all because the South Tomb Sword Palace wasn't decisive enough. Moreover, the God Emperor Destruction had spoken. Otherwise, Feng Chun wouldn't have been able to survive until now. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't regret it. What he needed to do now was to escape from Golden Peak Island. Even if he had to escape to the Beast God Race's territory, it would be better than staying here. Swoosh! The Evergreen Deity Emperor waved his hand, and the battleship appeared on the ocean. He then dived into the battleship. Hold it there. Feng Chun followed closely behind and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, the calm ocean turned into turbulent waves. Waves splashed as the battleship of the Evergreen Deity Emperor swayed. But it still continued to move forward. Huff! Huff! Feng Chun leaped up and stopped in front of the battleship. Evergreen Deity Emperor, you won't be able to escape. Feng Chun said coldly. Fire! In the battleship, the Evergreen Deity Emperor activated the attack system. Suddenly, a terrifying cannon shot out from the battleship towards Feng Chun. Swoosh! Feng Chun used the Time-Space Phantasm Devil Book and dodged the attack easily. Seizing this opportunity, the Evergreen Deity Emperor continued to escape. Feng Chun continued to give chase. In the blink of an eye, the battleship was far away from Golden Peak Island. Time passed. Seeing that Feng Chun was about to catch up, the Evergreen Deity Emperor couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and placed all the god crystals in the battleship into the energy slot. Then, the speed of the battleship was pushed to the maximum. Are you trying to escape from me by destroying your battleship? Behind them, Feng Chun's expression changed slightly when he saw the battleship suddenly accelerate. After that, he sneered and executed the ancient soul refinement technique's destruction sword technique. A terrifying, destructive sword chi shot out from the hidden star sword and turned into a monstrous sword shadow. It cut through the sky and slashed at the battleship. Crack! A crack appeared on the battleship, and the boundless seawater invaded the battleship. The evergreen divine emperor looked extremely anxious and flustered. Is there someone ahead? All of a sudden, the evergreen god emperor noticed a figure hurrying over from 1,000 miles away on the turbulent sea. Immortal divine pavilion? The evergreen deity emperor was overjoyed. Their South Tomb Sword Palace and the immortal divine pavilion had some friendly relations. He immediately transmitted his voice. Brother from the immortal divine pavilion, I am the evergreen divine emperor of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Please lend me a hand. I will definitely reward you greatly. The evergreen divine emperor's voice was filled with boundless true God energy and instantly transmitted into the ears of the people from the immortal divine pavilion. This person was dressed in black and held a golden flute in his hand. Although the bamboo raft was small, it was able to withstand the surrounding waves. He stood on the raft leisurely, as if he was sightseeing in the West Sea. All of a sudden, he heard someone transmitting a message to him. He immediately raised his head. The evergreen divine emperor? The black-robed man's expression changed. Then he stomped his feet, and the bamboo raft seemed to have some magical power. Its speed increased to the maximum as it flew towards Fong Chun. Brother Evergreen, don't worry. I'm coming to save you. Fong Chun also saw the black-robed man rushing over. He executed the 24th level of the demonic dragon heaven destroying sword. A terrifying sword light turned into a black dragon and pierced through the battleship. Suddenly, the evergreen divine emperor's body shot out from the battleship. Die! Fong Chun roared and stabbed out with the hidden star sword again. Poochie! No matter how hard the evergreen divine emperor tried to block, it was to no avail. The hidden star sword pierced into the evergreen divine emperor's arm, instantly crippling it. A miserable scream came from the evergreen divine emperor's mouth. He endured the pain of losing his arm and temporarily escaped from Fong Chun's attack range. It was also at this moment that a roar of anger came. Stop! At the same time, a black laser shot towards Fong Chun. Bang! Fong Chun raised the hidden star sword and blocked it. Rumble! On the surface of the sea, the waves were roaring. Fong Chun was floating in midair. Below his feet was the battleship that was about to sink to the bottom of the sea. Opposite him, the black-robed man stood on the bamboo raft with a golden flute in his hand. He stared at Fong Chun with a gloomy expression. The evergreen divine emperor, who was escaping in a sorry state, landed on the bamboo raft. When he saw the black-robed man, his face was filled with joy. Brother Wu, it's actually you. Haha. Initially, the evergreen divine emperor was just casually asking for help. He did not expect that the person who came would be his best friend. Wu Jindi, a member of the immortal divine pavilion. She was extremely powerful. Among the divine emperors, she was comparable to the three holy son of the beast god tribe. A long time ago, Wu Jindi had been on good terms with the evergreen divine emperor. All along, the two of them had kept in close contact. Brother Evergreen, it has been more than 100 years since we last met, right? Wu Jindi said faintly. Yes, I'm ashamed to say that. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. The evergreen divine emperor's face was filled with shame as he laughed self-deprecatingly. Brother Evergreen, you took good care of me in the past. Now that you're in danger, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Wu Jindi said in a deep voice, Don't worry. Whoever wants to touch you will have to ask for my permission first. Brother Wu, this person is the disciple of the bone progenitor, Fong Chun. He's also the new divine emperor of destruction. He has a deep grudge against my sword palace. You must be careful. The evergreen divine emperor reminded. Divine emperor of destruction? Wu Jindi's eyes flickered. She then said, Give me some face and let this matter rest. How about it? After all, the other party was the disciple of the bone progenitor and the divine emperor of destruction. Wu Jindi didn't want to make a move unless she had no other choice. The evergreen divine emperor and I will fight to the death. Fang Chun said indifferently. His attitude was clear. He definitely wouldn't let the evergreen divine emperor leave today. Hearing this, Wu Jindi frowned in displeasure. As an undying warrior of the immortal divine pavilion, he had a high status and was extremely powerful. He had already taken a step back, but the divine emperor of destruction didn't give him any face. Oh, Wu Jindi said, but I'm indebted to Brother Evergreen. I can't sit by and do nothing. After hearing Wu Jindi's words, Fang Chun shrugged his shoulders and said, since that's the case, let's rely on our own abilities. Just as Fang Chun finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. The aura of array Dao filled the air, and an absolute God great array appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Wu Jindi. Then, his figure appeared in front of the Evergreen Divine Emperor like a ghost. Evergreen Divine Emperor, do you think Wu Jindi can protect you? The voice of the God of Death entered the Evergreen Divine Emperor's ears. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's body trembled, and he retreated continuously. Fang Chun, you can't kill me. The Evergreen Divine Emperor screamed hysterically. I'm the disciple of the swordless Divine Emperor. If you kill me, my master won't let you off. But if I don't kill you, will the swordless Divine Emperor let me off? Since he was already at odds with the Sword Palace of the Southern Tomb, Fang Chun didn't expect the swordless Divine Emperor to let him off. After all, they were enemies. So what if he killed the Evergreen Divine Emperor? Caught off guard, Wu Jindi was trapped by the absolute God Great Array and couldn't escape. This was Fang Chun's chance. He believed that as long as the Evergreen Divine Emperor was dead, Wu Jindi wouldn't become enemies with him. In the previous pursuit, the Evergreen Divine Emperor was already injured. Now, he wasn't a match for Fang Chun. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Using the Demon Dragon Sky Destroyer Sword, the Hidden Star Sword pierced into the Evergreen Divine Emperor's body. Splash! Fresh blood splattered across the sky. The Evergreen Divine Emperor's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He wanted to self-destruct, but Fang Chun had already expected this. The Hidden Star Sword sliced off the Evergreen Divine Emperor's head at lightning speed. Then, with a slap, his primordial spirit shattered. Just like that, the 27 Sword Emperors of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace fell. Boom! A terrifying aura of death surged into the sky. The absolute God Great Array shattered. Wu Jindi broke the array and glared at Fang Chun, ready to attack. Wu Jindi, you and I have no grudges. Now that the Evergreen Divine Emperor is dead, there's no need for us to continue fighting. Fang Chun said indifferently. Of course, if you want to avenge the Evergreen Divine Emperor, I'll accompany you anytime. However, you have to consider your own strength and whether you're qualified to avenge him. Chapter 1963. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Wu Jindi looked at the corpse of the Evergreen Deity Emperor, and her pupils shrank. Her heart was in turmoil. You killed Evergreen? Wu Jindi widened her eyes and looked at Fang Chun. She could not believe what she was seeing. Fang Chun shrugged and kept the Evergreen Deity Emperor's Sumeru ring. You're finished. The Evergreen Deity Emperor is the youngest disciple of Emperor Swordless. Emperor Swordless will not let you off, Wu Jindi said solemnly. However, he did not make a move, although he was impulsive and wanted to take revenge for the Evergreen Deity Emperor. However, Wu Jindi knew her own limits. The fact that the other party could kill the Evergreen Deity Emperor in such a short period of time was enough to prove his strength. The godly Emperor of Destruction lived up to his name. At the very least, Wu Jindi had no chance of winning against him, unless it was a life and death battle. You don't have to worry about that, Fang Chun said and turned to leave. Wu Jindi looked at Fang Chun's back view and said with a burning gaze, Godly Emperor of Destruction, we will have a battle in the end. South Tomb Sword Palace. Boom! In the peaceful Sword Palace, all the disciples were cultivating step by step. Suddenly, a shocking sword aura shot up to the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sky. Then, Emperor Swordless' roar could be heard. Suddenly, all the disciples of the South Tomb, Sword Palace, prostrated themselves on the ground as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their primordial spirits were trembling as if the end of the world was coming. What's going on? Why is the palace master so angry? Oh my God, the palace master is angry. Something big must have happened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, the Black Emperor and the Death Emperor rushed to Emperor Swordless' palace. Love go little say, W. True master, what's going on? The Death Emperor cupped his fists and asked. At this moment, Emperor Swordless did not have his usual majesty. His body exuded a terrifying sword aura, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Evergreen is dead. It was just a short sentence, but it expressed the extreme anger in Swordless God Emperor's heart. Even the Death God Emperor and Black Emperor were stunned. Junior brother Chongqing is dead? Was he killed by Fong Chun? After being stunned for a moment, their faces quickly turned gloomy. Master, what exactly is going on? Was it that bastard Fong Chun who killed Junior brother? The Black Emperor and the Death God Emperor were enraged. The Evergreen Divine Emperor was their junior brother. He had never stepped into the God Emperor realm, but they doted on him very much. This time around, he had sent the Evergreen God Emperor to assassinate Fong Chun because of the God Emperor Destruction's order. God Emperors were not allowed to take action. How hateful! The Swordless God Emperor roared at the sky. All the swords of the sword cultivators in the territory of the South Tomb, Sword Palace, soared into the sky and kowtowed in the direction of the Sword Palace. On this day, a terrifying aura filled the entire southernmost region, the Orc God clan's territory. Boom! The descent of Swordless God Emperor's projection caused a huge commotion. In the blink of an eye, God Emperor Destruction appeared. Wujian, why have you come on my Beast God clan? The God Emperor Destruction was a little unhappy. The Swordless God Emperor had purposely released his God Emperor aura to suppress the people of the Beast God clan. Destruction, my disciple Evergreen is dead. The Swordless God Emperor said furiously. Oh, what does his death have to do with me? The God Emperor Destruction said calmly. It's all because of you. The Swordless God Emperor roared furiously. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the God Emperor Destruction sneered. Your disciple died in the hands of Fong Chun. It can only be said that he was too weak and deserved to be killed. Fong Chun did not break the rules, but if you were to take action, you would have broken the rules. The divine world cannot be without rules. Before the holy light religion is completely destroyed, this is the decision that the 10 strongest God Emperors have made after a discussion. The God Emperor Destruction said, if God Emperors can take action as they wish, wouldn't the divine world be in chaos? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. No one knew that the most powerful battle in the history of the Beast God clan had erupted. 2 God Emperors. The God Emperor Destruction, who was known to have the strongest attack power, was fighting against the strongest sword cultivator, the Swordless God Emperor. Even though the 2 God Emperors were using projections to battle, the ripples created from the battle were frightening. This battle lasted for an entire month before it came to an end. Southern Tomb Sword Palace. The God Emperor Destruction returned in a low-profile manner. His expression was frighteningly gloomy. When Black Emperor and God Emperor Death saw their teacher, they were slightly astonished. Teacher, you are injured? Black Emperor asked. God Emperor Swordless waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He then sat on the stone stool and said, God Emperor Destruction, that old undying man, is too strong. After so many years, he is the one who has concealed himself the most. I am going into closed-door cultivation. The matter of Evergreen will be handed over to the 2 of you. No matter what method you use, you have to kill that brat for me. The battle with the God Emperor Swordless had greatly stimulated him, especially after knowing that the God Emperor Destruction might be the first to become a cosmos god. He felt even more anxious and wanted to enter closed-door cultivation. Teacher, rest assured. Black Emperor and God Emperor Death cupped their fists. After the god emperor destruction entered closed-door cultivation, the two great god emperors discussed for a long time before finally coming up with a risky method. Senior disciple Brother Black Emperor Feng Chun is at the Golden Summit Island. That place is extremely close to the Beast God Clan. As long as we appear at the Beast God Clan, we will definitely be discovered by the God Emperor Destruction. It is definitely impossible for the two of us to act personally. Then what should we do? Black Emperor frowned and pondered. We can't act personally, but we can borrow the help of others. God Emperor Death seemed to have thought of something and revealed a sinister smile. Help from others? Almost none of the God Emperors can guarantee that they can kill Feng Chun. Furthermore, the God Emperors can't act personally. Black Emperor could not think of anyone else. God Emperor Death laughed sinisterly. Senior disciple Brother Black Emperor, have you forgotten about the sacred light religion? You. Black Emperor's expression changed. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Golden Summit Island. The projection of the Bone Progenitor was currently discussing some matters with Feng Chun. Feng Chun, why are you causing trouble again? The Bone Progenitor did not know whether to laugh or cry. That God Emperor Evergreen is the disciple of God Emperor Swordless. You killed him. How can God Emperor Swordless not be angry? If it was not for the agreement between the 10 great God Emperors and God Emperor Destruction's obstruction, you would have been killed by God Emperor Swordless. The Bone Progenitor continued. If God Emperor Swordless was not determined to kill Feng Chun, he would not be able to stop him. However, God Emperor Destruction was different. He could completely intimidate God Emperor Swordless. However, once or twice was fine. If it happened too many times, God Emperor Destruction would not appear. Master, there's nothing I can do. The Evergreen Divine Emperor killed so many people from our Sky Bone Palace. I can't act as if nothing happened. Feng Chun shrugged. The Bone Progenitor nodded. I am here to tell you about this matter. Although God Emperor Swordless was stopped by God Emperor Destruction, there is no guarantee that he has other extreme methods. To be on the safe side, you should go to the ancient barn boundary to hide for a while. Wait until you've avoided this storm and your strength has grown to the point where you can escape from the hands of a God Emperor before you come out, Ancestor Bone said. Hearing this, Feng Chun felt helpless. The ancient barn boundary is in the Beast God clan's territory. The South Tomb Sword Palace's God Emperors will not come. You are safe there. The Bone Progenitor saw Feng Chun's expression and continued. If you are not willing to go to the ancient barn boundary, then follow me back to the Sky Bone Palace and stay by my side. Two choices, either go to the ancient barn boundary or return to the Sky Bone Palace. I think I will go to the ancient barn boundary. Feng Chun curled his lips and said. Staying by his master's side was equivalent to losing his freedom. To him, this was something that he could not tolerate. Feng Chun clenched his fist and lamented, I am still too weak. That's why I have to listen to others. I have already spoken to God Emperor Destruction. You can go to the ancient barn boundary on your own. The Bone Progenitor said, after you enter the ancient barn boundary, if you have the chance, meet up with your eldest senior brother and fifth senior brother. Train your body well in the ancient barn boundary. The Bone Progenitor reminded him of many things before finally leaving Gold Peak Island. Boss, the Bone Progenitor is right. We should hide for a while. Little Mouse said, God Emperor Swordless probably wants to tear you to pieces right now. It's better to hide for a while. Yeah, where there is life, there is hope. Furthermore, the ancient barn boundary is one of the 5 forbidden lands of the God Realm. It is a good opportunity to train ourselves and increase our strength. The 4 of them stood in front of Feng Chun and looked at him quietly. Unknowingly, Xingyu had also appeared beside Feng Chun. Her fair little hand held her husband's hand. I will go wherever you go. Chapter 1964. Genius 1, Second Remember Love, Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The ancient warehouse boundary was located in the northwest of the Beast God tribe's territory and bordered the immortal divine pavilion's territory. On this day, Feng Chun handed over the matters of Golden Peak Island to the Vice Island Master. Then he brought Little Mouse, the other 3, and his wife, Star and Moon, left Golden Peak Island and arrived at the Beast God Tribe's territory. Along the way, they encountered many divine beasts. There were many that Fang Chun had never seen or heard of before. At a certain moment 5 days later, Fang Chun and the others finally stopped moving forward. This was because they felt the aura of the royal ant tribe in the mountain range before them. "Boss, I feel a familiar aura. There must be someone of my tribe in this mountain range," Xiao Huang said with a solemn face. Although the royal ant tribe and Xiao Huang were of the same tribe, there was a great rivalry between them, and they would not rest until one of them was dead. This was because every generation of the royal ant tribe had to devour all of their tribe members in order to succeed. This was also why Xiao Huang's face was so solemn when he felt the aura of the royal ant tribe. This was because he knew that there would be a fierce battle soon. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Chun also knew how important the royal ant tribe was to Xiao Huang. Now that he had found one, he would not let it go easily. Swoosh! Swoosh! They quickly entered the mountain range and found a royal ant in the blink of an eye. "Let me do it." Xiao Huang struck at lightning speed and killed the royal ant tribe that was only at the divine king realm. Then he devoured the energy in the royal ant tribe's body, and the royal ant tribe's body turned into nothingness. Xiao Huang's body was surrounded by a powerful energy, and he seemed to have undergone a great change. As expected of the royal ant tribe, they are so powerful. Little Mouse could not help but exclaim. Although the divine rats of heaven-devouring tribe were very talented and their super skills were invincible, they could not devour their own tribe members to increase their strength like the royal ant tribe. "Xiao Huang, lead the way," said Fang Chun in a low voice. Xiao Huang nodded and immediately sensed the chi of the imperial ant tribe. An hour later, Fang Chun and the star and moon entered the depths of the mountain range. The cries of countless divine beasts could be heard from the mountain range. However, the strange thing was that other than the first royal ant, they didn't encounter any other royal ants. This made Fang Chun very confused. What was going on? He could clearly sense the aura of the royal ant tribe. "Xiao Huang, can you still feel the aura?" Fang Chun asked. "Boss, I sense an aura coming from that direction," Xiao Huang said in a low voice as he looked towards the northwest with his dark eyes. However, just as they were about to continue forward, a dense mass of pitch-black imperial ants suddenly appeared in the distance. That is, even Fang Chun was shocked. The dense mass of royal ants was surging towards them like a tide. These royal ants are basically all in the heavenly god realm. Fang Chun immediately realized that these royal ants were not much of a threat. They seemed to be very flustered. Why is that? Little Mouse was very flustered when he saw the anxious look on the royal ants' faces. "Why do I care so much? Let's devour them first." Xiao Huang rushed into the royal ant tribe impatiently and unleashed his heaven-defying divine ability to absorb the strength of the members of the royal ant tribe. Whoosh whoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, a royal ant tribe member disappeared into the air. After a few breaths, dozens of royal ants had been absorbed by Xiao Huang. At this moment, a roar came from the distance. Then, a strong wind blew and a figure appeared instantly. "Stop!" After the figure appeared and saw Xiao Huang, his face became extremely gloomy. A divine king realm royal ant tribe member. He looked at Xiao Huang with greed in his eyes. Then, he opened his palm, and a royal ant tribe member that looked exactly like Xiao Huang came out of his palm and rushed into the royal ant tribe to compete with Xiao Huang for food. "Who are you? Leave this place quickly." At this moment, the person looked at Fang Chun and the others and said in a deep voice, "This is not your home. Why do you have to ask us to leave?" Little Mouse said with dissatisfaction, "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this?" The person's face was gloomy and the aura around him was turbulent. He said coldly, "I don't want to know who you are. I only know that if you don't leave now, you can stay here forever." After saying that, Fang Chun's body emitted a terrifying destructive aura. Dang, dang, dang. The person's body could not help but retreat, and his face was pale. Divine Emperor? His cultivation was only at the Divine King realm, and he had no power to fight back against the Divine Emperor. "Brother, I'm sorry for offending you. I'll leave now. After saying that, he waved his hand to summon his companions and was about to leave. Wait, Fong Chen said. Brother, is there anything else? The person asked. Leave your companions here. Fong Chen said indifferently. The person's face turned gloomy. He naturally understood what Fong Chen meant. Brother, isn't this too much? The person pondered for a moment and said coldly, My tribe is the poison demon tribe under the first holy son of the beast god tribe. Please be magnanimous and let me leave. The poison demon tribe under the first holy son? Fong Chen muttered. The person was secretly happy and thought that Fong Chen was a little afraid. However, Fong Chen's following words caused his heart to burn with rage. If the first holy son came personally, I might consider it, but you'd better stay here obediently. Fong Chen said indifferently. This is the territory of the beast god tribe. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the first holy son? The person was unwilling to give up and tried to salvage the situation. However, it was no use. Xiao Huang needed his companions. Whoosh! Fong Chen stretched out his hand and suppressed the person. Then, he took the royal ant tribe from his hand. You can leave now, Fong Chen said. Although the person was furious, he could only leave. When he left, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ha ha, this is too satisfying. As time passed, Xiao Huang's speed of devouring the royal ant tribe became faster and faster. The power in his body also became stronger and stronger. The royal ant tribe's population decreased sharply and finally disappeared. Buzz. When the last royal ant tribe was devoured by Xiao Huang, his stomach was bloated and he was very happy. What a pity! If I devoured more, I would definitely be able to break through to the divine emperor realm. However, as soon as Xiao Huang finished speaking, he saw a black light appear in front of him. Then he caught the black light. Hurry up and absorb it, Fong Chen said. Xiao Huang suppressed the joy in his heart and started to absorb the last royal ant tribe. This royal ant tribe belonged to the previous divine king. It had absorbed a lot of energy from its own tribe. Therefore, the energy in his body was unusually strong. After Xiao Huang finished absorbing all the energy in the royal ant tribe, a deafening sound came from his body. Xiao Huang is having a breakthrough. A smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. He did not expect Xiao Huang to have a breakthrough before they reached the ancient warehouse boundary. A divine emperor royal ant tribe should be very strong, right? He's ahead of us again. Little Mouse was speechless. Golden light shone everywhere. Xiao Huang's body was completely enveloped by a terrifying energy. The aura of the royal ant tribe filled the entire mountain range. Dong! After an hour, Xiao Huang's body completed its transformation. When he opened his eyes, it meant that he had broken through to the divine emperor realm. You've broken through? Fong Chen asked. Xiao Huang nodded. His body had swelled up a lot. He walked to Fong Chen with his chubby body. Boss, thank you. Don't mention it. Fong Chen smiled. Xiao Huang, how's your strength now? Little Mouse asked hurriedly. I can beat the three of you, Xiao Huang said calmly. Bang! Little Mouse slapped Xiao Huang's head with its paw. You're just bragging. If you're so capable, let's compete in the ancient warehouse boundary. Let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Star and Moon smiled when they saw the four of them playing happily. Let's go. Then, the group passed through the mountain range and continued forward. The ancient warehouse boundary was not far from them. They should be able to reach it before nightfall. Along the way, Xiao Huang was jumping around and bragging about how strong he was. When they were about to leave the mountain range, they really met a divine beast that was close to the divine emperor realm. It was finally time for him to show his strength. Chapter 1965. Genius 1. Second, remember love, divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lizard. Love go little say W. Goldie licked its dry lips. It couldn't wait for the battle to begin. The divine emperor realm of the royal ant tribe was extremely powerful. If it was allowed to grow for a while, it would be able to defeat all divine beasts of the same realm. Roar! The lizard seemed to have sensed Xiao Huang's aura. It kept retreating as if it was afraid to fight. Kill. Goldie's body grew larger in an instant. In the void, a bright yellow shadow suddenly rushed in front of the lizard. Then, a wild power drowned the lizard. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two tentacles at the corner of Xiao Huang's mouth pierced into the lizard's body like two peerless divine weapons. The lizard's body twitched and blood spurted out wildly. The lizard, whose strength was close to the divine emperor realm, could not fight back in front of Xiao Huang. In the blink of an eye, the lizard became a dried corpse and fell to the ground. The power in its body had been completely absorbed by Xiao Huang. After devouring the lizard's power, Xiao Huang smiled with satisfaction. How was it? Xiao Huang turned to look at the shocked little mouse and asked with a smile. Xiao Huang, your divine ability is too powerful, isn't it? Little mouse asked with his eyes wide open. He only used 2 tentacles to kill the lizard. Amazing. Even Fong Chun gave Xiao Huang a thumbs up. A divine emperor realm lizard was already so powerful. It was unimaginable. If Xiao Huang stepped into the divine emperor realm one day, how powerful would he be? Would he be able to dominate the divine world? Of course, this was a long-term question. Fong Chun shook his head slightly and said, We're almost at the ancient warehouse realm. There was a huge stone at the entrance of the ancient warehouse realm. This rock was at least 10 meters tall. It stood on the wasteland as if it had existed since ancient times. On the desolate plain, there were many cultivators gathered around a rock, discussing softly. Boss, is this the ancient warehouse realm? The little mouse asked. Fong Chun nodded and said, I've long heard of the ancient granary Jie's great name, but I didn't think that it would actually be inside a rock. It's truly a work of the gods. It was just a piece of rock, but there was something else within it. Moreover, it was the ancient granary realm, ranked 3rd among the 5 deadlands of the divine realm. It said that the ancient granary world suppresses the power of a true god. Once you enter, you won't be able to use your true god power. You can only fight with your physical body. Fong Chun said thoughtfully. If that's the case, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you? Little Mouse said with a smile. He was the one and only heaven-devouring divine rat in the universe. His body was tough, and there were few who could match him. Overall, the divine beasts should have an absolute advantage in the ancient granary realm. Pangolin said, No wonder the divine beasts took the ancient granary realm as their own. Most of the people who entered the ancient granary realm must be from the divine beast clan. Fong Chun nodded, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly there was a commotion in the distance. Fong Chun looked up and was surprised to find that the one leading the group was the 3rd Holy Sun. Interesting. At this moment, the 3rd Holy Sun was standing at the front of the group, exuding a cold aura. He quickly came to the front of the ancient granary realm. Greetings, 3rd Holy Sun. Many of the divine beast clan members knelt on the ground and shouted. The 3rd Holy Sun nodded with satisfaction, but he saw Fong Chun and the others from the corner of his eyes. He was about to get angry when he saw that the other party didn't kneel. However, he didn't expect that the person who came was Fong Chun, and beside him was the beautiful star and moon. It's you? The 3rd Holy Sun looked at Fong Chun with a cold face. How dare you come to the territory of the divine beast clan? The ancient granary realm is not exclusive to the divine beast clan. Why can't I come? Fong Chun shrugged. A cold glint flashed across the 3rd Saint's eyes. Do you still remember what I said back then? You said a lot of things. How can I remember that? Fong Chun curled his lips. In front of the ancient granary realm, many of the divine beast clan members were shocked. Who is this person? How dare he talk to the 3rd Holy Sun like that? Did he have a death wish? Hand over the spear. The 3rd Holy Sun said coldly. Fong Chun looked at the Holy Sun with a smile, as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you an idiot? Why should I give my spoils to you? Fong Chun sneered. I want your head. Can you give it to me? Fong Chun's words caused an uproar in front of the ancient granary realm. Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that this person dared to be so arrogant in front of the Holy Sun. However, what was even more unexpected was that the 3rd Holy Sun actually held back his anger. Who is this person? This made them even more curious. Among the divine emperors, there were only a few who could make the third holy son so patient. Good, very good. The third holy son suddenly laughed. He stared at Feng Chun and said, I hope you don't meet me in the ancient granary realm. Otherwise, not only will I take back the spear, but I will also take the beauty with me. After saying that, he plunged into the ancient granary realm. Boss, is this guy asking for a beating? Xiao Huang said in a low voice. He had an impulse to attack. Feng Chun waved his hand and stopped him. What's the rush? Wait until we enter the ancient granary realm. Whoosh! Feng Chun felt that he had fallen into a quagmire and couldn't extricate himself. Just as he was about to use all his strength to rush out of the quagmire, he suddenly found that the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. He appeared in a wasteland. Is this the ancient granary realm? Feng Chun was a little stunned. Soon after, he spoke softly. Where's Yua? After Feng Chun confirmed that this was the ancient granary realm, he hurriedly looked around. There was no one. He was a little anxious. Where's Yua? Could it be that we were randomly teleported in the process of entering the ancient granary realm? Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Feng Chun gradually calmed down and began to carefully organize the information in his mind. They entered the stone together. As soon as they entered, they felt that they were in a quagmire and were surrounded by darkness. Then, they came here. During this time, they didn't encounter any danger and didn't encounter any unexpected events. Therefore, Feng Chun concluded that the stone was randomly teleported. Star and Moon and the others shouldn't be in danger. What a strong pressure. At this time, Feng Chun felt that his body was filled with a strong pressure. Moreover, true God power was restricted and couldn't be used at all. He could only rely on his physical strength to walk. How can my body not be strong when cultivating in this environment? Feng Chun grinned. The Beast God clan was a mix of countless divine beast clans and was led by the God Emperor of Destruction. Every divine beast's physical strength basically exceeded that of human ancient martial art practitioners of the same realm. Therefore, the ancient granary realm had also become their favorite place to cultivate. Almost all divine beasts that reached the Divine King realm would choose to enter the ancient granary realm to cultivate. This place seemed to have become a cultivation resource for the Beast God clan. At a glance, the wasteland was very flat. However, the pressure here was too great. Feng Chun's walking speed was a little slow. Yuer has the mysterious Yin Phoenix body. Although she's a woman, her physical strength isn't weak. Even an average divine emperor can't defeat her. For now, she shouldn't be in any danger, Feng Chun said to himself. As for Little Mouse and the others, I don't have to worry. They should be bullying other divine beasts right now, right? After thinking for a while, Feng Chun felt much more relaxed now that he had nothing to worry about. There's someone in the distance? Feng Chun noticed that on the other side of the wasteland, several figures were walking slowly. It's him. Coincidence. It was definitely a coincidence. He didn't expect that the first person he met after entering the ancient granary realm would be the third holy son who had repeatedly threatened to kill him. When he discovered the third holy son, the latter also discovered him. Feng Chun. Before the third holy son arrived, his voice came first. It seems that your luck is very bad. We meet in the ancient granary realm so soon. The third holy son said eerily as he walked over. Seeing the third holy son walking over, Feng Chun simply sat down on the ground and lazily rested. Come quickly, don't waste my time. Seeing this, the third holy son's heart burned with anger. Feng Chun, you've gone too far. The third holy son was furious. I admit, I'm not your opponent in the outside world. But in the ancient granary realm, true God power is sealed. You think you can fight against my Marrow Tiger clan with your physical strength? Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, the third holy son.